Gravity. everything you need to make to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. You got 5 senses, so take your time with all of them. Cause I need you to look at it before you go to just tasting and feeling on me. You know there's a cookie here, but before you go tasting, I need you to breathe. Cause I wanna be everything you need, and I need to be everything you want to be. So I don't wanna wait, I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah. So why don't you feel on me? Why don't you feel on me? I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? I'ma throw it back, then I'ma let you catch it. I'ma whip it up, then I'ma let, cause I know you're feeling me. So why don't you feel on me? Yeah.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta run it all like we supposed to.
Hey, it's light work. Just looking at the wrist of that ice work. All this shit on me like bust down. Shock him out the clutch and it bust down. She don't love me, she just want me for the team, I know. At the draw, I'm the pick, I'm that one lotto. Got that rocket and that power auto. You want air, braid to dry, gotta stay on auto. Mad it, all the wins at it. Need a new patty, it's a time cost. Then the bag ain't free like it's MK. I got that new kick gang, got that sensei since day. Don't believe us, we just gotta show 'em. Got a whole game prepped up, got 'em like it's loaded. Oh, they got it backwards like it's Yoda. On track, got speed, it's a locomotive. Hey.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. I'm just staying in my lane and I'm supposed to. Be 100 ain't a thing, I ain't checking for no lames. Only gang with the dudes that I'm close to. I don't ride a wave, I just float through. Drawing up the plays like a coach do. Come against the team, better pray like the Pope do. Cause we'll turn your little beef into tofu. We tryna rise to the top. Real recognize you ain't squad, you the op. Drip on wall paint, feeling like the greats. Appetite jumping and you looking like a plate. Team on 3, no fail when we break. Lombardi is the only L's that we take. Tap the pylon, then we all celebrate. Then it's back to the huddle, time to cook another play.
Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Dominate the game like we supposed to. Dodging all lanes like we supposed to. I just run the play like we supposed to. Gotta win it all like we supposed to. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I need a dub for shoulder, bag and trophy, I need to go. You cannot match the glow, I'm covered, I'm shining from head to toe. Y'all ain't notice, exact like POTUS. and I say open. Hold up, flex getting coldest, crept down the court, walk with the fade. Like, I don't even start for the win, I don't play. Got a coat for the rain, y'all boys brace for the storm. We tsunami informed, and it's best that you stay informed. We run plays without no script, hey, that's light work. We make bands just off our shot, but what's your net worth? I cut ties for all my team with all this drip but no canteen. Now y'all boys can, but no sardines. We off this wave for all 19. I don't, yeah, got no words, don't say too much. Clock on 5 and a step like clutch. Team G6 in the league, stay up. Ayy, gotta hit that flex like a rep, we cut, we
hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. I gotta win it. Yeah, I just sprint to the finish. I'm pop on spinach. I cook like I'm frying up chicken and ain't no debate on the hood, man. They catch it. I ain't even fishing. Yeah, they tryna eat off a layup, but beating it. Yell out to come out and get it. Ooh, yeah. Oh, hot. First out the skillet. Yeah, busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. Busy. I got a whole lot on my plate. You busy looking on IG. It won't get you nothing but fake love and a whole lot of hate. Look at my life, get you motivated. Came from the bottom below the payment. Shout out to God, man. We finally made it. I know some people that probably hate it. Ooh, I ain't worried about your opinion. I'ma live my life. In the studio in Georgia, finna kill a mic. Quarterbacking money plays, you should take a hike. First down, first down, first down, first down. Running through you by the mile, stiff arm you on the ground. Knocking heads off now, and I know you hear that sound. And it don't stop, and it don't stop. And you get him up, sideline pop. Hit the gym, flex, run me my check. We on your neck, shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. Hit the gym, flex. Run me my check. We on your neck. Shooters on deck. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win. All we do, win.
I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Bands rack it up, first of the month. Ice on my neck like the ice in my cup. Paddock on my right, yo, shots to the face. Some rock with the Sprite, he might get a taste. Feel like I'm Diddy, I'ma stand on the table. Champagne sip, take a flick, get my angle. Levitate, I don't hesitate. Cops shut us down, but we turn up anyway. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Patty cake, it's a 1, 2, 3. All that body on her fake, she can't twerk like me. You know I don't get tired, I can run on E. And if you ain't talking money, then the talk is cheap. Ha. Independent with my money, why they mad? Acting funny, if you tryna take it from me, better tell him go and run it. Need to go and take your tummy. And your man, I know he want me, taste like honey, head so good he a dummy. Ha. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand. Hits in rotation, it's gon' make you dance. He gon' throw a stack, pop a rubber band. Pop, 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 pop. I'ma throw it back with no hands. Bust it wide open, do it on a handstand.
música.
This will never end. I had my heart open wide.
If you wanna dance, now's the time.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Bye, 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 bye.
This will never end. I had my heart open wide.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen.
Now's the time.
This will never end. I never let you know.
I ain't looking for no wifey, but you're trying to entice me. No way, I see PJ, cause your body's the only thing gonna please me. Why don't you come over? Let me call you a cab to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and I'm up at 8, but I don't care, I'm not calling late. I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night. I know you don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now. Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Why don't you come over?
I ain't gonna be a wifey, but you're trying to entice me, no way. Don't think that I'm easy, but I know that you got what I need to please me. So if I come over, give you the chance to get closer, baby. It's 2 a.m. and it's getting late, so make it quick cause I just can't wait.
I wanna be up all night, you're keeping me up all night. I wanna be up all night.
Oh boy, I don't do drama, but I can't help it, I want you right now.
Giving me one more time, giving me one more time, giving me one more. Go slow and don't rush, I do it right, yeah, you know I make you. I can't describe the way I'm feeling you. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. I don't know what the hell I'm gonna do. You're amazing, but I didn't want no baby. Why don't you come over? Come wait. Come wait. Why don't you come
大家好，我是管泽元，我是一名专业的解说。今天为什么是我来给大家讲解周末赛事观战指南呢？事情是这样的。喂，
是管泽元老师吗？你上周比赛全预测错了，太火了，哈哈哈哈！我们要蹭你热度，快来配音吧！
什么啊？我是一名专业的解说，不要拿这种事情开玩笑啊！
哎呀，想起来，我手上好像有一件皇冠哥的签名队服。
那你稿子发我看看。我是管泽元，作为一名专业的解说，最近却遭到了10支战队的疯狂针对。为了一证清白，我要给大家认真的分析一下季后赛的形势。目前第一梯队前6名要进季后赛，基本已经差不多稳稳的了。但是中段的队伍竞争就特别激烈，比如这周末要出战的 RNG、老干爹、OMG 这几支队伍，输个1-2场，那可就要告别季后赛了。最近 RNG 一路从底部爬升，状态火热，打京东那应该是。
喂，是泽元老师吗 ？RNG 后面赛程真的很难打，一不小心就要走的，所以你懂的吧？万一输了，你的微博就被冲了，你知道吧？所以要不这场比赛你就先放过吧。
哎，你哪位啊？怎么不讲道理呢？我这不正在正经分析呢吗？
我想起来了，我好像有一顶皇冠选手的签名帽子。
我是管泽元，作为一名专业的解说，我们再来看看其他队伍的情况。OMG 打威武应该没什么问题，老干爹最近有点掉队，打 LNG 有点悬。综合他们的最近情况，我是觉得
大校，我们这里有颗让的签名键盘，是泽元老师吗？这周末我们比赛的时候，要不您休息一下，我们去参观一下参星俱乐部的。
我是管泽元，作为一名专业的解说，这周末的比赛我觉得难解难分，什么奇迹都有可能发生。排名靠前的 RA 虽然稳固，但是也可能被 UP 掀翻。EDG 和 WE 基本已经确定季后赛，所以会放开手脚。至于最后的 TOP 和 IG 现在可是一场都不能输，所以我觉得，
喂，我们已经把皇冠接过来了，哈哈哈哈哈哈！
大家好，我是泽元，祝赛事指南越办越好，我们下期再见。
Welcome. We've got another super weekend kickoff here, and this time it's week number 7, baby. I am Mazel, and I'm joined by Ox, and we've got an action-packed slew of games ahead of you. How you feeling? Are you ready for this?
I'm good. I'm hyped. I'm on board with the super weekend. I'm actually here today and tomorrow, so I'm ready just to vibe with it. And, you know, I'm here to take the audience with us on this amazing journey.
It's going to be a magical journey as we start to close out the summer split here in the LPL. But we got to talk about what happened yesterday, as we had a couple series and we had a couple long games. You had some very fun ones yesterday, at least going the distance both times around. Top taking a 2-1 over Rogue Warriors, and Suning going down 1-2 to FPX, who now solidify that second place.
Honestly, pretty impressive from Rogue Warriors to take this series to 3. Top Esports, though, in Game 3, Knight, honestly, just smurfed it. Biggest mid difference we've seen the split so far, in honesty. And then in the second series, Suning, some really positive games where they were doing some solid team fighting around the mid game, but FPX just seemed to be such an intelligent team, and on the back of that have actually managed to put themselves in that wall. They were already second, but they are closing the gap on EDG right now and are very firmly distancing themselves from that big pack that we can see the likes of, you know, Suning are sort of mixed in with Top Esports, are mixed in with on that 7 wins.
Yeah, it's so funny to me to see that top 10 right there. And then at that 10th place, you have RNG, who are surging on a 5 win streak, sorry. And just below them, you have some burgeoning tools there as well, and OMG, LGD right there neck and neck with RNG. But it's all going to come down to the last couple weeks here. But we got to talk a little bit more about today, because we got some seriously hyped matchups today. We got the match of the week coming second. But first, we got Rare Adam taking on Ultra Prime. Then that match of the week that we alluded to, JDG taking on RNG, who need all the wins they can get. And then we got EDG taking on Team WE to finish us off.
Yeah, and the thing is, I feel like, you know, WE actually have the potential to challenge EDG in that one. Obviously, match of the week, it goes without saying, should be a banger. RNG really on form though, but then I guess we can kind of hone in on our match, because we'll be covering that first one, and I believe it's going to be Stagda and Penguin. on the next 2 series, right? Yeah, just want to double check to make sure, but we'll be carrying that Rare Adam against Ultra Prime, and I think the big thing for us is when we're looking at Ultra Prime is you just gotta be positive, right? Yeah. You can only look upwards, you can only hope, you gotta have that hopium and just believe in the team and do your best.
The hopium / the copium, but especially as you're kind of saying, and just a little bit of play on words, is you can only look up. You got balloons, maybe potentially looking at that next season, the next split, but you've still got a chance, right? Like, you've still got things to look forward to here in this split, particularly for Ultra Prime, especially tonight, right? You win here, you keep your playoff dreams alive. If RNG lose, you keep your playoff dreams alive, and I really think that there is a lot of hope, as we're going to see when we look at some of the B-roll from this team. There are building blocks that can be built upon that look good and have the essence that we look for in this team, and I'm very excited to see the future of this team. But we got to look at tonight because they got a tall task ahead of them. We're looking at SMLZ to start it off, though, a key fixture to the Ultra Prime team, at least in the last couple weeks as well, especially. And we see the team fight. For me here, it's the target selection that's huge. You see them moving as a squad, and that's when they succeed.
Yeah, I think we've seen them hit a high level. And I think, honestly, you can say this about a fair few teams who are on the lower end in the table, is that at their peak, really solid. You know, Rogue Warriors are another one. But the problem is it's getting that consistency. It's delivering that not just, you know, every time they play, but also in across the series. We can definitely see them challenge, take a game. Are they going to be able to beat Rare Adam, across the whole series? That's a different question. That's what they need to prove today to keep themselves in. Because if they do lose this series, they're out of playoffs 100%. There is no no variation in any sense that they ever make it there. So they want to keep that hope alive. It's still, you know, it's a loose hope. I'll be honest. It's like
they got balloons full of copium. It's fine. They'll be all right.
They've got the hopium. But they have to win a day to even keep that dream like a shred of life in it.
They do, and we've talked a little bit about Ultra Prime. We see the road that they have to take. It starts with taking down Rare Adam, one of the top teams in the LPL now. We're going to look at them a little bit further in because we saw in the standings there was that big old pack. Well, they're a part of it, and you've got to stay ahead of it here as we close out these last few weeks, because there's a big chunk of teams right one win between each other, and that just makes for some crazy storylines to finish us off.
Yeah, I mean, if you start dropping games now, it's very easy to get brought into that pack of teams. Could even get a little bit dangerous with leaning towards the bottom end. It's very quick to go from 3rd place to even past 10th place if you're not on the ball. And also, it's sort of maintaining that position for seeding and looking good going into playoffs, having that momentum, feeling confident. So very important, Rare Adam. Don't let their foot off the pedal, and particularly against a team like Ultra Prime, they should be winning this convincingly.
Yeah, this is a matchup that should be a confidence booster for Rare Adam, but you can never count out Ultra Prime. We've seen them do some crazy things. But we got to talk a little bit about the setup for Rare Adam, where they do find success. And one of those things does come from objective control around that early game, around that 10-minute mark, especially being able to get the secure on first dragons, on dragons in general, and also being able to transition those plays into Rift Herald.
Yeah, and I think that's something we've seen, which has been very positive, is that coordinated setup for the team, being able to play for those neutral objectives, being able to lean into them. And, you know, it goes without saying that if you're securing those consistently early, if you've got the good setups, if you've got the priority to move there first, it kind of becomes a little bit rough for the enemy team, because getting that, securing those heralds, securing those dragons, gives you a pretty significant advantage. And, you know, hopefully we'll see more of that today, and that's going to be a kind of continuous thing from their play. It's what we've seen so far, and it's working really well for them.
And I think something else that this kind of leads into is the fact that Luyen, as this jungler, is super efficient. It has a very high KP for the team, but in general is setting up the lanes, setting up Fofo, setting up iBoy, setting up Cube, and as a team they come together to really form ahead. And I think that's where you got to look at that objective control. The priority in lanes are going to be very, very important, and we're talking about priority in lanes. One way you can ensure dominance is getting priority in mid lane, and that's where we have to dive into Fofo, the mid lane dynamo of Rare Adam.
Yeah, I mean, jungle diff is just mid diff, and Fofo has been pretty much mid diffing a lot of times during the split so far. really solid performance, just a massive factor for the team, a wide pool of champions, and he's consistently able to apply that pressure, and it frees Luyen up to move around the map. It's kind of the angle of, you know, you play for the lanes, then the lanes play for you. It's that ebb and flow, and mid lane is such a vital one to secure because it allows those movements to the top lane, to the bot lane. And the thing is, you don't even have to move all the way there. Just threatening, just shadowing in the river puts pressure on the other team and allows your team to find advantages off the back of that. And I think Fofo has been really solid at performing that role.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the versatility that Fofo does provide in that mid lane. You start to see the LeBlanc shine through, you know, his most played off the top of it. But it's plays like this that make the difference, right? When you're baiting out the enemy into an unfavorable position and being able to utilize that to your advantage for the rest of the team. And then also being able to maneuver team fights as a burst assassin, as this Akali, and pick them apart is huge. And going up against Xiao Sao Bao, there's a lot of volatility in the mid lane today, but if Fofo can assert dominance, that is an easy ticket to wins for Rare Adam.
And honestly, are you an LPL mid laner if you don't have a highlight reel for Akali? Because at this point, it just feels like a lot of the B-roll we throw in for these mid laners is just Akali clips. And it's because, yeah, I mean, it's definitely a pick with a lot of potential, but you can see the skill expression on it, and I think that's why it looks so good and they can perform so well. But as we saw before, Fofo is someone who has a wide champion pool, so that's why when we do hit 11-14, I don't think he's going to be particularly punished by the nerfs onto Akali, and there's going to be buffed Relia, so it's not even going to be a problem.
True. Oh goodness, the days are numbered here, but I do want to dive a little bit more into that mid lane matchup where I was talking about there's that volatility. I think that mid lane matchup is going to be huge, right? It's Fofo versus Xiao Sao Bao. I think that integrally is going to be very, very big, but it's also the outside factors. We said for Luyen, he likes to get into the lanes, likes to get involved early on and make sure that the team is being able to play up to par. And on the other side, for me, it's Hacker needing to stop that, right? Needing to throw a wrench in the works, needing to find a way in to stop Luyen from being in a comfortable position to set up his teammates.
Yeah, and the thing is, Hacker's had some really solid early games. Again, it's just lacking that consistency to always find the success, and sometimes they can be a little bit volatile. So hoping he gets a good one in this situation. And regarding that mid lane matchup, Xiao Sao Bao, we've had some interesting performances from him. That's not necessarily to say negative, but he's picked things like the Vladimir in the mid lane, which to me isn't the most optimal pick in the current meta because it lacks that early priority. But he's handled it well, and I think you know, you need someone who's able to mitigate pressure from the enemy mid laner, and I think he's the sort of player who might be able to find that angle against Fofo. So if he can sort of withstand that pressure in the mid lane, maybe we can see Ultra Prime sort of leaning into the point where he starts to become really powerful in that mid game onwards.
Well, and something else I want to see that's going to heavily influence, it's funny, you know, how the dominoes fall in League of Legends, especially in the meta right now, but something else I want to focus on is the priority we see on engaged champions and especially roaming supports down in bot lane, because we see Hung, we see Xiaoxi, they have both had super influence when they're able to pair up with their junglers. If they can do so on some proactive champions, that also is another tool to enable your team, as we're going to be diving straight into the picks and bans of this first game. I cannot wait, Oxes. Rare Adam on the blue side, Ultra Prime on the red. We already see Thresh and Ziggs banned away by Rare Adam. On the other side, that Akali and the Viego.
Yeah, no massive surprise. These picks kind of been banned away pretty heavily. Thresh, it's been a little bit less so recently, but still quite popular as a first rotation. But things like the Ziggs, the Akali, the Viego, essentially just eliminated. There's still right now the Gwen open available, and they do opt to ban that one. We've seen a lot of Lee Sin first picks. I'll say the flexibility of it, the fact that it's so powerful in the early with the early pressure, so would not be a surprise. I think it's kind of come a staple first pick on this patch, just because there's so many. It's not kind of weird banning in the first rotation, but it is very good to sort of practice, and it doesn't reveal much about your composition.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of versatility in the draft, and as well as on the Rift, right? Like, and I think that starting off for Rare Adam is a huge pickup, and I want to see where they kind of direct their attention towards in the last two picks of the first phase, because I think they can set themselves up nicely with the top side of the map that can propel themselves in that early game that they want to focus. We do see the Renekton locked in from Ultra Prime though, so nice pickup here, a little bit of flexibility in their own right as well.
Yeah, and offers that early pressure that's really going to allow Hacker to flourish. I think that's an important factor. We also see the Leona, so with Thresh off the table, Leona's a little bit higher priority. I do like this pick. I think Chelsea's a player who actually does quite a bit for his team by moving around the map, and Leona's something that can definitely enable that. Now, Rare Adam, they can leave their support pick till later. We've seen Braum often picked him to the Leona, or they could just look for a mid laner, and I really like Fofo on the LeBlanc. It's one of his best champions, and with the Lee Sin in tandem, you have such a strong mid-jungle combo. It's going to make things rough for Ultra Prime.
Hey, they're not looking to make it an easy night for Ultra Prime here. They want to put the pedal to the metal. They've got the tools to do it, at least in the first 2 picks. They've still got 3 more to go. Very excited to see what Rare Adam can do with the rest of their draft, but I want to also see what Ultra Prime can do, right? There's a lot of responsiveness that can come out here from the side of Ultra Prime. They've already got that Leona, that roaming support potentially for Chelsea to set up the rest of the team. The Ornn is the actual pickup here for Rare Adam as well, going to be going up there to Cube.
Yeah, a bit of an interesting one to prioritize this early, but obviously wanting just a bit of a brick wall into the side of Ultra Prime. Chasabao is going to go back with his old favorite, the Vladimir, and you're not going to be pushed in too hard into tower by the LeBlanc. There's a lot of picks that can achieve heavy prior against the Vladimir, which he kind of struggles with, but you're definitely not going to have that early pressure in the matchup. Chasabao picks this though because he knows when it gets to that sort of level 9, level 10 point where you start spiking, he feels really comfortable in the matchup and he starts to take over the game. Now, going into the second rotation, we see Ultra Prime banning away that Rakan. I could see a Braum being banned away just to kind of mitigate that pressure. Varus is still on the cards, which definitely I could see Rare Adam banning away to stop Ultra Prime from getting their hands on initially.
And
but
I mean,
also,
Nautilus...
actually, that being said, there's still jungles.
Yeah, as well. Nautilus still on the table. I do wonder if maybe we see that instead of the Braum ban from Ultra Prime. I like the Aphelios ban by Rare Adams, pinching that ADC pool just a little bit. No picks down there just yet, but they'll be coming very, very shortly. I still am very, very excited about what we've seen already. I know I'm going to dive back into what we've already been talking about a little bit, but the fact that we get to see Xiaobao's Vladimir yet again, and those flanks that he's so good at creating, I want to see the push and pull of how this early game from Rare Adam pans out to the team fight potential that Ultra Prime are putting down. The Alistair is actually the ban, not the Braum, not the Nautilus, as Ultra Prime are going to still focus the support pool, but in a different fashion.
Yeah, I think Nautilus is, because Leona is a good matchup into Nautilus, so I think that's why maybe they're not prioritizing it too hard. I think Alistair does pretty well into Leona because anytime she engages, you can either knock her up, you can knock the enemy AD carry away, you have a lot of versatile tools to kind of deal with her, so just limiting that. It's also decent against Vladimir, knocking it away, and they do end up going for the Diana ban.
For Hung on the Nautilus, right? Like, it doesn't matter what you're taking it into. You're just too good on the champion, right? No, that's
true.
Fine.
I end up seeing it come out then. But I think one thing as well is they have the engage from the
They do, and especially with the Trundle.
We do see the Trundle. Yeah, I love the Trundle being locked in this situation. Really good into the Ornn. You have a target who you can ult to get a ton of stats. Instantly gives it a ton of value, and also in those early skirmishes, pretty solid, reduces the enemy's AD, has that pillar to play around with, and for Rare Adam, we're going to see them pretty heavily commit to that early pressure with the Kalista. In theory, could still go the Braum here, but we tend to see something more aggressive paired with the Kalista. Set can work, but I actually really like the Taric. If you're going to give some strength in those late team fights, Taric isn't being seen too much outside of with Kalista, but the synergy between the two just makes them so much stronger than just the Taric on its own.
I think that, as well as it ensures your later team fight, right? You alluded to it as well, as like you're looking for early game pressure, you're looking to try and create snowballs, but you also drafted yourself the Ornn and the Taric, so at least your later team fights have a decent amount of CC, have a decent amount of setup to go against this Vladimir, Renekton, Leona, Trundle setup. But I think that's something that can be very scary. I still think Rare Adam need to execute early on, right? They need to find some gold onto some particular champions. I'm looking at the LeBlanc in particular itself. But as that Ezreal comes in for Ultra Prime, there's a lot of safety, there's a lot of peel, and there's a lot of team fight playability from Ultra Prime. I'm very, very excited about the differences we're seeing in this first draft of this best of 3.
Yeah, my worry for Ultra Prime is that Ezreal is safe, but he's not very good at contesting the early laning phase. And we actually often see things like Kalista picked into him specifically to target his weakest point, which is, you know, before he sort of hits that mid-game spike, before he gets out of the laning phase. And we have a scenario where Rare Adam have really strong mid-jungle combo, really strong bot lane 2v2, top lane's a weak sider who can kind of be self-sufficient. So I fully expect Rare Adam to be driving the speed of this game in the early levels. And Ultra Prime are kind of just, you know, they're not strapped into the roller coaster. They're just holding on for dear life and hoping they don't get bucked off.
They've got balloons, right? Like, they're fine. They've got balloons. But no, in reality, it's a little bit scary, right? And I want to go back into something I asked and wanted to put a spotlight on earlier, is the fact that, like, Hacker can be the thing that gets in the way of Rare Adam's game plan, right? And I don't know exactly how that's going to be pulled off this time around, because I do think that you're waiting a little bit for the side of Ultra Prime. Like, you're trying to get your tools in the right area, in the right timing, in the right item spikes to really feel comfortable. And how do you do that as Hacker against this very aggressive team led by Luyen on the Lee Sin?
Yeah, and I think that's the thing, is Hacker's path is going to be really important. I expect him to be pathing up towards the top side, where he's going to have a little bit more safety. But I think it's going to be very much navigating the early pressure, and then the payoff is huge if you do so. You know, as much as we said that the Taric and the Ornn are kind of fallbacks for the side of Rare Adam to give them a bit more strength in the late game, you're up against the likes of a Vladimir, you're up against the likes of an Ezreal. These champions scale really well into the mid-late. And if they get to that point, I feel pretty confident that's where Ultra Prime will start to shine. It's just a matter of getting there.
It is indeed. Well, we got to get there one way or another. Here we are, the kickoff of week number 7 Super Weekend. Rare Adam up against Ultra Prime. Game number 1 starts now.
I'm not seeing too many shenanigans level 1 from either team coming out here, which... honestly, not too surprised from Ultra Prime. They're level 1, not exactly the strongest with things like the Vladimir. So kind of just going to see things chilled. And I think, honestly, it looks like Leanne's going to be starting on the bot side, which is pretty interesting. I probably would have thought he would start top path towards the bot lane, where he knows he's going to have that strength.
It's Ornn carry. It's cube carry. It's cube carry. It's fine. I really do want to see. I think the most interesting thing for me about Lee Sin is the ways that you can cut apart your pathing and find ways to interject where maybe other junglers wouldn't be able to, be it by your speed, your like the mobility you have as the champion, and just the strength that you have earlier on. So I want to see if there's any shenanigans in that aspect of it this time around early on for Luyen.
Yeah, I mean, potentially doing something a little bit unpredictable, finding an angle to punish can have a lot of value. But we kind of see the lanes playing out, you know, for the most part, I would expect. But what we actually see from Rare Adam's bot lane is because they allowed Ultra Prime to shove in because they were leashing, they're still able to apply that pressure because their level 1 is so powerful. And it just means that Ultra Prime, they're kind of in a bit of an uncomfortable spot where they have to walk forwards. And you can see now, they're just being zoned off despite the fact that there's, you know, more minions on their side, because it's just so threatening, this Calista Taric lane.
They are keeping the courage up here in the bot lane for Rare Adam. Mid lane's getting a game from Luyen. They found Xiao Sao Pao, and this is early damage onto a Vladimir. Talk about early damage, it's an early kill. And there is the early proactivity from Rare Adam. Hacker wants to respond on bot lane. We're not stopping the action just yet. The pillar goes wide, and that's going to call off the gank as Ultra Prime's response does not hit.
And you know what? It's actually a bit of an unfortunate placement there from Hacker. He went for the pillar at the same time as the Zenith Blade. But here, I think Xiao Sao Pao doesn't actually use the pool before the play. Great setup from Fofo to still get the root, and that allows Leon just to go straight in for that kill. He prioritized that early red buff. He gets level 3 from his bot side clear, and then on the back of that can go straight mid. So that was the strategy here. We saw this Lee Sin LeBlanc mid jungle, and we've seen this quite a bit in the LPL, sometimes not always to the greatest effect. I love to see the fact that at level 3, Rare Adam are using it to capitalize and apply pressure to this Vladimir, trying to shut it down early.
And I want to take a little look at the mini-map right now. You do see Luyen is taking the top side of the map right now away from Hacker. On the other side, Hacker is trying to punish the flashless iBoy. They did get the flash from the Calista last game, so they're trying to get something else going bot lane. The pillar comes out as well. The setup is not all the way there, though, and they're under tower just fine.
It's a very hard dive to pull off, especially when iBoy has the cleanse available. I just don't realistically think it was going to happen there. And it kind of feels like Hacker's wasting a lot of time in this situation.
He wants to stay.
Yeah, I think he wanted to go for the Krugs there. They hadn't quite spawned yet, and so he didn't end up doing them. And now he's looking again for this bot lane gank. Hung is going to be
walk right into it. That's the flash, though. Going out from the Taric. A lot of damage there on the Hung. Can he go down? He is. Hacker finally gets a kill down in bot lane. Lien is down here. Xiaoxi has a lot of spears in him, and that's a Ren for you. iBoy gets a kill for himself. It's 2-1. We've got absolute focus down towards this bot lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, Hacker doing a lot to try and mitigate the pressure, but it's actually kind of a disaster. If you're trading 1-for-1 there, you're not killing iBoy, so it's not like you're denying him any farm. And Hacker spent so much time on this bot side fishing for that. It's one of those sort of situations where it's a bit cheesy, but the payoff, you know, I'm not sure it's really worth it. We actually saw Leon hit level 5 there, but Hacker just hit level 4. But still, there's a pretty substantial lead in this jungle. And the end result of it is you didn't gain a massive advantage for your bot lane. It's still, honestly, I would say neutral. But actually, because iBoy got a kill himself, he's slightly ahead. And a lot of time invested for very little there.
And I was wondering if we were going to see the path from Luyen taking back down bot lane. It looks like both junglers are going to head back towards the top side of the map. I will zoom in on this top lane matchup just a little bit. ZS doing pretty well for himself in terms of CS and lane pressure there. We're getting a return game from Luyen in the mid lane, though. Xiao Xiao Bao does not suspect a thing. Gonna walk away from the gank and dodges out the chain, so nicely done. Now you get the TP commit. That's gonna be ZS in mid lane, just in case Xiao Xiao Bao needed some backup.
Yeah, and ZS is coming off a base. You actually see Cube TP top lane as well, so all this does is delay him getting to top lane a little bit, but just trying to secure that play, make sure that play doesn't go off. Kind of unfortunate for didn't hit the second chains, but realistically with the TP, I don't think they would have been able to follow up anyway. And see the bot lane, Hacker showing up again. Once more on the bot side of the map trying to make things happen, but iBoy and Hung, they're actually feeling confident to play a little bit aggressive there, despite the fact the jungler was present. And Leon's now pathing down towards that bot side to ward the Trundle away from the dragon, I was thinking, but I actually think he's just hovering around. Has hit that level 6, so he's waiting levels near mid lane, get a bit of extra XP. He's now 2 levels up on Hacker, and this is the cost, by the way. This is the cost of him spending so much time bot lane, not efficiently clearing, letting his camps respawn on the top side, and it is putting him behind. If you look at the CS, he was just about, 5 camps down, which this early in the game against the Lee Sin, who isn't the fastest clearer, is pretty rough.
Yeah, and now this means, Hacker having to focus on his camps, trying to catch up and accept experience, means Luyen has the priority in at least the neutral objectives, right? He's able to just solo down this dragon. It will be that first dragon, so Rare Adam keeping up the stats here for themselves, but as well as keeping up the pressure on the map against Ultra Prime.
Yeah, and with that extra power budget in the Lee Sin, you can really start to contest these skirmishes and feel confident you'll come out ahead. But now, though, you just see Leon returning to his Krugs, and he's going to path up towards his Raptors, and then kind of aim to be in position around the Herald for when it spawns. We do see the bot lane with priority from Rare Adam. I would like to see them reset. You can actually see Hung right now resetting, and he's going to path towards that top side. We'll see if iBoy joins him, but it's very clear Rare Adam are trying to set up for this Herald. Ultra Prime a little bit more cheesy. They want to set up the Herald, but their play is to go for a gank.
They have found a gank on the Cube here. Hacker there as well. ZS getting a little bit low, but Cube just gets brought down, and ZS gets himself a kill.
Yeah, that's the strategy there. Instead of looking for the faster reset on the bot side, the rotation up, they instead opt to go for a gank in the top lane to find that little bit of pressure. But I think they still have to be a bit concerned. You see, Xiaoxi's only resetting now because they didn't have priority in the bot lane. iBoy is going to answer, but because of that tempo advantage, Leon is able to start up that Herald with the Taric with him, feeling confident. Pings are coming out, but I think Ultra Prime might just be a little bit slow on this one.
Yeah, the Hacker not able to move in time either. So that will be first neutral objectives across the board going over to Rare Adam, keeping up the tempo that they want early on with this composition that they've gotten for themselves. And now they also have the Rift Herald to play with, which I wonder where they're going to dump that gold, right? There's a lot of options here, and I think all of them would like it, at least maybe not Cube. We'll stay away from the top lane carry, Orin. maybe look towards Fofo and iBoy, but it's all about keeping up that tempo that you've gained for yourself with that and with the lead you've gotten in the jungle.
And I think this is kind of what we've expected from Rare Adam. We talked about it a little bit before the series about the fact that they often do prioritize these early objectives, use those to sort of find an objective as to find a lead, and they're very good at setting them up. I think for me, I would probably like to see the Herald used mid. The Vladimir hasn't got the best amount of wave clear, kind of struggles to deal with a big wave, so look to apply pressure there, and you can get Fofo ahead, and on top of that, threaten that mid tower.
Oh, iBoy already burned the cleanse. The flash comes out as well. They got the turnaround here, though. Hung in some trouble, though. He's still level 5. Not going to hit that level 6 yet. SMLZ doing some serious damage as Fate's call has to be called, at least, by iBoy. Hacker still looking for it. Hung and iBoy sticking around. There's a decent wave here for SMLZ and Xiaoxi to push. I don't know if Rare Adam necessarily want to go back under this tower because it'd be very, very tricky. They're just looking to pick up tower plates here, get a little bit of gold back, and continue to grow the gold lead that Ultra Prime has accomplished.
Yeah, and I mean, they've done a lot of gangs bot lane. We said it's really put Hacker behind, but he's finally started seeing some of that reward in the bot lane match, thanks to picking up those plates. Leanne is here, though, to help defend. iBoy has just gone for that reset, and we'll be back soon. And again, it puts the tower low, and this is actually kind of important because Rare Adam have that Herald. If Rare Adam go for a Herald play in the mid lane and the top lane, then there's that opportunity for Ultra Prime just to close down that tower in the bot side because it's only on 2 plates right now. So opening up that window to potentially punish. But still, I favor the mid lane tower pressure from the Herald as it sets you up for that second Herald just to finish the tower off. Taking that mid lane tower enables Fofo to move more freely to the side lanes and apply pressure there.
And I think something here, mythic item has been accomplished by Luyen this early on. I would like to see him keep up the aggression with that item spike, right? And look to maybe invade a little bit more onto Hacker. We'll see if that turns into be the play. Fofo getting brought down pretty low in mid lane by Xiao Bao, who did burn the flash and the ignite and the hemo plague to make sure that that happened. But it's going to be a return down to tension on the bot lane. As we do have a dragon in about a minute, but that's a long time for the setup. It is an Infernal Dragon. We'll see what Luyen wants to do if he's just going to stick around mid.
Yeah, and I think we've seen this so many times from Xiao Bao where just he hits that like sort of level 9 point and he'll just flash in, do a combo with Ignite and the ult and just chunk out the enemy mid laner. Just threaten them. If they don't respond, then obviously they'll end up dying. But for the most part, it just gives him priority to the lane to force. And now Leon's found
man.
Trying some sort of a weird dive there solo. A little bit of an interesting one. Obviously, Ornn can lock you up on a tower pretty convincingly, so maybe not the best play. Leon just again being rewarded now 2-0-1. Still has that Herald available, but not much left on it. So I think this will go down mid here. iBoy in trouble though.
The flash play with the True Shot Barrage, and you're dead through the CC. No cleanse mean iBoy is a sad boy, and that's a big pickup for Ultra Prime.
Definitely is. Gives them a lot of priority for this dragon. They have control over the area. They have priority in the bot lane. They're there first. They know the AD carry for Rare Adam's not going to be there anytime soon. And that Rift Herald mid, yes, it got the plates, but it's now dead. So I think Ultra Prime can just start this one up. Should be able to contest this and deny the second dragon from Rare Adam.
Luyen right here did just get the red buff. Has ability to get over the wall. Look for a steal. Pillar comes out, but it's already picked up by Hacker. Nice pillar. Brings some time into the pit, and Ultra Prime are able to pick up their first neutral objective.
Yeah, get the Divine Sunder bite into Smite, very hard to kind of play. And we see a scenario where the roam's coming out from Hung, and as a result, iBoy's isolated. Doesn't have any assistance. The CC layering is so good there. It doesn't get any chance to outplay or to move or to even hop, and just get shut down.
And the cleanse was so close to coming back up. That's just such a good play from SMLZ and Xiaoxi down the bot lane. Heads up, at least. And so we're tied right now at 13.5 minutes in. You know, the gold lead is not that far in favor of Rare Adam. The tempo felt like it was, but now we're getting to a point where Ultra Prime are able to respond on their own right and are finding their item spikes as well.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, things could have been worse in the early game. You know, we saw Hacker not really prioritizing himself and really prioritizing his laners. We saw Leon with a pretty good start and that early pressure mid. But because this Celeste has been shut down, oh, that was cheeky. Because
that's what I wanted to see. That's what I wanted to see. You get the early advantage. I want to see those kinds of plays. Fate's Call's already unleashed in bot lane. You also have Fofo TPing down. Shalsea gonna have to see some pay dirt here somewhere as he goes down to Fofo. Not gonna be able to get SMLZ that time around, but a good play from RA no matter what.
Yeah, and they know that Leona has no flash, so very easy for them to punish it on the back of that one. Do you see slightly more plates coming out for Rare Adam, but considering they had the Herald, you do expect that. But yeah, I think honestly, Ultra Prime, they've navigated the early game pretty okay. Definitely not out of the woods yet completely, but things like the Ezreal, because of that early pressure from Hacker, feeling pretty comfortable on his Divine Sundra spike. Just about when he hits sort of level 9 onwards, feel a lot better. And iBoy, he's... Oh, no.
iBoy got kind of baited in there, and iBoy goes down to Hacker. He wanted the 1v1 without the SMLZ, but Ultra Prime say no. This is a team game, all right?
I guess he just didn't expect, because the Herald's up, right? The Herald's spawning soon. I guess he just didn't expect Hacker to be there because he anticipated they'd already moved up towards the top side. And a lot of those scenarios, you would be in a 1v1 against the enemy AD carry. And Hacker has been a little bit against the grain this game so far. He's been kind of doing things different to what you'd typically expect. And as a result, you know, they do miss out on the second Herald, but it's put that pressure bot lane. SMLZ able to take that first tower by himself. So it is working for Ultra Prime so far.
They, Rare Adam themselves are going to use the Rift Herald mid, trying to get the response tower here. But that first tower, as you said, going solo to SMLZ is huge on this Ezreal. We lauded Ultra Prime in the draft, saying, you know, their team fights look sick. Their mid to late game power scaling is huge. They just need to survive the early onslaught that is Rare Adam. And they've done so just about. I mean, we still have some time to go, but this is that 1v1 turned into a 2v1 that iBoy unfortunately went down with.
Yeah, and again, didn't expect Hacker to be there. He's like, okay, it's just me and Ezreal. It's go time. I can start the fight. Gets baited into it. And again, because they had those early plates, it means that the Herald mid, yes, it gets a tower for Rare Adam. Yes, there's a lot of value in taking down the mid tier 1. But the gold influx from that first tower is over to Ultra Prime, and it's putting SMLZ pretty far ahead. And at this point, gold's about dead even between these two teams. A lot of champions of Rare Adam still very powerful in the mid game. It's not like they're falling off. But Ultra Prime's weaker early game, the lack of priority in the mid and bot lane, has really been mitigated at this point. They're much more comfortable now with their first item spikes, with some levels behind them. And Rare Adam looking to control this area, try and keep them away from the dragon so they can stack that one up. And I think it's important when you're sort of have a composition who's wanting to spike at this point of the game, you want to be stacking up those dragons and force Ultra Prime to fight you sooner rather than later. Otherwise, they risk foregoing Dragon Soul.
And that's where we're going to have to see if the draft point we made about RA's comp with the tie-in of the Taric and the Orin in the later game does come to fruition for them in those moments, because you've got to be able to pick apart this team fight. You're not going to be able to take that full 5v5 unless you've got the perfect setup with, you know, the Cosmic Radiance and everything along those lines. So it's really about the execution in the lead up to the fight for Rare Adam. And for Ultra Prime, you just got to put all your bodies together and take a fight.
Yep. Literally, and I think a critical thing will be seeing what Jasper can do on this Vladimir. Closing on the level 13 when he'll have his Q and his Emax. Really powerful point where you're sort of capping out in terms of damage in your combo. Obviously, the extra cooldown on your pool is nice, but at this point, he's doing a ton of damage. He's still a bit of a vulnerability to these ganks, though.
Oh, that was sick. The Hemo play came out just a little bit late, and that's going to be Xiao Sao Bao falling in the side lane. They do have a lot of pressure top, though, as Hacker and ZS are about to take a tier 2 tower up there, unless they get responded to by Q, but it's not going to be enough time.
Yeah, I mean, you cannot leave a Trundle with Divine Sundra alone with towers. We'll just decimate them. And again, this kind of feels like Ultra Prime doing a really good job of just avoiding Rare Adam, right?
Get back to it. Oh, no, Cube. Cube's going down. ZS gets himself a second kill. And Ultra Prime looking for the side lane dominance right now as RA are able to secure themselves the second dragon.
You see RA prioritizing this dragon. You know, you saw them earlier zoning away Ultra Prime to have control of the area, and they also secure bot tower. But you know, Ultra Prime like, fine, we'll just go top. We'll kill your top laner. We'll get top lane tier 1 and tier 2. they can be really happy with the situation. You can see here, the pillar comes down, the Orn can destroy it, but obviously that's his dash used up, and then, yeah, the ultimate from the Trundle just turns you into paper. With Divine Thunder as well, you're really not surviving that. And the thing is, you know, yes, Rare Adam have stacked up those 2 dragons, but they don't really matter because Ultra Prime can just contest them with the next dragon.
Exactly.
And because they prioritize the gold lead, because they prioritize their lanes, they're now in a position where they're actually much more comfortable to fight than you would have thought they might be at this point of the game. I was expecting Leon and Fofo with a bit of domination mid-jungle. I was expecting iBoy applying pressure bot. I was thinking that Rare Adam would be at this point with a significant gold lead, and Ultra Prime would be struggling and forced to fight. But because they've managed to find these windows, we're seeing Ultra Prime in a much better position than I thought would be happening.
And I think the thing for me to keep my eye on, especially, is to see how Rare Adam are able to pick apart the members of Ultra Prime. Like, if they're able to get SMLZ away with a Dragon Rage kick or a catch out from Fofo, things along those lines. Even ZS, a little bit squishier, at least comparatively to some of the other members as we start getting scaling. And that's not squishy, right? So, like, my big focus is, can they get SMLZ? All right, you got SMLZ. Where do you go from there for RA? But it starts with that right there.
Yeah, and I think as well, just about it's tricky just to kill a Vlad outright. But you can see if you land that CC, you can burst him, right? And it's kind of important because if he survives, he's going to get the value from the Hemoplague healing. He's going to get that value in the extended fights with the sustain and the more rotations of his cooldowns. It's tricky to deal with. And he is on that 2-item spike with that Void Staff and that Proto Bell. SMLZ in a similar position. This is kind of the thing I always really talk about the Ezreal, is that the laning is the weak part for him. If you're going to punish an Ezreal pick, that's why you need to do it. And the fact he's gotten to this point, closing in that mirror mana being stacked, and he's up 30 farm compared to iBoy. Yeah. He's in a very comfortable position. And I think that's kind of the way I describe Ultra Prime right now, you know. Yeah. Leaning back, got the balloons holding them up. They're in a comfortable spot.
They've got the lawn chair attached to the balloons. They're just relaxing. They got a coconut drink, something in their hand. I don't know, something along those lines, something relaxing. But for the real matter, like it is a little bit scary because you think about the power of an Ezreal. You also think about the power of SMLZ. You put those together with this team composition in front of you. You have so much safety. You have so much that you can play through, and so much range to back everybody up. But this is the thing I'm talking about. The catch-outs are key, and ZS almost loses his life off the back of one. They will lose this tower, though. Mid-tier 2 goes down, and RA do find a way to strike.
Yeah, and I think you have to respect that pick potential. The LeBlanc Lee Sin still very much popping off at this point in the game. You land the chains, very easy to follow up, and Fofo is still a massive threat right now. They're going to rotate down towards that bot side. Ultra Prime trying to get in position to defend, but are taking a fair bit of damage.
Oh, that's going to be Hacker using the ulti. Dragon Rage kick comes out to buy some space as RA are going to retreat off of that one. They got what they came for, though, a tier 2 tower in mid. Fofo's still looking for some aggression as the rest of the members are trying to get backs off, as that's what a LeBlanc does.
Yeah, and I think the thing to highlight here is when we've been talking about the early prowess of Rare Adam, it's not like, oh, okay, you know, laning phase is over, that comp is useless. It's just very much, we thought that comp would find a more significant lead at this point, and that was the window to punish Ultra Prime. But there's still so much agency in this team. You know, the bot lane is still very powerful. The 2-item spike for Clista massive. Got that magic resist for the Vladimir as well. And they're looking for a fight here.
Fofo is looking to come in with some dashes himself. Shousty getting low, Hacker as well. They're running for the hills, but they're going to get caught here as the Dazzle comes out, and they got to turn for a team fight because they're getting taken out as they get separated. And that's what I'm saying. If you can pick apart Ultra Prime with the composition they have, you can easily whittle them down, and RA do just that.
And now there's only 2 members alive. SMLZ and Just About just weren't even anywhere near, and Rare Adam kind of caught sleeping there, not grouped up, still trying to contest the vision. The engage potential from Rare Adam's there. And now you see the last 2 members of Ultra Prime trying to contest this Baron.
Shouts about
pretty hard one to do so.
They've got a lot of damage to output here. Cosmic Radiance is still available, and that means you're doomed, as that's the last 2 members, and an ace comes through at the last as they take the Baron.
Yeah, and Rare Adam, as soon as they want to win the game, they start putting the pace on, able to find this engage. And again, Ultra Prime are here without assistance from their carries. Ezreal's on Raptors, Vlad's in the bot lane. They're acting as if they're confident to take a fight here, but by no means should they be. And by the time they're grouped up, their front line's already been chunked out. Vladimir still isn't here, and it's just a complete disaster in this situation. If you're going to group up to contest vision, you do so with the impression that you are going to fight. And Rare Adam called them out of it. They're like, we know that you don't have your full strength here. We know Vladimir's bot, so we will fight you on this. We will engage, and they're rewarded massively with that Baron. And now this is the kind of lead that Rare Adam was, you know, looking to get in the early game. It took a bit longer, but they are in a comfortable spot now. And a big thing with Ultra Prime's composition is they lack wave clear, right? Up against the Baron, very difficult for them to thin out these waves.
The length that they showed in their teamfight capability in that last fight was huge. I love the fact that ZS tried to get the separation, tried to be the focus, right? But they just have so much mobility, it's impossible to run away. Now we're going to see Ultra Prime's response. They want to get some kills down here on the bot lane. They've got a lot of damage, they've got a lot of commit down here, but they can't get the follow-up. And now RA are looking to turn it. They've also got the Ornhorn down, and iBoy Fofo on the back here. Can they do it? They've already lost Luyen, but they've still got the primary carries alive, and they're dealing damage as Ultra Prime get eviscerated off the map. That is a huge team fight win for RA off the back of Ultra Prime trying to find something to grasp onto.
Yeah, they were trying to find that pick onto the Ornn, shut down the tank, felt confident they could do it quickly with the Trundle ultimate, but he was just too fast, able to kite away, and the rest of the team comes in. SMLZ getting flanked by Fobo and iBoy, an absolute disaster. And now Rare Adam are going to push in and take this inhibitor. It's only Shoutzy alive to defend. With the Baron up minions, it's pretty easy for them to cut through this one. Actually,
oh my god. Okay, Fofo, you know, that's a 10-stack Dark Seal. The dude is 6-0-5 now on the LeBlanc, feeling real dangerous. As mid lane inhib tower will also fall. Not going to get the inhib this time around, but they've unlocked bot lane, and it unlocks the rest of the map.
And we'll get a replay off that one. So essentially, they try and commit onto the Ornn, but we do see Q buying a lot of time in this situation. And Trundle's not quite in range to get that ultimate off so they can burst him down.
Look at the
and then
cavalry.
Look at this extended chase. Yeah, I mean, look at SMLZ in this position. So the ult doesn't connect, but Fofo's there.
Oh, the
stun
flash
comes
from
in for
home.
Taric. So nice. And then, I mean, if iBoy's altering you as Nezreal, you know things aren't going well for your team.
Yeah.
And the thing is, Jasabao is just trying to find a window to do something, and then Fofo just pops him. He's just got so much damage right now with that Rabadon's in pocket. Even bought a potion of sorcery, so really looking to close the game out here.
They are, and they're going to start by getting a pick off onto Xiao Sao Bao. That's not what you want to see at this crucial moment in the game, but Rare Adam will take those and continue to shove in Ultra Prime across the board.
Yeah, they're just going to keep threatening structures when they can. It's 2 minutes till the next objectives are available with those, with the Dragon and the Baron. And I think they're just going to try and do as much damage as possible. That poke!
SMLZ just almost died. As now they're just under tower. The gold lead has grown too fat. Good. And that's Rare Adam with the Cosmic Radiance for the extra flare in the end. They're taking the last inhib tower now. They're taking the mid inhib as well. And they could just look to end here off the back of some incredible pick-apart team fighting. Rare Adam, they didn't get the lead they wanted early on, but they got the lead when it mattered. And they'll make a stamp on this first game. They picked a gigantic sword with their composition in game one, and they wielded it beautifully. See what they can do in game number two as Ultra Prime are backs up against the wall. Their playoff dreams on the line.
And Rare Adam, just a super controlled game. The early game didn't have as much acceleration. We saw Hacker with a, I guess, a little bit of a cheesy play style to really heavily prioritize bot and shut that down. And the thing is, I think Ultra Prime did okay in the early game. The way it came out was probably fine for them. When it came to that mid game, Rare Adam was so much more coordinated. We saw them really putting the pace on the game, really accelerating and looking to sort of establish control. Anytime that Ultra Prime stepped up and they didn't have the full 5 members strong, they would look for those picks, those engaged potentials to really shut down the side of Ultra Prime. And I mean, it was just kind of clinical. You can see, I mean, the goals back and forth, and then as soon as Rare Adam are like, we feel strong, we feel confident, we're winning this game, boom.
It's literally just the flip of a switch, seemingly. And that's what's crazy to me is, like, it seemed like they had the potential to do this at any time in the first, like, 15 minutes, right? They had complete pace control of the game. They were getting leads across the board, but they never took that extra step forward. They never took that extra aggression forward. They waited. They got some early objectives. They waited till they knew they could pounce and get the kill. And that's beautiful, but there's also some things that you can build off of from that. And I love this first game from Rare Adam. Unfortunately for Ultra Prime, like I said at the end of the game, their backs are against the wall, and after that kind of performance where you can obviously see that you're playing very reactively, you're trying to find things in the way that you think is good down towards the bot lane and things along those lines, maybe you got to change some things up going into game 2.
I want to see more early agency from the side of Ultra Prime. I think as much as the early game wasn't a massive point.
Hacker's insane, man. He's so good early.
Exactly. I want better lanes to play for, because it felt like, although they found some success in the bot lane, you know, if this had been the other way around and they had the Calista, I think that could have been some absolute domination. Also, the Vladimir, I don't think you can pick that into Fofo. Fofo did 26k damage in that game, the most by absolute far. You weren't able to pressure him early. You weren't able to really do anything to him. You got that gank kill onto you, and then after sort of the mid-game point, the LeBlanc just took over, and the Vladimir didn't really offer too much.
It did not. We'll see what the change-ups are for Ultra Prime going into game number 2. We got to step away, take a little break, but we'll be right back. Don't touch that browser.
Opt out of this one, but Knight moves in, gets stunned, gets eradicated here by Tian, who just destroys him with his giant bear force, but the fail flash! Oh, it's all gone wrong for Tian, and after it looked so good to start, he gives over a double buff, and now...
I mean, that was so spectacular to see top esports in that team fight, the way they were maneuvering around Karsa fighting the angle. This is quite a camera angle. Yeah, Draven and Mundo, but point is, Viper...
That's how they make it look. On tries to combo Abel. True shot barrage from Angel onto the Ezreal himself. That's going to be a stylish win there from Suning. It was slow, it was steady, it was precise.
最近刘少身体不适，住院治疗。与 LGD 的比赛由金一替补出场，但是金一打 AD， 强哥打辅助。
我感觉到我们要赢了，有吗？开看，有感觉。我上路康特，中路康特，打野 OP 英雄，
三路不康特，真的假的？真的假的？真的假的？辅助也是绝活哥，都是来看我的，都是来看我的牛头的。
辅助金一牛头，
干嘛？干嘛？大家跟我联动不？我带你，
听我指挥啊，小哥你。
我求求你们两个真的千万不要来中路，我求求你们了。我一定会来的。离我远一点就是。你放心，我真的，我来帮你。
我们321，我喊321，小哥你。
你喊321，我直接开团。
什么可以把俺击退？
Close your eyes, children. He's not gonna see this. He's just not looking. He's not paying attention. Oh, dearie.
The thing is, he levels E, fails that, fails the...
Oh, no!
Nobody can be punished here, as the top lane tier 1 will go down.
Yeah, and they're trying to cross-map here, but there's really nothing that they can cross-map for. Oh my, that was the longest Lee Sin Q I think I've ever seen in my life. Jesus, connecting onto the Yone when he takes his E back. But,
You're not too worried as RNG caught out. It's just crying though. Wei already went back. They know he's in there. They know. And Bid's played with the wave. Wait. Oh my god. They don't know. Oh my god, no.
Yeah, not doing too well. Is going to taunt up Fofo.
Yeah, it's Fofo. Did take a fair bit of damage. The Rift Herald has been dropped now into the mid lane, and they will not get a charge off. So Liam, big mistake there from him. Not able to get any of that plate gold whatsoever. And
I mean, your only real option is playing around your Camille, right? Your bot lane doesn't offer that much. If you look for your own bot lane or commit Galio ultimate to that, I feel like RA still should be able to win out, or you have the disengage coming in from the headbutt from Alistar. And Yeah, that one did work out once again. That's twice in a row.
That hit, but does cost them there, and it shuts down a bit of the pressure that Rare Adam have had. Now, should be able to get this charge still off. JDG not going to be able to force that. Oh, they just get it. Holy moly, that fourth shot doing work, but there you go.
带小天吧，毕竟清华打野应该他的学识、他的知识应该能用上。
我想跟牙膏回话说，就是怎么去都不会跟你去的。
Lee Sin solo killing Gwen. Lee Sin is like 10 years older than Gwen. This is not how it's supposed to be. It's like if Quickshot was somehow able to beat me in a 1v1 in League. You just do not expect it to happen. And yet, two of them just destroys that poor Gwen.
They have good vision control. They can't spot him. I wonder if he's going to be found out.
I don't know. For now, we can have a Pepe laugh.
But we know how deep the wards are. Huanfeng's backing away.
Go to the right, go to the right.
Oh, he needs to go right.
Is
he
he
goes
right?
left.
Is he going right?
Oh, he's gone
no,
back.
He's still there.
Oh, well, this really is like a first date, isn't it? I mean, have I used that analogy enough in the LPL?
I don't think so. What are they wearing? What are they going to do? What restaurant are we going to? We haven't really organized things too well. And so everything is up for debate. Will I marry this woman? Am I never going to see her again? You know, maybe it's a man. It doesn't matter. It depends what sex you are. It doesn't matter.
All right, enough projecting. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is. He's behind him.
Okay.
But Angel, he's going to... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog.
Angel,
he spots it.
Oh, he's going for the distortion. He flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they did it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again. They're bloody on a world. An Elder buff there, but into the pit. Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
No, they did it.
They've got it. The satchel charge to secure. And Rogue Warriors, yes, I'll say it again. They're bloody on a world.
对战 UP 的话，我觉得优点在于我们的对线稍微厉害一点，就可以从打线的方面把运营做好，就会比较容易拿下胜利。评价小草包的表现，我觉得他其实算表现的挺好的，就是他也拿出了各种英雄，然后对线其实也没有输大家，没有输任何种单，就挺有潜力的。
Welcome back to the continuation of the Week 7 Super Weekend here in the LPL 2021 Summer Split. I'm Mazel, joined by Ox yet again after a seemingly topsy-turvy but then absolute dominant game from Rare Adam, as it was incredible to get to see what they were able to pull off.
Yeah, I mean, that mid-game, just the acceleration in the game, the understanding of when they can push that advantage and when Ultra Prime were in a position to respond, and they just blew the game open completely. It felt like, you know, Ultra Prime had navigated the early game. They're like, okay, guys, it's fine, we can catch up. And then it's like they were punched again and knocked out by Rare Adam. It wasn't pretty.
And I think one of the biggest things for me was it was to a T the game plan that we wanted to see for Rare Adam, right? Like they were able to get Luyen ahead, or at least in the pace of the game for the jungle, and then that spread to the lanes. And after that, you're able to just snowball everything through the man of the match here in this game number 1. It was Fofo, who'd have thunk it on the LeBlanc, but able to give the resources where it mattered as man of the Rift there, as you see it. It's all that matters when you go 7-0 and 8 on the LeBlanc, right?
Yeah, and the damage percentage is kind of insane, the amount he's able to do on this champion. Really strong performance. Again, you know, he got that gank in the early game to shut down the Vladimir. There wasn't really too much else that came out of it in terms of him getting an early lead. But when it came to the team fight, he found it. And I think Ultra Prime has recognized that was a problem, right? That was a problem that they don't want to deal with again, which I completely respect.
Yeah, you know, taking the hints from the draft that we see in front of us, we're already neck deep into it for game number 2. Ultra Prime on the blue side, Rare Adam on the red. That Akali, LeBlanc, and Gwyn banned away by Ultra Prime. Xin Zhao, Ziggs, and waiting on the final ban for RA, but you gotta expect a little bit of the same from them because the game plan seemed pretty good, I gotta say.
Yeah, having that early agency really effective, but obviously with the side swap, could see things going in a little bit of a different direction. Lee Sin, something we often see prioritized first, but because we saw that Viego swapped out for a LeBlanc ban, Ultra Prime happy to take that Viego first pick. Rare Adam looking to just pick up the Renekton as an answer. This is what we saw Ultra Prime take in their first rotation. Very strong in the laning phase, offers a lot of pressure, serves as a good front line.
And Cube is very comfortable in the champion himself.
Yeah, for sure. And now we have some options. The value of the Lee Sin is a little bit reduced in this situation, just on the fact that with the Renekton taken, you have less flexibility. So they'll actually match what Ultra Prime did in their first rotation and go for that Renekton and that Leona. And then it looks like Ultra Prime are toying with the idea of that Lee Sin.
So we wanted early agency from Ultra Prime. Well, they now have it by grabbing that Lee Sin. Be a very powerful duo to pick up with that Viego Lee Sin combo. They still got one more in the first phase. I'm just looking over at the other side for RAs, like, do they just take the entire comp from Ultra Prime and say we could run it better and actually be able to run it? I'm very interested, as we're going to be getting the last pick here of the first phase for them. But the last pick for Ultra Prime in the first phase was the Orianna, as it's one of, you know, the most played for Xiao Sao Bao. A little bit of safety in that mid lane as well.
Bit interesting to prioritize this one so early, not something we always see coming out from teams, but I think Xiao Sao Bao is very much more of a mage player and wanting to just secure a solid mage in the first rotation.
Yes.
Look in the Nidalee, we've seen this before from Lian. He's really strong on this pick, and you have that Renekton in the top lane, which has that hard CC set up to land the spears. You have a similar thing in the bot lane with that Leona. So a pretty good spot to pick this. The only thing I'm thinking about is what you're going to target for Ultra Prime. Again, this Renekton could be a flex, it could go mid. Yeah. But you're expecting those AD mid laners like the Lucian still target those. Rare Adam ban the Alistar. I could see them banning the Rakan again if they want to target that sort of area of the pool. The picks they thought were a little bit... well, actually, that was from the perspective of Ultra Prime, who targeted the Alistar and the Rakan. Could see the Braum coming out as a ban here, actually. Something that has been picked pretty consistently into the Leona, and also good at blocking those Nidalee spears, but instead, I'm going to take away that Nautilus.
They do take away the Nautilus. I'm just very excited to see the flexibility that Rare Atom have in their draft right now. Honestly, I wouldn't mind seeing Fofo rocking the Renekton. That combo early gank in the mid lane with the stun on top of the spear from Lien would be huge, and you get that early agency for Fofo in the mid lane. We'll see what happens as they pick the rest of their pieces here. We did have the Kalista joining the Lucian ban for Ultra Prime, and as you said, the Alistair Nautilus were the targets for Rare Atom. The ADC pickup for iBoy this time around is the Varus, and the Aphelios immediately the answer from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, I think when you saw the Alistair Nautilus, both of those have got like point and click CC, so the Kalista was the obvious thing that was potentially being set up, but Ultra Prime banned that. Varus has that long range poke that makes sense, but Ultra Prime, they go for the Braum, the answer that we often see into that Leona. Decent at blocking the poke from Nidalee and Varus. Obviously, they can spam a lot more than you can use your shield, but still has that value there. And Aphelios, great at sort of kiting back in these situations. We'll see what Rare Atom want to lock in for the rest of the composition. I feel like a poke mid laner would work well. Something like the Zoe, even the Jace could be something that you can actually bring in as flex. But instead, they'll go for that Azir. Still has that long range, and a critical thing is that you have that disengage factor to keep your long range poke champion safe. There's a lot of that established for Rare Atom on this one, and setting up for objectives, they should have a lot of control. But again, I see the Nidalee, I see the Renekton, I see that early agency for Rare Atom. Ultra Prime though, they are in a position to contest it a fair bit more than they were in that game one.
They are, and I gotta say, you just gotta add another name to the list for Fofo, as yet another champion played for him in the summer split. Azir joining that list of 13, so make it 14 now, but a very stout team composition. Not gonna get the Renekton mid that I wanted, but the Azir is another good piece to the puzzle for RA, but my eyes are all on Ultra Prime. Early game agency, you've got pieces that you can utilize to get the early advantage. You've just got to execute.
Yep, finding those windows, and in fairness to Hacker, did a pretty good job of that. Did sacrifice his jungle a fair bit to make it happen, but was able to find those advantages for his team. And on the Lee Sin, definitely in position to do so once again. But, you know, the only thing is that Orianna is going to be pretty solid in the mid lane, but you're up against the Azir, and I think that's why we're seeing the Azir in this situation. You're able to contest that priority pretty early on with the soldiers, can just endlessly shove waves in. So it's kind of going to be another situation where Rare Atom are going to have that pressure in the mid lane to work with, and Fofo has that opportunity to be a big factor in this game.
As we see the runes come down, League of Conqueror making itself known yet again here for Ultra Prime, but we are getting primed and ready for game number 2. As we said before, right, like Ultra Prime, if they lose here in this series, no playoffs. If they win here in this series and RNG win their series, still no playoffs. But you gotta start by making it to game number 3 here. You've gotta start by bringing it to one of the top teams in the LPL. This is Rare Atom taking on Ultra Prime for the late game season push here. Week 7 Super Weekend. Game 2 kicks off now. Chelsea and SMLZ looking for the early blood here on that Braum Aphelios combo. Maybe biting off a little bit more than they can chew. Hacker over here as well. Just a early invade, early proactivity from Ultra Prime.
Yeah, if you're picking Braum, I love to see you going for invades. They're going to get a ward down on that blue buff for some information and then back away. But you can see that matched on the other side by Cube just throwing that ward down. So there will be a decent amount of information for both these junglers, where they're starting, and obviously, you know, they won't see Hacker on the bot side, but they know that he's obviously going to be starting on the bot side from the fact that the blue buff will still be up by the time that ward expires. We can see this whole level 1 comes in. It looked like it was going to be a bit cheesy from the Rare Atom bot lane, and because that Winter's Bite misses, iBoy dodging it away, he probably would have had a Banner Summoner there. I think he has to flash if that Winter's Bite hit, but very confident in his ability to sidestep. And actually, Chelsea used the flash there to try and connect that.
So that's going to be an early flash down. No Hex Flash available this time for Chelsea on the Braum, but we'll see how the laning phase works out. I'm very interested to see if these supports are going to be able to get out of lane. We're just going to start off with some action, as Hung went in for a Zenith Blade.
We see a lot more of this from Leonas recently, is just Eing in level 1 to start the trade-off like this, and then if your AD carry throws an auto down, the passive proc means you win the trade. and Hong can just back off through the brush so that he can kind of go out of vision, and just timing it so that he doesn't get locked down by the passive too soon, applying that pressure. And it's going to mean that Rare Adam have that level 2 advantage. Doesn't hit the Xander blade there, but just constantly looking for the windows and testing Ultra Prime.
And it's the same as game number 1. They were doing the same, but with a Kalista Terra composition, just making sure to keep the pressure on the bot lane of SMLZ and Xiaoxi. They realize that this can be a point of pressure that they can at least take advantage of. But I do want to circle back. We put a lot of focus onto the junglers for their early pathing last game. We saw some very innovative stuff from Luyen, able to get early advantages on the Lee Sin. This time around, getting a little bit of a different story, going for full clears on both sides. A little bit later action for them as well.
Yeah, so actually we do see the Krug skipped out by...
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that one down there. Yes, they did.
No, this is kind of a decision you make on these slower clear junglers, because Nidalee's very quick to clear in the jungle. So to keep pace for Lee Sin, you can sorry, I'm losing my thoughts. To keep pace, you skip a camp, and Krugs tends to be the one that you can do. You can also skip Grump on the other side, and they are looking for Leon here.
He's all by himself too, and that's a lot of early damage. First blood going over to Hacker.
Yeah, and it's good play coming out from Hacker, don't get me wrong, but I'm a little confused by what Leon was doing there. You path up towards the top side, right? That is the lane you're not going to have priority in. You're going to have priority in bot lane. You're going to have priority in mid lane. Top lane, Renekton does fine after level 3, but level 1 he's actually pretty weak in terms of contesting, whereas Viego is very strong. And so you're on the wrong side of the map to really contest the scuttle, and then you still walk in there despite knowing that, you know, Ultra Prime had members there. And as a result, you're going to get double scuttled here and set pretty far behind. And this kind of comes to that decision from Hacker, what we see. Oh, we've seen a bit of an all-in, maybe.
Leon right here to back them up if they're able to find it. Nice unbreakable.
I don't think they can move in. The Braum's so good in these skirmishes. But yeah, as I was saying, Hacker's decision to skip that camp means that despite the Nidalee being a faster clearer, he ends up on the top side actually a little bit faster to go for that scuttle. And with the priority from ZS, able to secure it. And it's a really positive start for the side of Ultra Prime. Just in this first clear to have that advantage.
It is. We'll see what that leads to, though, as we want to keep the pedal to the metal for Ultra Prime, especially as Hacker just trying to continue to find advantage on Lee Sin. That one kill is going to feel really good. You got to up that tempo continuously as the Lee Sin. You're going to see him actually looking bot lane, nothing in the cover of it, so just gets the reset out. And now the eyes turn over to Luyen, who's still on the map, maybe looking for something in mid lane as well. As bot lane, still looking for the tussle. Hacker stopped his back and is still here. And now Rare Adam need to back away from this one.
Yeah, I think it's hard to overstate in those scenarios. The Leona does, in fact, soak a ton of damage and still end up staying alive thanks to Aftershock and a W. But ultimately, you just weren't really able to go further in against the Braum. Cleanse used for SMLZ. Both combat summoners down for Rare Adam with that heal and ignite. And we do see... Zavshaba will just check to see that these camps have been taken.
ZS is coming too.
Leon's gone for this invade, but yeah, he's being collapsed on.
ZS and Xiaosabao putting in some extra teamwork here to help out Hacker and keep the vision on Luyen, but he will be spotted out. Going to get out of the back of the Baron pit. Cheeky little play comes out to get himself back into the pace of the game.
And that's the thing with the Nidalees. You can invade like this. The mobility means that it's very easy to get away once you've stolen those camps away. I do like to see that Xiaoxi came up to the top side to try and help defend, but obviously not really there to stop it from happening, just clearing out some vision. And now Hacker, he doesn't have anything actually up and available, so he's going to look for a gank here. Sonic Wave misses, and again, I mean, this is the thing with these invades. With the longer camp spawn timer, they're even more punishing because you're waiting so much longer for any camps to be available. Right now, Hacker's just kind of buying time until his red spawns.
Luyen is top lane against ZS up here. Maybe they're going to go for the dive as Cube does have a lot of rage, does have the dominance as well, and the health bar for ZS just ain't there, brother, as that's a big pickup for RA. The response on the other side may be a dragon for Ultra Prime as he's able to get that Scuttle Crab as well.
Yeah, Hacker's just like, thanks for the leash, guys. Really appreciate that one. Does mean the smite is down, so iBoy could try and steal with a piercing arrow, but I think he's cautious about just about moving over, and so he'll just back away there. But I like that we're seeing from Rare Adam this agency, this Renekton Nidalee combo which is like an old tried and tested duo where you have the point and click stun, you have the Nidalee Spear guaranteed to land. They're able to punish ZS on this Viego, get a couple of plays as well, and you can see there's a pretty big CS lead opened up, so really being proactive and using their tools.
Bot lane got a large wave crashing into the side of RA, but not going to be too much to handle there. It'll be a little bit of a quiet time here. One thing for me that we didn't really get to zone in too much on last game around, and it wasn't that big of a factor. We saw a little bit of influence right earlier on, but it's still that support jungle matchup, at least the synergy that can be developed between them, and seeing the roam timers come off early this game around, I really love, especially from the side of Xiaoxi on the Braum. I think you can provide so much with that top side of the map trio that you can utilize that as a pressure point to get this lead further ahead for you. And on the other side, it's a little bit more difficult for Hung to get out of the lane. They've been pressured pretty heavily ever since the early game.
Yeah, I think being able to free that up and move around is pretty vital, and it's something that I think we typically praise them for. Not in a position to really move now, though, and we see Rare Adam again just reiterating on those invades on the top side and find that pressure. And one thing I actually have a pretty big concern about is if Ultra Prime fall behind, I think they very much struggle to win this game, because Rare Adam have these long range pokes.
Oh, nice flash out from Xiao Sao Bao. Is going to get him to safety. Luyen in some trouble now as well. Is going to get committed to, and now Luyen has to flash away, but the re-engage from Hung is there. They're going to get them out of dodge. Health bars all around are very low, but nobody's going to fall just yet.
Yeah, playing with fire a bit. Honestly, I feel like if Xiaoxi had been there, maybe we could have seen things go more in favor of Ultra Prime. But as it was a 3v2, Xiao Bao and Haka are not really able to do more in that scenario. Just able to try and find some pressure.
They want this, though. The Rift Herald down to about 2,000. They're moving in here, though. Fofo coming from the mid lane. Cube wants to fight as they've already taken the Rift Herald. Spear gonna miss, but Cube doing some serious work between the two of them. ZS is split off from the rest of the team. Gonna get under tower. Heartbreaker to get away.
Just can't really match up to that Renekton right now. And as I was saying before, if Rare Adam gets ahead, they have long range poke in the Varus and the Nidalee. They have good disengage with the Azir. And I think Ultra Prime's composition is just a little bit too short range to deal with that. And there's not that good engage, right? Braum's not great primary engage. Lee Sin can find windows, but it's kind of tricky if the enemy team are like aware of you and sort of denying any possible angles. Do you see Chin's Corruption use bot lane?
Xiaoxi doesn't have a lot of health, has to flash away for the Solar Flare. He's only level 5, and that's a piercing arrow coming through from Highboy. SMLZ pops the Moonlight Vigil, has red and white, so you know you want to fight, but it's a 2v1, and SMLZ will back off.
This is a really nice play from Rare Adam. You know, they're finding success in the top lane, but iBoy buys a lot of time, chunks out Xiaoxi, and then Hung just comes in, locks him down, uses a flash to guarantee it, and the piercing arrow from iBoy will secure one. Just feels like Rare Adam winning it across the map, and they've now got a 3,000 gold lead. A lot of that due to the plates they took on the top lane and that first tower.
Very nicely done by Rare Adam. They have developed themselves a 3,000 gold lead, and now we're going to see the outplay in bot lane.
Yeah, just an overstep. The corruption nearly dodged.
That's insane that it's still connected to. Oh,
the damage there onto the
Iboy's just too good, man. Iboy's just too good. That's all you can say.
Yeah, he is very good at pushing his buttons and able to find that. Do you see?
Oh no, Hacker. He's got kicks of his own. He's able to get out with a nice ward hop on a control ward, but he's getting dragged around in that mid lane.
And this is the difficulty. If you're the primary engaged as a Lee Sin, but you're dealing with the likes of an Azir who can just ult you away, it becomes very difficult to find windows to get in, and you're just going to be harassed down once sort of we get to that point where
he's still level 5.
Yeah, he can't really do anything here. See, Ultra Prime trying to apply pressure on the Cube on the top side. Hacker no kick though. I don't think they're gonna get anything here.
Oh my god, Cube does so much damage on the return. Dominus was popped. Now they're looking for Xiaoxi bot lane as they are just punishing the XP differential here. They're not letting Xiaoxi get anything, as they will be able to get these couple wards here. They're still being pressed off the tower. Even if Luyen has gone, does not mean that they feel safe.
Yep, missing fair amount of farm, which is giving iBoy a bit of lead and has that kill as well. Leon was spotted on that ward of the river though, which is why they felt confident to move up. He is just going to pick up that dragon, which will be Rare Adam's first of the game. Obviously, that earlier one did go over to Ultra Prime. But I think Rare Adam, they've been a lot more proactive with this early game. I think this is a critical thing to highlight. Game one, a little bit slower. It really came to that mid game to accelerate. And this one, they have just found more windows, more opportunities. Leon and the Nidalee, particularly something that can apply a lot of that early pressure.
All right, it's so insane to me that we got to see the Ultra Prime strategy we wanted to see early on, and it's just all crumbled to dust here. Shouts out with a nice shockwave is not going to save his life, but they at least get the kill in return. ZS able to get the reset, does miss the spear. Not able to get Fofo because Fofo was able to flash out, but Ultra Prime able to strike back.
Yeah, do see a trade, so not too bad in that regard. But again, it's kind of these scenarios where if Rare Adam commit to a play, you're able to catch them out. If Rare Adam play it safe, it's a little bit difficult. We do see, you know, a CS lead has been built up in the mid lane. Fofo essentially untouched and able to farm up freely. In this situation, it's finding those windows to get the streamer shuffle onto the Orianna. I believe, though, the spear didn't quite connect there. So maybe a little bit of a misplay from Leon. I think if Orianna dies before Orianna is able to shockwave, maybe you have a scenario there where Leon, it doesn't go down. He's able to find some distance and flash out.
Oh, iBoy. Oh, iBoy. He flashes out beautifully from both ultimates, and SMLZ and Shalsey just threw at him. He is calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, losing the flash in that situation, but able to get away on the back of it. And now, he's here, they can look for a little bit of revenge, potentially. Still going to be a bit concerned. Obviously, the Varus can't do too much if the Braum Unbreakable is there blocking the damage. But once it's down, obviously able to apply a lot of pressure. And this is, you know, Rare Adam's just been stealing these blues non-stop.
Yeah, it's been constant. Shoutsabao almost gets executed from the claws of Rare Adam, but he's going to be able to get away this time around. Luyen goes right back into the jungle to keep up the invasion that he's been able to accomplish against Hacker.
Yeah, he knows he can't get challenged here, really, especially with Shoutsabao so low on HP.
Oh, SMLZ.
It's really not much you can do. Cleanse will come out, so just a trade. A good trade for Hung, honestly. Ult for Cleanse. Your ult's going to be a shorter cooldown, but it's one of the reasons we see this summoner often taking his Leonas. That long-range solar flare, so good at just finding a very easy pick onto an AD carry without that summoner.
And, you know, we're about 15 minutes into the game. We've gotten an objective apiece. We've gotten a tower for Rare Adam. But the gold lead, even though it's only 2 to 3 in kills this far in, is very far in favor of RA. And that's mostly through the pressure they've gotten around the map, the CS leads that they've been able to get individually across the board. And now they're able to utilize that to find kill advantages, as they want to find some in bot lane. Not going to be able to do it this time around.
Yeah, playing respectfully, and I think that's a big thing to note, is Rare Adam aren't going crazily hypey to try and push things too far. Even though they are significantly ahead, they are staying within their limits and trying to find these critical windows. Right now, denying vision on the bot side to threaten this tower, and I don't think SMLZ can walk up without that cleanse available. We do see Hacker moving over, but again, this is more farm being missed, more damage on this tower.
Red and white, yeah, want to fight. We'll see if SMLZ and company want to go in. Chains of Corruption already used onto Shalsey. Now the TP is committed. Shalsey getting very, very low here. Spears are connecting, and the poke is real from Rare Adam. They gotta get back across the map.
They just disengage. They got the tower. They managed to back off. In the meantime, Cube's crushing his wave into the tower, so farm will be missed from the side of Ultra Prime, and it's just little advantages like this. You burn that summoner in the TP, you force them to miss experience and gold on the back of this minion wave. It just really is Rare Adam playing this one intelligently and knowing they don't need to opt into that fight. They don't need to master TP.
Knowing when to hold them and when to fold them. As second Rift Herald will be picked up by Rare Adam here. No real response to come out from Ultra Prime. More than likely going to take this into the Dragon as well. You got about 35 seconds for the first Mountain Dragon to spawn. Want to see how much more objective focus we do see as Ultra Prime able to get their first tower in bot lane. It goes to SMLZ.
Yeah, able to answer back in this regard. But because they're putting that pressure down there, we'll see the Herald thrown down mid, and they should just be able to take this mid tier 1 on the back of this.
Should be able to. Lian going in for some more invades as the tower does go down just by a smidgen. The mid lane is unlocked for RA. Dragon pings coming down already from RA. See if they can find it. Fofo in some trouble here in top lane, though. Does still have a lot available to him. Emperor's Divide comes out, but Hacker's right there.
Man,
what a
so
beautiful
slick
play! But Xiaoxi is going to be on the hunt. Xiaoxi with the ignite and the follow-up from Hacker. They get the kill.
I feel so bad for Fofo because that play was so slick. He put the soldier above him to bait Hacker and to think he was going that way. Slid to the soldier from before to find some distance. But Xiaoxi being there, Hacker landed the Q. It's enough to take him down still. But even so, you got to appreciate a play even if it isn't successful.
Very nicely done from both sides, honestly, in that aspect of it. Ultra Prime do lose out on a dragon, though, as Lian was able to take that time and take their second dragon. We'll see that cheeky little play here as well.
Yeah, so he puts that first soldier down, and then he places a second one here, so Hacker moves to block, and he dashes to the first one to get some distance. Honestly, Xiaoxi doesn't, you know, he gets the vision, I think, is the important thing, but doesn't even need to slow down Fofo. Hacker just on the ball with that Sonic Wave to connect.
Oh, Hung. I love the confidence on the support for RA here. He's just playing so strongly on this Leona, looking to set up those long-range solar flares and just look at it be a menace against Ultra Prime. And you can see it's paying dividends here.
Yeah, I mean, he's warding them all away. They know that there's going to be, you know, a Nidalee shortly behind that Leona. You can't really contest. If you engage on Leona, you get locked down. The spears start flying in, the piercing arrows as well. Makes it very dangerous to act on now. They are leaning towards this top lane tier 2. But the Orianna does have enough wave clear to thin that out. But they will once again take this blue buff. And I feel like this has been a recurring thing in this game. I can't remember the last time Ultra Prime got their blue buff, except maybe the first one. It's just been Leon constantly invading this top side jungle.
So Cube has been getting followed by Hacker since he was behind the Dragon Pit. I've just been watching them on top of each other this whole time. Cube does have to burn the Dominus to get away. And now you have a little bit of a moment here for Ultra Prime to find at least some defense of their own jungle, as the entire top side of the jungle has been consistently taken by Rare Adam. Rare Adam going to keep up the pressure here, though, on top side.
Yeah, I mean, they'll keep playing through these two lanes and just rotating between with the threat from Hung and then Lian, and allows them to get pressure here. But now, Ultra Prime are pushing up mid. This is an opportunity for Rare Adam to punish. And I think they're going to look for this one.
Oh,
in position.
Wants it. He goes for the flash. Not able to connect how they wanted to, though, as the backup will be there for Ultra Prime. Streaming in here. See if Ultra Prime want to set anything up. It looks like Vision Game will be at least the main target here for the moment, right? We're still looking for the interactive plays from Ultra Prime into the composition of Rare Adam. We saw the early game proactivity that we wanted to see from Ultra Prime this game, but where has that led us? We're still very low in kills for a 21-minute game. 6 kills is nothing, and when you're looking for that proactivity to enable your team in the late game, it's really hard to find those ins at this particular moment. But as a composition, you still have ways to pull off these team fights.
And the critical thing is that we'll be playing the next dragon, and Rare Adam will be looking to establish that poke from a distance beforehand. Once they start the fight, you have the lockdown coming in. You can continue to fire off. The squishier members of Ultra Prime can't really withstand it. And even with the low kill score, the 4,000 gold lead, thanks to those towers, thanks to the CS advantages they have, putting Rare Adam really, really far ahead. And it makes it scary for Ultra Prime right now.
And that's what's crazy to me is, like, Hacker, we lauded Hacker for that early game. Lian has a huge CS lead on him. It's been off the back of those cheeky little invades consistently when Hacker's looking for plays cross map or being able to or showing bot lane in these kinds of catch out moments. Lian knows not to rest on his laurels.
And essentially it's Lian farming like 1.5 jungles, right? And Hacker's kind of been relegated to that bot side jungle for the most part. It's rough, and it has put him significantly far behind, given that lead to the Nidalee. But it's what we wanted to see from the Nidalee. It's why you pick it for these scenarios.
Exactly.
Got the 2-level lead as well. And again, Lian's just permanently spending that time here. It's interesting because, you know, Cube's completely fine on this weak side here, but it's just the fact we've seen this almost constant pressure on the top side of the map from Rare now. They have reset Hung. He's coming back with the full set of wards, and they are gonna lean that down towards the bot side to look for this dragon and potentially fight off the back of it.
Look at all those red wards in the base or in the blue side of Ultra Prime. My goodness, it's like just a cash flow there if you want to go take a scanner. But it's what I wanted to see here is what the transition was like from Rare Adam, because it seemed to be sputtering out a little bit on the top side. They weren't able to get the pressure on the tier 2 tower that they wanted. Not a lot of damage going down on the tier 2 tower. So now they're transitioning down to the red side of Ultra Prime, and Ultra Prime just flops sides with them.
Yeah, I mean, they're just going to lean onto this side, trying to apply pressure to Fofo, essentially indicating they will sacrifice this dragon. It's a bit risky with it being third, with it being that Mountain Soul. But I think the call is they've cleared the vision out. They're going to go for Baron, yeah. Although
okay, it looks like it was a little too much. Now they're just losing everything. It feels like they got to make a play here because Rare Adam are taking advantage of these little lulls. They get the tower. They're also getting their third dragon, and Ultra Prime are just forced around the map.
I don't know what Ultra Prime are doing. We keep seeing on the way pings on the Baron. It keeps feeling like they're like, oh, we should go for it. We should go for it. No, 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 we can't go for it. Oh, we should go for it. No, we can't go for it. It's like this back and forth means they get nothing. They literally did nothing in this situation. Rare Adam get that bot lane tier 2, which again gives a lot more gold than it used to onto that Renekton. They now have a 5,000 gold lead, and they picked up that third dragon. So they're now on Mountain Soul Point, which is going to be an extra influx of stats, which makes, you know, the engages so much more difficult for Ultra Prime. Things looking dire.
And with the way that it's set up, right, like you've got Hacker on the Lee Sin able to pick apart fights. The rest of your composition wants a pretty standard fight, right? You've got the Orianna for the big AoE. You've got SMLZ on the Aphelios, who will have that late game team fight damage. And Xiaoxi on the Braum feels pretty good to take into team fights, but you're just not in a position of power. You're 5,000 gold down just about. You've lost a lot of pressure around the map. Now you're down 2 Mountain Dragons as well to this RA composition who's already ahead. And it just gets really hard to find these fights unless you can get pickouts, unless you can get those moments where you're catching RA not at their most proactive.
The thing is, it's been kind of difficult to do that so far. Hung, though, maybe the target for that.
Might be. There's a lot of members of Ultra Prime here. Chains of Corruption comes out as a response, though, and it was all a bait. ZS in some trouble. They are committing TP. Xiao Sao Bao now here has Shockwave available. They have big team fight making ultimates, but how can you utilize them? How can you get them into a moment that matters? As you see, the Sun Disc comes out from Fofo. The attention back towards the blue side jungle of Ultra Prime for both sides. RA moving in here, have the confidence to be able to pull off an engage. They do not have their Chains of Corruption. They do not have their Solar Flare, but they have the setup from Fofo for an Emperor's Divide. It looks like the Baron is the target, as they do have also a ton of sustained damage to burn that Baron down. Half health already as Hacker goes in for an engagement, but Hung is right there ready. And this is a very tricky moment for Ultra Prime. This is really hard, but RA just want the fight. Big Emperor's Divide, and we called it. We were waiting for it, and it comes out beautifully. Fofo, the game changer here, and that's almost a complete ace for Rare Adam, as Hacker, the only one to survive for Ultra Prime.
Just a super smart play there. The Sun Disc being down meant Ultra Prime couldn't push through mid-rotate. They have to come through that choke point, and that's exactly what Rare Adam were looking for. So Fofo would go for that beautiful shuffle, catching both Xiao Sao Bao and SMLZ, the 2 carries in the team. We said that when Rare Adam wants to win, they can just snowball like that, and they managed to find it. So again, they're forced through this choke because they couldn't contest mid-priority in time. And watch Fofo finds this angle to slide in, flashes back, and even though Xiao Sao Bao flashes, he still gets caught in the shuffle, knocked into the team, and blown up. But at that point, you know, there's no fight for Ultra Prime. It's just an annihilation.
And that was a huge shockwave that Xiao Sao Bao landed. It just didn't matter because the gold lead was already in the favor of Rare Adam. And just like last game, I want to see the gold graph here. They have spiked to an almost 10,000 gold lead for Rare Adam, where it was neck and neck just moments ago. We were talking about it's a 3 kill apiece game at 20 minutes in, and now we're getting that explosion we wanted.
Yeah, and a minute 15 on the Dragon will be sold for Rare Adam when they secure that. Still have that Baron in hands, but you can see that control is on this bot side of the map. They have Q pushing in the bot lane, but it's that roaming squad again with Lian and Hang moving forwards, threatening, and I'm not sure about that decision to go in, Hacker. You took a lot of damage for that.
He did. He took almost all of his health bar from just Lian and Cube. A spear wildly hits Xiao Xiaopao, and he's out of the fight. Now you've got Baron minions in mid, and RA know that they can continue to push.
Yeah, they're going to keep trying to land this poke. Any piercing arrow that connects really chunks out members of Ultra Prime. And again, they are fine just keeping this pressure up, because if Ultra Prime can't leave their base, it's going to be almost impossible for them to contest this Dragon Soul. And if that goes down with this goal deficit, you're in a rough spot. And it's just going to feel like the game is unwinnable.
They want iBoy. They have the flank, but can they get him? There's the big engage from ZS. He has almost gotten him. Heartbreaker comes out. They're able to get one, but can they get the rest? RA still looking good. Dragon Rage kick comes out. ZS is down. Members of RA are still full health, and you're losing members like flies right now from Ultra Prime. Xiao Xiaopao running away, Hacker running away, the only two members of Ultra Prime, and they are headed for the hills, as it's still the pressure not being let up on, and RA continuing to shove it through Ultra Prime's base.
You see Hacker trying to solo the Dragon here, but TP's going to come in from Cube to force him away on this one.
Let's see if he
going to shoot this on you, but this allows Lian to get in range.
I love it. I love it. And see if he can do it. There's a lot of sustain here. Can they get it? There's so many bodies, and it's just smited away by Lian. And that's a huge pickup. That's Mountain Soul for Rare Adam, and they're getting close to closing this game. It's almost 12,000 gold in the lead.
And watch this fight. So they target iBoy and basically instantly delete him off the back of this, and it looks really good for Ultra Prime. But look at Fofo, right? So he is the next target. Gets kicked in, Shockwave is going to come, and he uses the Zonyas. And the critical thing is he has stopwatch as well, so you expect him to come out, and he sees Xiaopao and Hacker already, but the stasis activates again. And during that time, when you see the Orion and the Lee Sin waiting for the Azir, they have to deal with him. The rest of Rare Adam are able to win the team fight. So really heads up play from Fofo to sort of buy that time for his team. And a really heads up play from iBoy to steal away that blue.
It is unrelenting right now for RA. They will not give up this pressure. They will not stop the pressure. And they want to make sure Ultra Prime do not have a good day today. They knew that there is a potential here for Ultra Prime to not have playoffs in their dreams, and they want to make sure that is so. Hacker just trying to find something on a Cube desperately, but it is getting too dark. There is the light at the end of the tunnel that is slowly but surely dimming, and RA are into the base. They're looking for another inhib tower, and they're continuing to utilize this lead.
Yeah, and it feels so hard. You know, the engage from Ultra Prime now has to deal with the extra mountain shield, which makes it more difficult. And again, it's only really Hacker who is that primary engage. We saw Xiaoxi attempt it last fight with the flash, and it worked okay, but it's still very difficult to do on a Braum. You're very telegraphed with your ultimate. It's quite a slow delay before coming out. It's not like having a Leon on your team. And I think the tower's just going to go here. You can see how far back they have to stand to dodge away from this poke.
Yeah, there's so much coming at them. The spears, the piercing arrows, everything. You get one misstep and you've got an Emperor's Divide, or Shurima Shuffle rather, coming at you from Fofo. That second inhib taken out, top and mid gone. Third inhib still alive for Ultra Prime, but is this just gonna be it? Can they utilize these minions to push into the base? Chains of Corruption comes out. That's going to be a lot utilized by Rare Adam. There's a lot of damage still left on the table for Ultra Prime, as ZS right behind on that flank, but can't feel confident enough to go in for it. And now RA realize they've got minions pushing bot lane. They can just get this third inhib if they want to.
Yeah, they'll move there. You can see the rest of the team reposition over here. There's no Baron wave, so it can be cleared out.
Oh my god, they all get half health from that piercing arrow. Now they choose to go for the engage. Big shockwave there as ZS is down. You've got a decent engage here from Ultra Prime. They're picking apart RA as ZS is going to get the resets here, and Ultra Prime make it on death's door as RA are wiped from the fight.
actually able to find the window, and I think maybe Rare Adam a little bit disrespectful there. They rotate towards the bot wave, but do it in a dangerous manner. They end up a little bit split. The minion wave is thin, so not able to protect them, and Ultra Prime find their fight. ZS getting the reset with the Renekton, able to dive into iBoy's face, and Lian and Fofo just have to disengage. It's still a 10k gold lead. It's still a Mountain Soul for Rare Adam, but Ultra Prime showing there is a little bit of life. But I think the critical thing is Fofo is just split off. And we talked about this Azir, as he is a big threat to these to Ultra Prime, because anytime you try and dive in, he can just Emperor's Divide you away. Because he's split up to the top side of this fight, it allows ZS to freely dive on this backline.
That's one of the scariest parts, and where Viego just shines through is when you can get those resets and when you can utilize the power that is built into the Viego kit. I think something else that worked out beautifully there is that split apart of the team fight. You saw half of RA going out through mid lane and half of them going out through bot lane. And when you get that kind of moment, you can capitalize on it with the mobility that you have for Ultra Prime.
Absolutely, and TP coming in from Orianna. They want to contest this. ZS probably needs to TP soon as well. They know the Baron's going down. Rare Adam trying to look for that final fight to close the game out.
Yeah, you see Hacker trying to get the engage here. He is completely focused down to half health. Hung is in trouble here now, though, as well as ZS is coming in to make it known that you do not mess with a Viego. He's got one reset, but can he get more? It's a 4v5 in favor of Ultra Prime, but that lead is still very much in favor of Rare Adam. If they can pick the right fight, if they can get the right poke, if they can land the right abilities. Zare still on the breath of this fight. Still undermanned is Ultra Prime, but they feel confident to stay with it. They are losing their base, though, as you see in the picture-in-picture. Big old minion wave going straight for those Nexus towers, and they're going to have to pull back or do something. Chains of Corruption comes out, Shalcy's already gone, and the rest of Ultra Prime are left out. Big damage coming out from SMLZ, but he's all alone in that damage department, and that's a double kill for Luyen. The TP's coming in. That's got to be the game, as Luyen wants to chase down Hacker, wants to give him some of his own medicine here. But they're going to find it. They're going to take this series home more than likely. They've got to cross their T's and dot their I's, but there is some serious potential from RA to shut out Ultra Prime tonight, as we do see this minion wave coming to bear. Still 20 seconds about for SMLZ, and they still have a long time for ZS as well. This is the final takedown. This is Ultra Prime's dreams going out. The dim light is finally extinguished, and Rare Adam will cement their place.
Really strong performance this game, even more so than game one. It felt like they just kept a constant curve throughout the game. There's definitely that little mistake around the bot side inhibitor where they did get caught out, but for the most part this was Rare Adam establishing dominance over the side of Ultra Prime. Fair play to Ultra Prime, some good play. ZS in particular in this game looked solid, but it just wasn't quite enough to bring them a game in this series. And as you said, with that, they are locked out of playoffs for the summer season of the LPL. A little bit sad, but still will have the rest of the season to play. We'll still be obviously looking to try and get as many wins on the board as possible.
Yeah, and just before we go into the beauty that was this series from RA, I do want to give a special shout out to Ultra Prime, right? This has been one of my favorite teams throughout the summer split here, and I know the record ain't the greatest, but some of their wins, some of their series, even if they were close, they were bangers. They always gave us a show. They always gave us something to hope in when you see those moments of brightness, when you see the team composition coming together and fluidly working. So I got to give a big shout out to Ultra Prime. I think they had a great showing here in the summer split, and there's still a lot to learn and to build off of for the rest. You still got a couple weeks, but as we said, it is the playoffs that are done and dusted for them. Very excited to see the future for that organization. But now we got to look at the winners, the members who actually get to pull themselves a little bit ahead of the pack here in Rare Adam, where they had dominant games back to back in seemingly different fashions, right? It kind of felt the same with the early advantage and everything like that, except for in game number 2 going to Ultra Prime. They continued to have objective dominance. They continued to use Luyen to get the lanes ahead and set themselves up. That has been the theme, Ox.
Yeah, game one, it felt a bit more back and forth, and it just hit that point where I'm like, right, we're winning the game. This one, they were more in control throughout. Yeah, there was that little dip you can see towards the end where Ultra Prime found a bit of momentum in return, but it really didn't last long. Leanne completely in control on this Nidalee, and the composition just works so well. Gotta give credit to Fofo as well. The Zir play was brilliant. Yeah. I love that Zhonya's stopwatch play where he used both of them in that mid lane fight to find as much time as possible for his team. And I think Rare Adam was just really on form. You know, there was definitely a point early in the split where they had a bit of a hiccup, some series going the wrong way, but right now they're looking like they're ramping up towards playoffs and they're going to be in a good spot to be a top contender.
Yeah, the ramp up is real here, and you've got to start ramping up because we're getting to the times when it really matters. As we see in the standings that we looked at earlier, everything is so close at the top of the table. So these wins are important. That momentum, that confidence builder of winning a series in the way that you did tonight is going to be huge for Rare Adam moving forward.
Absolutely. I think that's the thing, is that being able to sort of continue this momentum, being able to win the last few series, the split, because that's the thing. You can be in playoffs, but if you're losing steam, if you're starting to have some issues, if teams are figuring you out, working out your weaknesses, then you're not going to have a good run in playoffs where even if you make it there. So very important to be hitting your stride at this point of the season.
And I'm just going to give a special shout out before we get to the Man of the Rift. I'm going to give a special shout out to Hung in that last game. I think in general had a really good series, but that Leona confidence play there, the entirety of the last like 30 minutes was impressive. I love it. But it is Man of the Rift in Luyen today for that second game. A dominant performance on that Nidalee.
Yeah, I mean, he picked the Nidalee with confidence. He had good setup in the top and bot lane, priority mid, exactly what you need from this pick.
Look at this.
It just felt like a lot more early agency. He was just starting the game with a lot of momentum. And you know who's the biggest victim of this game? It's Hacker's topside jungle, because that was not his anymore. Lian just constantly, I think he took like 4 blues in a row off the back of that.
Yeah.
Pretty insane to see. And then this shot from Fofo.
Fofo's just
so
nutty. Yeah, he's so good. And on the Azir, you know, first time whipping it out on stage in the summer split. You got to appreciate plays like that against this Orianna. 4 shots out bout where he was feeling comfortable. And I think all along it was just the enableization of the team around Luyen. He was constantly everywhere. And yes, Hacker was finding advantages himself on the Lee Sin, but it was not in comparison to what Luyen was able to get for the entirety of RA.
And I think this mid-jungle for Varadam is so strong, right? Fofo has such a diverse pool, you know, as we were just talking about. Bringing out the Azir, looking like he hasn't missed a beat with it since it was last meta, and just being confident and knowing that this is a scenario for it. You have that priority against Orianna. You really can shut it down in the laning phase. And then it provides for Leanne, and he's a jungler who will find that momentum, find that advantage. And it's not as clear-cut as just, oh, I'm going to gank lanes endlessly. That's kind of a bit more of what Hacker tends to do, where he's putting a lot of pressure on the lanes. He finds that farm advantage, he builds up the momentum, and then becomes unstoppable later in the game and is able to facilitate his team.
Yeah, it's very exciting. Also very excited to hear who we're going to get our interview from. I believe we have an interview with Cube all lined up. Let's hear it.
Hello everyone, welcome to the interview, and here we have Cube from Rare Item with us. So congratulations on today's 2-0 victory. And for game 1, we have noticed you have chosen Oren this champion, and you and Zoom are the only 2 Oren players in this split on the stage of LPL. So could we know the reason for just lock down this champion in the first 3 picks in game 1? 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮2比0拿下了比赛的胜利。那说到第一局，你也是很果断的选下了奥恩这个英雄，没有注意到 Cube 和 Zoom 选手也是唯二的在 LPL 赛场上这个赛季还选用奥恩的选手，所以说能问一下，在前3手果断的拿下奥恩的原因是什么吗？
因为是看到对面选了鳄鱼嘛，然后这版本鳄鱼基本上都是上单嘛，中单很少玩。
So because we have already noticed the opponent's team, they have chosen Renekton, and in this meta, we feels like for Renekton, this champion will mainly go to the top lane instead of the main lane. So that's a reason for me just confidently lock down that Ornn in game 1. And also in game 1, around 22 minutes, you guys were able to win the team fight around the main lane with a perfect use of the CC chains. And after that, around the Baron pit, you have smashed the remaining opponents and also get the Baron. So could we know more about the cause of the communications at that time? 那其实说到第一局的话，你们大概在22分钟是在中路的附近有一波非常漂亮的一个开团，并且利用了自己的一个控制技能的衔接，打赢了那波团，并且在后续的一个大龙坑处也是击杀了剩余的对面的一个双 C， 并且拿下大龙。所以想问一下，当时那一波你们的一些沟通啊，或者是处理是怎么样的呢？
就因为当时之前我们在下路巨魔把大家吸拢嘛，然后我们就想着这是波机会就可以打团，因为我只要巨魔没到，我就会很肉。
So because around the bot lane before that team fight, the Trundle from the opponent's team have already used the ultimate. So without the Trundle's ultimate, we feel this can be a very good opportunity for us to make the hard engagement because I can be so tanky in the team fight, so the opponents cannot handle me in the team fight. So luckily we were able to win this. And also let's move on to game 2 because we feels like in game 2 there's only a few skirmishes happened in the early to mid game, but Real Atom, you guys were able to just use the macro to enlarge the goal differential until 5,000 goalies. So tell us more about the tactics in the macro from you guys. 那其实说到第二局，我们感觉前中期是碰撞相对产生的比较少一点，但是呢，你们却利用非常漂亮的运营，在20分钟左右就已经把经济差距拉到了5000块。所以说，想问一下，你们可能前中期一些运营上的思路是怎么样的呢？
就我们每个人都玩着自己很擅长的英雄嘛，就都知道自己该怎么玩，就这样吧。
So in game 2, based on our draft, all of us have just picked the champions that we really have the confidence on. So based on this, we can know what we should do in the in-game contents. So because of this, we were able to have a very smooth game and get the goal lead with the macro. And then last question is, next Monday, you guys are going to face the next opponent, RNG. Definitely they are on very high note, and you are going to face their top laner, Xiaohu. So any expectations toward the next matchup? 那其实说到下周一，你们也很快要面对上 RNG 嘛，他们现在处于连胜当中，也很状态火热。所以说，特别是面对上他们的上单小虎，有什么样对下一场比赛的期待吗？
就希望 RNG 不要来搬上吧，让我跟小虎来一场真男人对决。
So I hope the RNG, the other teammates, they will not go to the top lane. So just let Xiaohu and I to have the battlefield just between the two top laners, please. And definitely we're always looking forward to the next matchup. And congratulations again. 那再次恭喜你们下场，希望你们下场比赛能加油。And back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and thank you so much, Q. Really appreciate hearing from him. I want to see that battlefield. I want to see that 1v1. Please give it to us. We'll see when the time comes. But man, what a series from Rare Atom. I have to say, I'm very impressed to see them moving forward, especially as we get to those playoff berths and get a little bit more locked in and situated where we're going to see those playoffs move forward. But it has been a very fun time watching them grow, especially from the spring split where their name was synonymous with chaos, right? Like they were chaos in a teacup and they just wanted to throw it at you. And this time around, you know, that solid objective play, that calm decision making, and the longevity that they can really have a sustainable way of playing the game.
And it feels like they're all on the same page for the most part, which is great to see. It's not just strong individuals, which they absolutely have, especially looking at Fofo. The coordination is there between them, and there's definitely a point in the split where there were some question marks. You know, they had a bit of a rough run, but for the most part, they've been on form, and the fact that they're kind of returning to that towards the end of the split, an absolute positive, and they're looking to be in great stead.
Well, Ox, I know we really wanted to go to 3 games. We didn't get the dream tonight, but we had 2 action-packed games to kick off our Week 7 Super Weekend. The action's not over yet. We got a lot more very exciting games to come up. After this break, Penguin and Dagda will be bringing you our match of the week for week number 7, JDG versus RNG. And it's going to be a banger. You're not going to want to miss it. We'll be back.
A strong showing for JDG so far this split has seen them ascend the ladder of the LPL.
Back end here, doing a bit of damage to ZS. Yagal wants the angle himself. Doesn't take the Lee syndrome here. Sonic Wave Resonate Strike not there, but into the back line. Now it's up to ZF, but he's blown apart. Equalize doesn't matter. Jigel sets up with a mighty kick. Beautiful stuff as Kanavi receives him with the moonfall. Asking you shall receive as JDG bring it right back.
And the highlight for JDG has to be Kanavi in the jungle. With strong innovation and big impacts in fights, this man is the core of everything JDG do.
Baron's already taken. WLA to the plate. Sleepy Trouble Bubble goes wide. Blue Mao look for the hook, flashes forward for it. Onto Beisheng. Has a Zonyas as well to keep himself safe. The bait's call to come in. Shockwave only onto one. As Kanavi just slices them apart.
Off the back of a monstrous win over EDG, RNG can now shake off their slow start to really focus on finishing as high as possible in the table.
Go for a fight, but how do you start it off? How do you fight on your terms? It's go time.
Here we go. This is how they started on their terms. We're going to see the Dazzle not quite come down, but it's going to be the Cosmic Radiance, but not enough to keep them all safe. The Kalista Tarek has fallen. They jump straight back on the Scout, who goes golden to strike a pose. The Cryin will not be taken down today. There's 3 kills, 4 kills for the Varus, and that's going to be enough for RNG. They remind everyone in the LPL that they are still kings in China.
Xiaohu personifies everything about this RNG team. The post-Uzi era is slowly becoming the era of Xiaohu. No matter what is needed, Xiaohu can deliver in spades for the RNG faithful.
Xiaohu versus Shy. Again, Needlework is not up and available though, and Ignite coming down reduces the healing from the Leeching Lair. It's an easy solo kill for Xiaohu, who's now 3-1.
Prodding, they want to see if they can get in. Xiaohu's behind them.
There's Solar Flare that goes a little wide. Xiaohu is still underneath the tower. He actually gets a kill while RNG sweep up the front line, and Alias is just left alone.
Playoffs on the horizon, and every win counts. Only the top teams will have the honor to represent the LPL in the World Championship. And now, both RNG and JDG need to take that all-important step to showing that they are that top team.
Wir können auch jetzt mal so Töne oder sowas machen. this will never end. I never let you alone.
일단 저희가 연패 중이기 때문에 특별한 건 없고 그냥 저희가 이제 실수 줄이고 더 잘해야 될 거 잘하는 거에 먼저인 것 같아요. 직스 같은 경우는 연습 많이 해놨기 때문에 이제 팀에서 꺼내라고 하면은 무조건 꺼낼 수 있는 상황이고 그냥 뭐 팀에서 원하는 게 있다면은 그거는 다 준비해야 되는 것 같아요 그냥.
Just be good. It's as simple as that. Welcome one and all back to the LPL. I am Penguin and this is Dagda. We are taking over for the last few games ahead of Mazel and Ox, who obviously had a fantastic cast for that Rare Adams series. Dagda, it's been a while. We haven't really casted together. We've had the schedule of 7 days, but even with so many games, it's, you know, we have to figure it all out. How you doing? How you been?
I'm good. I'm good. I mean, it's nice to be back with my Irish brethren, and especially for the 2 games that we have lined up for today. Holy moly, I saw these and I was so excited.
Honestly, it just feels good to be bringing you such incredibly hype matchups that could have massive implications in how people finish up on the table. But we'll talk about our later series later. Let's talk about our first series, JDG versus RNG. And you wanted to break down how to beat JDG.
Yeah, so there's 2 big things I want to look at that teams have kind of been exploiting to take down JDG. One is going to be targeting Zoom in that top side of the map. Zoom is kind of their main tool when it comes towards these team fight setups, so targeting him has been working great. And 2 is going to be the composition draft that you go for, because you tend to see JDG going for these super low range compositions, so taking champions that do really well against those has been a staple for some teams like BLG that have come out and beat them with that style. But I want to start rolling into these clips where we look at Zoom, who's been targeted both by Sunion and BLG in their last couple of games, where we can see that the plan is to set Zoom behind, and when Zoom is playing these champions like Gwen, like this Camille, when you end up falling behind, that team fight impact that you can have is much, much lower. And specifically for someone like Zoom, who's kind of stepped up to be the main engage tool for JDG, because we've seen Lumao start to fall off with how good his engages are. When he's behind, you can see in clips like this, he just doesn't have that same impact. He's instantly blowing up, and JDG start to falter as a result of him being a little bit more hesitant, playing a bit more shy, and buying space in the team fights for you to win out as the opposition. So certainly I want to see more teams targeting towards Zoom on that top side and shutting down that big team fight key that JDG rely on.
And that's the big thing. You're talking about the big key. We look at, you know, the picks that are kind of coming out for these people, throughout the things as such, or throughout the games. These are the things that have been shown to be JDG a little bit of trouble, shall we say. Things that can cause them disruption throughout the series.
Yeah, and I think that's the big point here, is just trying to cause that disruption for JDG. And I want to bring up our full screen here, which is going to be the drafts for JDG. So this is what you do to counter JDG. So oftentimes what you'll end up seeing is that JDG go for these crazy short range compositions. Even when you look at the AD carries, it's like Callista, Aphelios has been pretty predominant in their last couple of series. You're also seeing things like LeBlanc in the mid lane, things like the Silas or the Viego as well coming through. So very short range dive oriented compositions. So I want to start looking at things that do well against these styles, specifically in the top lane, and even in that support role you can see things like the Set, the Kennen coming in as well. We saw this from BLG, where he just sat himself in the front line and made it impossible for these dive compositions to jump in towards the back line. You're looking in the mid lane at things that are enabled when you end up with a dive composition, something that's jumping into you. Malzahar, Lissandra can lock up key carries alongside Renekton, who can then start to CC lock them down. And when we look at that AD carry position, for me, it's about trying to find range or things that are really good with self-peel. So we look at things like the Varus for the Chains of Corruption, Ezreal to Arcane Shift away from these short range compositions, buy that space to survive the initial burst from these dive compositions. And also the Ziggs, we saw this in their last series where they really struggled against it. When you've got a composition that's incredibly short range, Mega Inferno bombs, the bouncing bombs, the minefields, really an issue for JDG, and that satchel charge as well, being able to buy space and kind of mess up those team fight engagements from JDG have been incredibly crucial. And just for the bottom side of the map, for supports, just anything that's good at anti-engage. Braum, Rakan, who can like use the quickness on multiple short range carries at a time, and the Nautilus again for that disruption with the depth charge. So I think these are the champions that I'm going to be keeping my eyes out on for RNG to start picking up coming into today's game against JDG.
And honestly, I look at all these champions, and these are champions that RNG have played and played well in their most recent series. So this is definitely something that RNG will be able to pick up as they come into it. And we got to talk about RNG because they're 5-win streak, 5 more to go. They went 1-5 and haven't looked back since. They are 6-5 in the standings. They have the possibility to go all the way up to 11.
And that would be insane. I mean, when you look at how their initial streak started, for them now to be building themselves back up the table, even taking a win against teams like EDG, it feels like we're starting to get the old RNG back. And a lot of that success has been from like a change in draft strategy, where we're seeing for the likes of Cryin in the mid lane, he's taken these more facilitator style champions like the Orianna, the Twisted Fate. I mean, these LeBlanc is looking pretty damn clean as well. And it feels like we're now getting RNG going, right, we know how to play with this. Then enabling Xiaohu taking these early towers and working through that successful strategy. And now RNG back in the swing of things and looking to push it right the way towards that 11 wins and right the way up our playoff bracket.
And this is where we're seeing RNG's biggest success is when Ming and Wei can link up, where they've got Cryin on something like that Twisted Fate, and it isn't a priority pick in terms of the broken OPs, but for RNG it feels almost like a must-bat. It just enables them to set up themselves, and specifically that top side, for so much pressure that you just have to respect it. And that, as you said before, that changes the draft, that changes how things are going to be utilized as you come into those first, few seconds of the game.
And I think you hit the nail on the head there as well. It's like how you can sync up with Cryin, with Wei, and with Ming. That was one of the big things that we were missing at that start of the year, where Cryin would fall behind, Wei would get punished in his jungle, and then the whole game plan from RNG fell behind. But as you saw against EDG, when you've got Cryin on something where he's able to have a bit more influence on the map, like the Twisted Fate, they can still look for picks. They're getting better at reading the map state and how they can punish the opponent's composition and make sure that they are the ones coming out with that lead.
And honestly, if we're looking at anybody in terms of a head-to-head, it's got to be the jungle. Kanavi versus Wei. These guys are, as you say, the facilitators, the core of how these teams get where they're going. And honestly, right now, it just feels like whoever gets ahead in this matchup is going to be the bigger difference.
And I feel like a lot of this is going to come down to, as you said, like the different styles between both these junglers. Because when we look towards Kanavi, Kanavi's very much about setting himself up to be that carry. He wants to be the one getting the kills. He's very active in the early stages towards his lanes. And as you can see, like he's super high in that damage percent, especially with things like the Diana, the Viego coming in as his mainstay champions. He gets this massive XP and CSD difference of 15 that he likes to play through as well. But when we look across at Wei is much more about enabling his lanes. He wants to play towards Xiaohu and make sure that Xiaohu's able to get those first towers, making sure that he's able to facilitate Cryin to a certain extent in that mid lane as well. And when you see him pop up in lanes, he is getting punished in his jungle. People are stealing away camps. He is falling behind in gold difference and CS difference, XP difference, and that's why we're seeing those lower scores when we look towards Wei. So coming into today, I'm going to be keeping my eye on to see if Wei can have those impacts where he can get Xiaohu ahead, punish Zoom like we talked about in that top lane, or whether that game plan falls apart. Yigao and Kanavi are too strong in the mid lane and they start to get in, shut down Wei and start to steal away a lot of his quadrants in the jungle.
Because that's what we saw from FBX all the way back in spring's, the spring playoffs, is that how you got the 3-0, how they started that run all the way to the finals was they just shut him down. They stopped him having an impact in topside. And that is what really did hinder and really hamper a lot of what RNG could do. So JDG, they do have the tools available to them to make a massive difference to this top jungle duo combination. They just need to make it stick.
And I think that the reason that we're highlighting this so much is, especially for JDG, it's not only just about, hey, look, we tend to play around top, or we tend to play, we're kind of seeing a lot of opportunities here for JDG where they can influence the map in several different ways. But I think the best way for them, as we said, to power through that mid 2v2, make sure that you're able to start to invade and start to put behind RNG, because RNG from a deficit, they don't look as good. And even though Xiaohu has consistently stepped up to be a big carry for this squad, they haven't actually been able to utilize that to the same extent when they've lost mid priority, when Wei is kind of on the back foot and trying to play catch up by farming his jungle.
See the players now coming out onto stage, and I just want to see what way JDG prioritize. Do they go for the Shaco? Do RNG get rid of it? Because we did see in the last series that
the Shaco was left open twice and JDG did not pick it, despite Kanavi literally saying, oh, if it's open, I'll take it. As we can see, good smiles here from the RNG team as they come out onto stage. But right now for JDG, this is a bit of a tall task. Yes, this is RNG in 10th place, but this is an RNG on the rise. This is still the MSI and Spring Split champions. And honestly, right now, this is a top 4 team, just not in everything except for name.
Yeah, I think that the biggest thing is that RNG have found their winning formula, right? We are kind of looking at crying, going, hey, you know, the Renekton's not really working out anymore. You're still having a lot of issues where you can't play things like the Akali, the Viegos, these things that were really big in the meta. And it meant that when we got into these games, he just kind of felt a little bit behind. So I think now that they've got these picks like the Orianna, the Twisted Fate, the LeBlanc that he's been consistently going for throughout this win streak that we're seeing RNG on, I think we're going to see him fall back to that. And kind of going back to your earlier point about like what do you expect from a draft, I would be surprised to see the Shaco ban. I think especially a team like RNG who don't always go towards these very heavy dive compositions. Like certainly we've seen like Xiaohu going towards things like the Jace in the top lane. We've seen a bit more flexibility. I think things like the Shaco, especially in a team fight, take on less of a role. Like the way that Shaco can do really well, as you saw from that JDG game, is, hey, I'm going to throw down a ton of boxes, I'm going to put my clone into the mix of things, and then when it pops, cool, this short range composition, I'm getting a lot of fears off, I'm getting a lot of damage off with these boxes, and I'm able to play around that CC chain. But certainly for RNG, they don't tend to play these very heavy dive comps. Like as we're talking about Orianna's, Twisted Fates in the mid lane, Jace is coming through in the top lane. I'm looking at like other things there for like, I know we've seen like a lot of Gwen and Viegos there for Xiaohu that could struggle against the Shaco, but certainly it feels like you've got enough of a nuance there in the draft for RNG that you shouldn't need to worry about it.
Well, we shall see RNG on the blue with JDG on the red, so RNG will get that first pick. We do see the Zoe banned away from Yagao, the Nocturne and the Diana, with the Xin Zhao, the Akali, and leaving the last ban here for JDG. Curious to see now what they want to try and prioritize now for RNG. A lot still left on the table.
I'm actually kind of surprised to see the Zoe ban. I know it has been kind of the go-to for Yagao at the moment, where he's able to get a little bit of priority in that mid lane, and also kind of adds the one long-range tool that at least JDG like to play around. But if we actually see JDG playing these super long-range compositions, they're 2 out of 8 at the moment. Like, it's not exactly the best scoreline for these like poke compositions that we've seen from JDG. So if you're actually going to force them onto that, you're going to be fine. But we are getting JDG on towards what has been JDG's bread and butter. This Gwen in the top lane for Zoom, Engage coming through from Lumao in the bottom lane, and this is going to be a case of, hey look, can we try and set up Zoom for success, get him into either that 1v1 where he can punish with this aggressive Gwen pick, or give him the resources he needs to succeed.
And honestly, I think that RNG are going to be happy to take the Jace here. You could honestly go Jace Twisted Faith, then you would be totally fine with this composition. There's nothing wrong with you taking that, and this is going to put a lot of pressure onto that Gwen. We've seen it before. I think the last time Zoom played Gwen, he got solo killed by SOFM on the Lee Sin, who was an absurd moment, but they're not going to go the Twisted Fate this time around. They feel like they have enough room in the champion pools to be able to pick him a little bit later, so they're just going to lock in that Varus.
So I think what they're trying to do here is put a pinch onto JDG. Say, hey, look, you either pick your jungler for Kanavi, or we ban away the Ziggs and the Jhin away from Loken and make sure that you're not able to get your hands on it. Actually, they completely fool me, because I assume that's what you're going to see from JDG. They go towards the Twisted Fate, so kind of calling out Cryin, saying, hey, look, we know what your game plan is here. So for Cryin, we usually see him go back towards things like the LeBlanc and actually the Orianna against things like this Twisted Fate, try and like keep this Twisted Fate in lane. But we'll have to see if that's going to be the game plan. Silas banned away to stop the follow-up Destiny from Cryin.
Funny thing is, I don't think, we assume that Jace is going to Xiaohu. Xiaohu is the one who always has played it, but it is still technically a flex. You can still put that Jace into the Twisted Fate, and that is a fantastic matchup for the Chase. You have so much kill priority, and it's just so difficult for the Twisted Fate to get anywhere.
Yeah, I will say as well, it's a great matchup against the Gwen, which is why I'm kind of just assuming the Jace is going up towards Xiaohu. You can end up punishing just the fact that as soon as the Hollow's missed down, you're able to poke super effectively, and especially as you're able to knock back Gwen whenever she tries to go for these quick trades with the skip and slash, makes it a really good matchup for the Jace. And especially in this matchup as well, Xiaohu likes to go for these 4th wave crashes, and I love to see it because it means there's a massive wave that you can potentially make a play with things like a Twisted Fate or something that's able to roam towards that top side, and also having Wei to facilitate that as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Wei starting bot side here to try and go for some sort of nearly full clears the Lee Sin, take your Scuttle, and then actually go for that play off of that fourth wave crash that Xiaohu has set up.
Funny enough, actually, coming into this draft, we haven't even really touched on it, but Thresh has gotten himself all the way down. Probably not even going to be picked up here. RNG still just cycling through everything they possibly have. The Alistar is still there. I don't expect the Lux to be locked in, so I'm not even going to talk about it, but a lot of different things they can go for, and they actually opt in for the Alistar. So good peel, good kiting, but also great engage should they need it.
Yeah, and I think that's the big tool here, is that the Thresh works wonders against the Leona, sucks against the Sivir. Spell Shield means you just never really get to land that hook. So instead, they're going towards the Alistar, which is, hey, look, Leona engages, I bop her up, I headbutt her away, we just reset the lane and we're totally fine. So this is where you're kind of looking to see, okay, we're going to take this very slow. And now again for Crying, we said, hey, facilitators, trying to play the map, Galio fits that perfectly. So still we're seeing that Crying is just going to try and neutralize this lane matchup and buy the movement for Wei to have an influence on this Lee Sin and play towards Xiaohu in that top lane.
Okay, Konami going back towards this Kha'Zix as well, so definitely seeing a lot of priority on this. Last time, of course, we saw it didn't have a great amount of success on it. It was a very much feast or famine kind of pick, but he is picking it consistently, so he does see a benefit in it.
Yeah, and I mean, look, if you're going to be playing RNG style here of, hey, I want to be in a side lane and try to split push to Xiaohu, it can open up opportunities for Konami to try and get up there, influence that, try and shut him down. But when you look at the way RNG are going to be trying to play this, it feels like it's going to be a case of, hey, we have a hell of a lot of poke that's going to be coming through with the Jace, with this Varus, and if we actually just group up as 5, it becomes really difficult for you as JDG to operate sort of around this pick composition where you are playing off the Twisted Fate and that Kha'Zix combo, looking to get the isolated damage off of the Destiny in as well.
We'll have to wait and see exactly how it all plays out. But for RNG, like you said, the facilitating mid lane, and they put a lot of eggs in the Xiaohu basket. It's a pretty big basket, though, because they haven't lost any just yet. And for JDG, it's all about shutting that down, all about stealing away those eggs from RNG and putting themselves into the ascendancy. In the early game, we can talk about it once we get into game, but it is generally seen that JDG do end up being a little bit more proactive, but they aren't the ones getting the most advantages.
Yeah, and that's a big one here, is that we see JDG tend to get a lot of kills in the early stages. They're like 3rd in the league if you look at for kill and assists at 15, but their objective control from that has been pretty abysmal. Like Rift Heralds, they're second last in the league. Their Dragon Control is pretty average. Their Towers at 15 are they're 11th in the league. They actually rely very heavily on continuous team fighting to make sure that they can actually get themselves the towers and the lead and kind of explode with these objectives towards the 20-minute mark. So we'll be keeping our eyes on RNG, who are very good at trading whenever they see these quick kills going across. So I'm curious to see now how RNG are going to counteract this aggression that we see from JDG and specifically Konami.
Have to wait and see. The Gyos going strong here in the crowd as RNG versus JDG will be jumping onto the Rift for game 1. And this is a very, very big series right now. RNG sitting down 6-5. They're at the bottom of playoffs, 10th place, but a win here literally leapfrogs them ahead of a couple of different teams, and they're constantly climbing. Like we said, the 5-game win streak so far is just looking very, very good. And JDG, they've looked shaky, so this would be a great reset for them just coming into those last few weeks of the season.
Yeah, as you said, like coming off a 2-loss streak against BLG against Sunyan as well, so this would definitely help them out. And it feels like we're kind of getting at least a little bit of comfort here for JDG with Zoom going back towards his Gwen. It's been his most played pick this split, and certainly something that enables him to be a big menace in team fights, and that seems to be where JDG are most comfortable. But we'll have to see if he actually gets that point, because at least from the draft that I can see, and as we talked about with Wei starting on the spot side, it feels like RNG are going to continue putting pressure towards this top side.
Well, we do see this loss. You talked about it earlier today, but the harass that comes down, you can see Lumout is pushing in. Ming in a little bit of trouble, forced a flash as the Ignite goes down. The Boomerang Blade not enough to kill him off, but already advantages in this bot side for JDG.
And I don't know what RNG are thinking. I mean, Alistar isn't a champion level 1. You just can't go for these. So Lumout manages to get that set up, gets a good amount of damage down, and although you're running the Aftershock, you can see the extended trade means that they're able to chase Ming down. And now
Oh, they're going for it, but they are going to drop the Ignite. Lumao has to force his flash away, but his first blood, can he get away with it? Yes, he does. No level 2 just yet for Gala, so he did not have the piercing arrow. Great pressure here from JDG.
Phenomenal play from JDG. I mean, a 2v2 against Gal and Ming. And I mean, Gal and Ming really struggled in the bot lane against EDG. It didn't look like they were quite in the same page. And we're kind of seeing it again here. Unfortunately, Ming takes that step too far forward and Loken and Lumao punish.
Great start for JDG, and this is what we wanted to see from them. This is what we expect for them. They are so good at getting these early kills. We do normally see it from Kanavi, who is just a monster getting into every single lane, but now he doesn't need to worry about bot side as much. He knows that they're getting themselves their advantage, and this is an old school kill lane with the Sivir Leona. Sivir is just so powerful at that level 1 stage. That boomerang blade, if it hits you on the front and back, it just does so much.
Yeah, it makes it nigh on impossible to actually try and survive that lane. And that's why, especially in this early matchup, you can, at level 1, try to punish the Alistar. It's the level 2 where it makes it a bit easier because you can headbutt away. But as you can see, I mean, Ming just not really respecting that and ends up punished for it. Now, Wei making his way up towards this top side. We said, look, Xiaohu likes to try and crash this 4th wave so he has continuous pressure. And we see it here, right? He crashes that 4th wave. This is our 5th wave that's about to come in. And Wei's in a position now where he can try and punish Zoom underneath the tower.
Oh, Zoom put down the ward a little bit too late, stopped his back, and now he's underneath the tower. Wade's going to try and go in with a Sonic Wave. There is no flash, remember, on the Gwen. They're going to be able to get him and gift that kill over to Xiaohu. It's almost going to be going down. No, Xiaohu will fall back. He could not get out in time, so it is a trade, but you're still relatively happy with that if you're RNG.
You still lose a lot to that top tower as Zoom. You can see there the CS difference 8 in favor of Xiaohu. And look, we talked about, hey, look, when Kanavi spots the fact that Krwei is on the upside of the map, he needs to start making these plays, needs to make sure that he's able to try and get some of these camps, but only gets a bit of vision down and not able to trade it back. But overall, RNG, you're still happy with that?
Still very, very happy. And also Zoom, as you said, losing so much to that tower, had to use his TP. Xiaohu, yes, he dies, but still has his flash, still has his TP available, still around to make plays. We can now see a bit of engagement in this bot side. Ming, pretty happy to let Lumao go a little bit further on, as Gala wasn't in any immediate danger. And important to know as well, Ming has not leveled up. Now he has. He's got all 3 abilities. He didn't actually have his W there for a second, or his E, excuse me. So is he going to go for the Hex Flash? Yes, he is. There we go. The knock up and the knock back. They're going to be able to get Lumao, who has no real way out. And Wei finally makes himself known in this game.
Wei is just kind of taken over in these lanes. Yes, he's fallen behind when it comes to CS, but he's been so active in the lanes that it doesn't matter. He's got a 400 gold lead for himself in that jungle, and he's looking damn good at the moment. And when we just talked about, hey, you know, it's usually JDG that are coming out with these early kills, JDG that are the more aggressive squad. Wei's just saying, hold my beer.
And honestly, this is why the Kazakhs is such a strange pick for me. I played a lot of Kazakhs in my time, and he is very reliant on your lanes having that pressure, having a way to set him up. And if you're aware that the Kazakhs might be in the right or the left, coming in from river, coming in from a brush, it's very easy to mitigate a lot of his pressure. Whereas Lee Sin, he doesn't care. He just needs to know that he will be followed up once he goes in. And it's why we're seeing such a priority on this pick.
And look, as you said, it's been an incredibly strong pick. Now, it is only a few minutes into the game, right? It feels like Kanavi's kind of got the worst for wear here because we've got that dive on towards Zoom, that there was no one really there to try and stop it. And then that quick play on the bottom side, which was just a great play from Ming. So I think for Kanavi, he still has the opportunity to try and pick up speed here, work off of the pressure that he should have on this bottom side of the map, and see if he can track Wei now that he knows, hey, I've got to steal away those wolves. There's only that Gromp camp on that top side that Wei's just picked up for himself. So he will be moving back bot side. Let's see if I can try and match.
I love what RNG are doing here as well. They recognize the wolves, like as the wolves were being taken, you saw Wei walk in, so they knew that Kanavi had been in that jungle. So they run around with Cryan, see if they can find any pink wards, know that they're just saying, look, we need to make sure they're not getting all the information, all that resources, and making sure that they are as safe as possible. Not only that, but this Galio pick is going to be able to be in bot or top as soon as you like. If the Destiny is going in bot or top, you can follow it up. So RNG have a lot of answers to what JDG can do. It's going to be a bit of a skill check here for JDG.
Yeah, I feel like the way that they're going to be trying to play this as JDG is utilize the fact that it's like it takes a little bit of time here for Cry to try and join into these fights. So if you can get Kanavi into the enemy jungle on towards Wei, have Yagao be the one setting up the play, you can very quickly burst out Wei and then deal with Crying after. So I feel like this is the mid-jungle 2v2 that we're going to see JDG try and play through, but it does become very difficult when Kanavi, already set behind, doesn't have a huge amount of priority in his lanes to try and play through.
Well, not going to be able to land the Shield of Duran, so no taunt there, but nice attempt here from RNG Crying and Wei, but then they can path up towards this top side. They're going to be fine trading this dragon for the moment. Kanavi happy enough to take this. Very easy for the Kazu to take it with the isolation damage, but you can see Zoom already seeing that with Galio and Lee Sin no longer in his vision, he has to succeed topside.
The thing is, though, RNG don't really care about these early dragons. They're not a big worry about these early Rift Heralds as well. They're pretty average when you look at their stats. What they want is that first tower, and as you can see there, right? Crying Away just dip out of mid lane for like a split second, and Zoom's like, I'm out. I don't want anything to deal with this. I'm gone. So you get more damage onto that top lane turret. You got 2 plates already taken, and you've already got that XP lead as well for Xiaohu. Now they turn their attention towards the Rift Herald with Xiaohu having pressure top, and they can just take that top turret whenever they want.
Normally speaking, I would say that the team with the support in the area first does have the advantage, but your Kanavi had just reset. Kanavi had just gone back to base. There was no real contest here. First, Rift Herald goes over to RNG, and we talked about that first tower so much time, but I don't see this going anywhere but top.
Yeah, and that's the way RNG went, right? And you're seeing
blue.
True. I mean, look, they just know. They just know. It's like, look, this is the carry. This is the person we need to start shoving that lane. And this is how RNG make it really difficult to answer for this top lane pressure, right? They go for the dive, and even though they go 1-for-1 in kills, where you're down experience, you're down on that gold. So when you come back to lane, Xiaohu already has an advantage. He's got an advantage in the matchup. He's consistently pushing the tower. And because Kanavi's trying to deal with Wei, who's been everywhere so far, he cannot counteract the pressure that's happening in RNG in that top side. And now Xiaohu set himself up wonderfully, and you can now get that Rift Herald play in the top side. And it's why Kanavi's now up in this top lane to try and see if he can get some sort of control to give Zoom a bit of a break.
Now, I like this as well. We talked about in the pregame how Ming and Wei comboing up to create advantages for themselves around the map is what we want to see them doing. Ming is going to try and maybe jump onto Yagao. They will not commit to it as the gold card was locked and loaded and Kanavi was sitting off in the wings. But now, RNG, do you look for anything more? Nothing to be really had, so they just kind of back themselves up, put themselves back on the map, and get themselves some good resets.
But look at what RNG just did, right? You're worried, hey, look, Yagao just shoved in that wave. Maybe he can go for some sort of play with the Destiny. Cool. Ming, roam mid. Have Wei there as well. Put pressure on towards Yagao. Yagao cannot make this play. And now the lane's gone back to even Steven, so Crying is never going to be late on that play. RNG controlling Yagao in that mid lane buys them space elsewhere on the map. And you can see Eclipse just completed now for Xiaohu. He's in a phenomenal spot. You're going to have a very quick mythic item completed here for Gala as well, and then you can start to make these plays. And if you ever get a lead as RNG, the siege potential is disgusting from this squad.
Right now, this is going to slow down a little bit, and this is totally fine for RNG. When we speak of RNG, they are not your traditional LPL blow up and take as many advantages as you possibly can. They are more methodical, slower paced, if you will. They tend to take things a little bit more delicately, shall we say, and they, you know, methodically move around the map. And speaking of moving around the map, we're going to drop down the Rift Herald, and there's going to be 3 people here onto Zoom, but there might be Kanavi and the Destiny Gate available. Do they look to try and just commit onto this one here? The Rift Herald is going to take a lot of damage and will fall because of the smite. So RNG do not get that first turret like they hoped just yet.
Nice job from JDG to respond to that. Yagao was teetering off, threatening the Destiny. Kanavi getting that right timing on the reset. So really good job from Kanavi to read that play and shut it down to Zoom.
Well, Zoom goes in with the needlework. It's going to be a little bit difficult to take down the Jace, as now they can jump back in with the Galio ultimate as well. Destiny Gate has been used, but the Shield Duran is enough to keep Jace alive, but only for a few more seconds. Both top laners fall, but now Yagao in a lot of trouble. The junglers did not leave, and JDG lose 2 for 1.
Lumao is coming up here. Kanavi still waiting. Ming a long way from this play. They could look for the 2v2, but without the isolation damage, Kanavi just doesn't really have it.
Does not, but he might have it just now as Lumao jumps in with the Xenoblade. They're going to use the Solar Flare as well. The isolation damage that you just talked about, Dagda, is good enough, and they will get it back again. Flash in forward, but a great headbutt pulverize on the two. The TP coming in to try and keep Lumao safe will be enough to dissuade Ming, and he might have himself in a little bit of trouble, but with the Unbreakable, it's TPs all over the place. Double TP here for RNG as they jump back into the fight. Here's the Shield of Durant, but it's going to be going golden from Lumao. The gold card was used by Yagao on a minion because he's like, I'm out of here. I ain't dealing with this, and he backs himself up. RNG still coming out trumps.
At RNG, it gets traded back and forth, but every one of those rounds, it's RNG coming out on top. So now you look at the scoreline, 3-0 for Cryin in that mid lane. He's going to be able to go back, get that Everfrost, and control that mid lane a hell of a lot better. You look at Xiao in that top lane as well, able to pick up some kills, a bunch of assists, the same with Wei. Now they can continue to put that pressure up towards that top side and finally get that turn. We're going to get a replay here because this was a long one, and you can see here Xiaohu is trying to bait it in, right? Look at where Galio is in the map. He's like, we will get this pressure here first, especially with Wei able to come in as well, and they win this initial bout. The problem was what we just talked about, right? Kanavi was hovering around for so long, waiting to see if someone would take that one step that would give him the isolation damage, and Wei eventually does do so. Lumao able to set it up so the burst damage is too much, and they start this rigmarole over again. We're just going to come back to live here where Dragon did go the way of JDG, but it does open up the opportunity for Xiaohu to punish top.
It does indeed. That tower very, very low. And look who's back in the top lane. Wei here sitting in a bush waiting for Zoom, and he does land the Sonic Wave, and Zoom doesn't really have anywhere to go right now. He's trying to just use the needlework. One more Q will do it. It's deja vu. I've seen this before. Last time it was SOFM. This time it's Wei, and RNG will take full plates from this top side. Like you said, they don't care about the dragons.
They don't care about these early objectives because they just want that turret. They want to be able to play the map. However, look at bot side. JDG still trading back because you've got to respect the counter map play from Gala and Ming, but potentially a lot of damage onto this tier 2 as that tier 1 in the bottom lane for RNG is still incredibly healthy.
They probably get this. They can tank this one up, no problem. The new gold as well gives basically Wei and Xiaohu a kill each, so that's effectively top tier 1, tier 2, and a kill. So that's a hell of a lot of gold. All of a sudden, it's 2,500 in favor of RNG. It'll be going back to 2,000 now, but that's a great move here from RNG.
And a Jace that's this far ahead is terrifying. These accelerated shock blasts are going to be doing half health to pretty much anyone that they hit on JDG's side. Now, the good news, at least for JDG, is you've got some counterplay with the champions you have, right? You can get that spell shield from Loken, the Hollowed Mist for Zoom can make it a little bit more difficult to land the poke from RNG, but once that is down, you just get the rain of arrows continuing from Gala, Xiaohu being able to turn out that bunch of damage. So certainly you're not quite out of the woods here as JDG, and we got to see now as Xiaohu comes back onto the map, how do RNG want to play around the richest guy on the map? Because the big carry right now is Xiaohu. He's the Robin Hood, except he is the rich and he needs to give to the poor, which is the rest of RNG right now. And you can see here he's grouping up in the mid lane. They want to look for this siege.
I'm going to look for it. Serpent's Fangs already for Xiaohu. 2 items at 15 minutes. He is just a monster, and I don't think JDG really wants to contest anything right now. Yes, he got the 2 early Drakes. It is unfortunately a Cloud Soul. We meme it up a little bit as not as a high priority, but now RNG, they would love a Cloud Soul. They would love a 4 Cloud Soul because that would just give them so much more priority with this Galio ultimate, with this Lee Sin ultimate as well. And see what JDG are able to do. They have got pressure in this bot side as they did give up top lane pressure for the Rift Herald. And you can see, look at those wards just littered all around that bot side. No one on RNG could sneeze in this bot side without JDG knowing about it.
Yeah, I mean, this is full control of bot lane for JDG, but we knew that, all right? RNG fully commit towards top side, and Gala and Ming, despite that first mistake, are playing very respectful of that play from JDG. Now that they have Xiaohu starting to roam down, though, that's where they get aggressive. Created the long lane top, Xiaohu pushes in, they're going to try and create a numbers advantage on mid lane.
You see now RNG just trying to win back some of that vision control, and you do see the Umbral Glaive here pick up is pretty much the standard for Kazakhs now. As you go and just kind of become a utility, you need that isolation, you need that unseen threat to give you that extra damage. It's curious to see what he upgraded on his level 6. We go straight in. The Grand Engine's going to be used. Chain of Corruption as well. They may only pick up 1, but it's going to be enough to get everyone from JDG to back up. But they're not done just yet. Zoom is getting killed and taken off the map. He just about keeps himself alive. They get the second charge from Shelly. And RNG, they're looking confident. They're feeling good about these fights right now.
They just took down the engage tool from JDG. They know they're free to just sit here and fire away at JDG because they don't have a risk of anyone trying to engage, especially in the 4 versus 5. So there's 2 towers gone off that Rift Tower play, and just like that, the slow burn from RNG has netted them a 3,500 gold lead. They've got 4 towers picked up for themselves, and as we talked about, creating a numbers advantage in mid lane here. Xiaohu roams over, and Ming with the Unbreakable, right as the tower goes down, sets up this play. You get the lockdown from the Chains of Corruption, followed up instantly by the heroic entrance coming through from the Galio. And then what do? Like, you've got so much CC that's spreading everywhere that if you even try and stay there as JDG, you just end up in a 4-second CC chain that just you can't move from.
3,000 gold, and with Dragon spawning in 30 seconds, I don't even think JDG want to contest it. They can't really go for this one right now. It's too risky. They're just too far behind, and you're looking at the items they've picked up as well. It's not even a mythic here for the Varus. Went straight away to the Manamune, and I just, right now, I'm struggling to see the Twisted Fate pick priority here for the side of JDG. They picked it away from Cryon, but I don't see it doing much. It hasn't. I don't think he's done a single Destiny Gate that's been proactive. It's been more reactive.
Well, that's the thing we were talking about, right? That you actually saw Wei and Ming putting a lot of pressure mid every time Yagao could have made these plays. So they did a really good job of shutting down that potential Destiny from Yagao. And then, of course, we had Cryon, who was able to kind of move a little bit quicker towards those other plays. So, unfortunately for Yagao, it hasn't worked out. And one of the things in that Galio Twisted Fate matchup is, hey, you know, Galio can match a lot of these roams. But Galio's also just better in a team fight. He provides more CC. He's not like able to win you out the fight from damage, but when you've got so much that you can bring to the table and just lock down and crowd control, it means that you're going to be able to win out of these team fights a lot more. So you can see now, RNG, that they've got this lead through the towers. This is where they turn their attention towards the dragons. Now they'll start to contest you on objectives because they've got that big fat wallet and they're happy to use it.
3 items onto Xiaohu, and we're not even 20 minutes into the game. The man is the Monopoly man. He has just got so much money on himself that I just don't see a world in the next 15 to 20 minutes where JDG can actually contest for anything.
Now, and as we said, like, one accelerated Shock Blast is going to ruin you. Like, you already have that Serpent Fang as well, so even if you try to build something that's going to give, like, a little bit of respite here, like the Locket of the Iron Solari for Lumeo or something, it doesn't really matter. It's just going to eat through that so damn quickly, and the second that you start to group up, especially if RNG manage to get themselves a Baron, you don't stand a chance underneath these towers.
You really do not, and JDG now sort of just slow down the game, see if they can pick up some items. They have 2 items on the Sivir, so the wave clear is still very, very good. They've got the Zhonya's now picked up for the Twisted Fates, so they've got some survivability. They're just waiting to kind of come into these fights with a little bit more damage and wait for a mistake for RNG, wait for an opening, if you will, for them to try and capitalize on, because the damage is there. If they're able to find someone on their own, he's deleted. It doesn't matter who it is.
And that's where you've got to kind of look towards Kanavi and Yagao, right? If you try to open up the map as a 1-3-1 here for RNG, try and use Xiaohu's lead, use the fact that you've got this Galio, that gives you the moment where, okay, can Kanavi get a bit of time to sneak up topside and work to lock down someone like Cryon, where you can burst him out with that isolation damage? Maybe then you can start to get back control of this map for JDG and actually begin to use these Destiny Gates a bit more proactive. Otherwise, you do just run the risk of RNG, hey, we're going to shove out lanes, we're going to group towards this bot side, towards that last remaining outer tower, group up mid and start to siege onto your inhibitor turrets, and it becomes really difficult for you then to try and contest the dragons that are starting to spawn. Baron control as well, because you can just litter that topside jungle with wards as RNG.
Right now, it is just RNG pushing forward aggressively as we now see a TP in the top side. It's going to be the Everfrost Ooze. Cryon still very, very tanky. They do get the TP out of Xiaohu, and that is the instant runaway button for JDG. They do not want anything to do with the Jace, the 3-item Jace right now. Actually went with the Merc Treads. I really like this adaptation from him, recognizing that the only thing that really kills him is CC if he's just locked down and cannot put out damage. So I like that adaptation for him, getting that extra tenacity, but you commit a lot up to the top side, you gain a TP, it's not the worst for JDG.
Yeah, you can see the idea.
Hang on. Yeah, they're going to be able to catch him. This is exactly what I was talking about. CC in isolation. This Leona Kha'Zix combination, and they get the flash from Xiaohu, and they may look for Baron.
And that's just sloppy from Xiaohu. We just said, hey, JDG, they need to try and make these plays where they're looking for picks, get control back on the map. The failed attempt onto Cryin was kind of a breath of relief, and RNG just not respecting that. Now JDG turned towards the Baron. This is going to be a close one.
This is going to be very close. 4v5. Lumo taking a lot of damage, so he is not very tanky without that keystone going in, but he's taking out straight away. Chain of Corruption down onto 3 people, and you can see everyone just trying to run away now. JDG, Kanavi finds him on the backside. The Galio has gone down. They're using the needlework very, very nicely, but Kanavi has been killed as the Kazakhs does go down. Cleanse and Flash, but nowhere to go as Zoom is running with scissors. It's dangerous for you, not for him, and that's going to be a 3-for-2 trade, 3-for-4 overall in favor of JDG.
You'd be pretty happy with that as RNG, though. At least you stopped the Baron, and when your main source of gold wasn't in that fight, the fact you managed to come out even remotely even is a massive win. So RNG, they do lose their mid lane tower, but it could have been a hell of a lot worse. And we'll see it coming here just, again, Cryin backs Xiaohu, doesn't realize it's ward in the bush. Misplace of that ward means that he isn't as safe as he thinks he is. And there you go, Lumao just straight over the wall, manages to get that pick. And wasn't even like Xiaohu thought he was that overextended, but just JDG still in the area managed to punish. But again, we're going to see this fight here. The fact that you don't have the majority of the money on RNG and they still manage to come out somewhat even is insane, right? They pick off Lumao at the very, very start of this. You can see a lot of back and forth, but Kanavi is struggling to find these isolated targets in these fights. Tries to get onto Ming there, which actually sets up the kill for Wei, who escapes over the wall. And then for here, Gala just takes that step too far forward and ends up getting punished.
It was an ambitious move here from JDG. They want to try to go for that Baron as quick as they possibly could. Dragon is spawning in a couple of seconds. Gold card does land. They're going to try and jump everything out onto Gala, Xiaohu, I should say. But Gala ends up getting himself out, and they're going to be able to pick up another kill. And oh, if you can't kill them straight away, there's just nothing you can do. The CC chains, the survivability's not going to be enough. Double kill for Wei, and RNG pick up 3 off of JDG, trying to find something for themselves.
That's the Ming VP we love. Coming out once again, you get Xiaohu caught up. Unbreakable, starts to just left, right, and center. Get down, Mr. President. He is knocking everyone out of that fight and manages to keep Xiaohu barely alive. And RNG now off the back of that managed to get this Baron for themselves as well. JDG will get themselves on towards that sole point, but this Baroned up siege from RNG is about to come and crack them in the face.
Great move here from Ming, as we can see just on the replay coming in. Just having the knowledge of who he needs to prioritize in terms of CC, who he needs to get away from the team fight. Honestly, really coming into his own. Had a rough start to the split, but definitely, like you said, looking like the Ming VP that we love and know so much.
And it's a nice pick here from JDG, or at least a nice attempt, right? Got the rapid fire cannon, flash in from Yagao, but look, boom, get rid of the Gwen, she's the main source of damage. Get rid of the Leona, main source of CC, knock up then on the Gwen, who is the main source of damage. And from that point forward, they're able to just return that burst, get back in control of this fight, and pick off 3 members of JDG just like that.
As easy as you like, and all this burst damage in the world, but if you can't lock them down, you just won't be able to do anything about it. You cannot make that damage stick because they're just throwing it back in your face. It is soul point, though, for the side of JDG. They were able to pick up that dragon off of the back of it, but you're still very much in a hole right now. There's only a 4,000 gold lead here for RNG, but like you said, having the ability to now siege up, put down the poke with the Jason, the Varus, and even just a CC chain, I don't think anyone can really defend these.
And look, if you try to engage on this as well, it's like, cool, you just saw what Ming is capable of doing. Cryin is now in a position as well, and you've got to try and fight through chains of corruption as well. Like, it's so difficult as JDG to actually fight this. And not a hope as Kanavi you get an isolation damage.
Yagao used his flash in that last engage, and he got half-healthed by a piercing arrow accelerated shock blast combination. That is the bottom inhibitor down and out here for JDG. They will not have themselves any pressure in this bot side, and RNG, they're just shifting through the gears. They made a couple of maybe small mistakes, like you said. It wasn't really an unforced error, it was just something that happened, but they picked themselves back up, and they are just looking so good in this game. This game 1 right now. They just seem to have picked a draft that just does everything to counter JDG.
I remember what we pointed out, right, is like something that could do pretty well at shutting down Zoom. They did that at the very get-go. They made sure Zoom was not in a position that he could actually fight, and now they're using this long range to stop any sort of engage from JDG.
Kanavi trying to see if he can threaten off to the side. Lumao taking a little bit of punishment. Has got his Zonya's finished up for him right now, so he's feeling pretty safe to go in and just pop that invulnerability stasis, but he's taking a lot of poke, and this is why. This is where the composition from RNG just shines so much. The poke, the constant pressure, and you have a little bit of like pseudo-sustain with the Alistar passive, getting you those heals, getting yourself back topped up, even these small little power spikes coming out. There's just nothing you can really do, and with Lumao having to go back to reset, he's going to try and chuck out the Solar Flare, but doesn't really land onto anybody. Ming still very tanky, still very healthy. There's the Zhonya's used by Lumao. The Destiny Gate has come in off the back of this. Yugao gets caught though by the Ming, and he gets himself deleted from Summoner's Rift. RNG are just pummeling JDG.
And that was exactly what we talked about. JDG, they try to pull the trigger, but you're running into a Galio who's ready with that taunt, who's got away, who's able to try and play keep away with the Dragon's Kick. It's so difficult to actually engage onto the sieging composition from RNG. And although it looked a little bit dicey, it's still RNG who are coming away with that win. They still crack open that mid lane turret. And for JDG, you're now winging it on a prayer. Like, we'll see it here, right? Lumao gets a really good engage, but if Ming is standing in the front line, which means Lumao can't go in, Zoom can't go forward, you already get that taunt instantly from Crying to stop Kanavi from jumping in on top. And then they just turn their attention towards Yagao. They're just like, cool, we can actually just kick with the Dragon's Rage away everyone else, kill Yagao, and that entire play from JDG is ground to dust.
Now you're looking at inhibitor down bot lane, exposed inhibitor in mid lane. RNG just putting down the pressure constantly. It just feels like everything that JDG throw at them, they have an answer to. And you're running out of options right now for JDG. You gotta hope for a pick. You gotta hope for a... Ooh, let's just say that. A lot of damage there onto Ming. He's still not that tanky. He's still gonna do a lot of damage with the Boomerang Braid, but still very few options here for JDG unless RNG make a mistake.
Yeah, Shirelli is Reverie Alistar, not exactly the tankiest of Alistars, and you got to see that there. But still, it's pretty hard here as JDG to really do too much. Yes, you can try and poke out and try and, get Alistar down, but there's not really going to be too much in stopping this poke that's just longer range than yours. And as well now, with 20 seconds on towards this dragon, the pressure's been kept up enough by RNG. They just fall back over towards the objective, and you just can't contest it here as JDG, even though you'd love to, since it is that soul for JDG.
Honestly, I don't think they can get anywhere near this pit. They have to deal with the super minions. They got to make sure their waves are pushed out and try and get some form of control around this Baron pit, because that objective is going to be spawning in a minute's time. It's nice for RNG. They don't have to trade objectives. They know the timings are slightly off, so they can just push themselves down to that dragon, go back into mid lane, push that one up. The super minions will deal with bot, and right now you can see RNG, this Lumao-Kanavi combination. They're trying to lock in the CC with the damage. It is a good idea, but very difficult when RNG know all they have to do is just be this super mega death ball, if you will, just roaming around the map.
And it can be difficult for JDG to try and contest this Baron as it starts to spawn as well, because if you ever leave mid lane, RNG can just run through, start to take that mid inhibitor, fall over to the right hand side, take that second inhibitor, and then they still have the opportunity to threaten you at Baron. So it becomes really hard as JDG here to try and defend both these exposed inhibitors and try and keep up pressure on the Baron. You've seen it here, right? RNG shove in mid, rotate over to clear out vision, and deny JDG the opportunities to try and play both sides.
There's a great ward there in the Raptor pit and also just behind the Baron pit. That's just basically keeping JDG in the know that they're probably here if they're not here. As we can see, Wei going in on the Sonic Wave, but not quite able to make that one stick. They will get priority into mid. It will be instantly equal out by JDG. And now Kanavi pushing into his red buff. He has not had the greatest of games. 2-2-1, 3 items. Still has yet to pick up his mythic. It's exactly what we saw last time. So still yet to have the Dustbringer of Drakkar on his person. But now with Baron being taken, this goes down fairly quickly. We'll see now if JDG want to go for the contest, but RNG can turn straight off of this. They can just go for the fight if they so choose. These Boomerang Blades not really hitting. The Everfrost lands, but it's onto Crying. He's not someone you want to be prioritizing your CC onto. Ming does take a chunk off of him. RNG, though, not feeling super confident. Kanavi jumps in, has the ultimate, so will be getting himself out. Baron resets. Mid lane going to be in the priority of JDG, and this is a bit risky now for RNG.
Yeah, I mean, they've got some healing through Wei, and as you said, through the Alistar, but a lot of poke going back and forth, and Lumao now is too low to really go for this engage, so it feels like JDG are kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. The poke is coming in fast.
Poke is coming in fast. Mid lane was pushed in favor of JDG, but you can see the damage already down. Jace is the one who picks up the Baron. The Grand Engine's here for Cryan as he tries to get himself into this fight. And JDG are running great double Everfrost there onto Lumao and Yagao as they both fall to death. A Baron, RNG in firm control.
And although it looked risky from RNG, the difference was the frontline health bars for both sides. And RNG, they play it well. They fight back JDG and get a Baron for themselves. And now, 2 exposed inhibitors. Only a single inhibitor tower in that top side. We just saw how obnoxious this Baron push was. And you've got to deal with it again here as JDG. But watch, Lumao already taken incredibly low. You don't have Yagao in a position where you can actually threaten backline. And when you look at Cryan, insanely healthy, Ming, who got that unbreakable will to go in aggressive as well, it means that you just don't have the health bars in the front line that you need for JDG to try and contest this. So RNG, they peel off Baron, they get the fight, they get the big purple worm, and now they're looking for inhibitors.
I mean, Kanavi needs to get himself back into his base. He has to flash. He knows if he gets hit with that headbutt, the Pulverize is not far away, so he no longer has that summoner in his pocket. And now with these exposed inhibitors, the groundwork that was done earlier on, RNG can just push in, not a care in the world, and there's just no real answer for JDG. They're just going to have to let this happen.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the top wave as well. That's about to crash too. So RNG, if they even want to, can just rotate over there and pick that up, or they can start to siege on towards the... Oh my God, Loken!
Good God, Loken almost just taken out of the server right there. So much damage. This 6th item Xiaohu is just insane, and now the fight can really happen. What fight? It was just a massacre onto Lumao. He's dead. Where's your engage? You have no way of coming back into this fight. The shield of Duran onto Zoom means that he's now caught between a rock and a hard play. Zoom will just about stay alive, but your Nexus turrets have fallen. This is going to be RNG almost certainly taking game 1.
I mean, there's 4 members still up for JDG and very low health bars on RNG.
Oh, they're going to go for it. We do see Cryan going golden. He's got the Zonyas to keep himself alive. And, of course, the safeguard now with the Nexus exposed. I don't think you can defend this. Loken is dead. They're going to try and just pad the health bars off the side of RNG. They can turn back and take the fight. They have the cooldowns. The ace comes in, as does the first game. RNG still on a roll.
And Xiaohu ends it with the triple kill, the only way to put the full stop on game number 1, which was dominated by this Jace in the top lane. And we highlighted at the start of the day, if you can start to shut down Zoom, JDG will start to struggle. And they end up putting Zoom behind massively in these early stages. Dive from level 3, making sure that he's not able to collect that big wave. They continue to put that pressure up there with Cryan. And bit by bit, RNG, they get control, they get that first tower, and then they just start to play out the map better than JDG. And despite the fact you saw these 3 dragons going over to JDG's side, they could just never capitalize on that fact.
Just got too far behind. It is a risk you take. Yes, you get the early dragon stacking, but the gold now and power now just can snowball out of control. Will become an avalanche against you, and see Zoom, like you talked about, completely shut down in this game, doing the least damage, excluding Lumao on his team, and really just wasn't a factor at all.
And you can see that especially with this composition, right? You kind of needed the Gwen to be a secondary carry, because Loken, as much as he's going to put out damage with this Poke Sivir build, not really going to be able to live up to the hype of a Jace and a Varus. You need to be able to get in and get aggressive, but when Lumao is already Lumao had some decent engages, but you just don't have the damage to then follow up on that. And with Zoom lacking, your all-in isn't there, and it means that RNG, even in those all-in scenarios, were just about able to get out of that and then turn that fight back around.
And honestly, you look at RNG as well, it didn't look like they, in any way, shape, or form, were struggling. It looked like it was easy. Another day at the office, we're picking up wins, we're picking up fights, we're not worried about it. There was one moment where Xiaohu got caught out, but after that, RNG dictated the pace.
And I think a lot of that kind of came from what we talked about in draft, right? Where we had the 3rd lock-in for JDG, and we're like, look, you got to go towards your AD carry or a jungle. and they didn't actually get the jungle. It meant that we got this Kha'Zix that was coming in, and Kha'Zix just never got a chance to have an impact. You don't have the lane parties to try and go for these deep invades, so you can get these 1v1 and utilize the isolated damage. It felt like we end up kind of Kanavi being used as a poke bot with the W, which was just never going to be effective in this scenario. So I certainly think coming into game number 2, we'll see a mix-up coming through for Kanavi on the picks that he wants to select, and then we can actually see JDG start their game plan, which is, hey, let's get a bunch of these early kills coming through from that jungle and start to try and snowball these advantages.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. As JDG, they're going to be reeling from that one, licking their wounds just a little bit, but RNG very much on their way to making it 6 from 6. We're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have picks and bans for game 2 very shortly.
Not in lane. So with this priority, they can try and create skirmishes, they can try and create dives, and I think they're going to do that.
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LNG's early proactivity coming alive here. Ale already got one. LP looking to go down. No, he doesn't, and he gets the kill. That's huge. You get a double at least for the top laner. Ale's getting reset. They might look for a third as they're all still down here.
RNG are continuing to play towards that bottom side for Xiaohu. That's how they're splitting it up. Forgetting about the top lane for the time being. Good hook, though.
Great hook, as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. It's a lot of damage onto Mako, and it's...
Has to flash away. Okay, now Knight has been spotted. He's on a control wall. He's just going to move on over. Remember, sole point here for FPX as they get onto Knight. True shot barrage, but Knight jukes back through the jungle. He's buying space, he's buying time for the rest of the top esports. Nuguri, though, on the front line. He's going 1v3, the rest of the squad. Now to jump in as well. Yu Yangzhou low on HP. Jungle looks still going strong, but no damage coming out. Carter falls. It's 2 for FPX as they manage to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Jing Tian goes down. Tian jumps on top of Jackie Love, and Knight has nothing in the canister. It's FPX to take the fight. Nuguri gets the birthday quadra kill.
Just looking at items with double Liandry's, almost identical items pretty much for Angel and Huanfeng on the Ziggs and Malzahar combination. On the other side, actually Everfrost for Yagao, we're seeing this a lot more from players in the LPL. They're using it as more of a utility setup to try and catch out a prime target. And speaking of catching out a prime target, it's Zoom who gets hit by the Sonic Wave, and they will get himself the refresh. And oh!
6 you are, doesn't matter. All right, enough projected. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is, he's behind it, but Angel, he's gonna... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog. He needs to... Oh, he spots it.
Oh, he's going for the source and he flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
京东下路的话，卢肯跟绿毛的话，因为搭配很久嘛，他们俩都是老搭档了，所以说他们从默契各方面啊，还有打线能力都很好嘛，所以说我觉得还是要得盯紧吧，就不要出现失误。绿毛的话，我跟他认识蛮久的嘛，所以说也从他身上也学习过东西嘛，所以说还是尽量会跟他打在平一条线上吧，就尽量会跟上他的节奏吧。
A lot of respect, a lot of love going between Ming and Luma. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. It is Week 7, Day 6. We are just after finishing off the first game of RNG versus JDGs, where RNG just had all the answers for everything JDG threw at them.
A very confident win from RNG. It felt like even in the draft, they just kind of knew what they're coming in against, right? They end up forcing Kanavi onto this Kha'Zix that doesn't really do too much. They end up bringing in the Galio for Cryin as well, which is able to match a lot of what Yagao is capable of doing. And from that point forward, they're able to put those resources into Xiaohu that we talked about and start to get the RNG game plan rolling. It just felt like non-stop action from RNG. But we will actually have that CC train continue for our MVP with the Cryin curveball for our MVP coming in, our man of the Rift, and I think it was well deserved. I think Cryin looked absolutely phenomenal on this Galio pick. He was able to get a lot of pressure in that mid lane, facilitated a ton of these plays towards topside, and in the team fights as well. The ultimates were on point. He was continuously stepping forward with the Shield of Durand as well, buying space for the crucial members of RNG to get out of dodge before the real onslaught or the train of wrecking that was coming from JDG could connect.
And you saw just how much of an impact he had. Even when he didn't have an impact, it was, I'm no longer in vision. I walk towards topside. Zoom immediately backs away because he's just thinking in the back of his head of, if I stay here, I just die. There's just nothing I can do. And even right here, keeping Xiaohu alive with that extra little bit of shielding, the magic damage shield, just does so much for RNG. And it means that everything that JDG threw at it is for naught.
And I think that's the big one, is just that having the space bought for, as you can see in those fights, like Xiaohu, Gala here as well, just stepping forward, being like, cool, as JDG with the short range composition, you cannot get in on top of us. You cannot find the space to actually get on towards Xiaohu and Gala. And it meant that there was a lot of issues for JDG when it came towards these team fights. And again, following up beautifully on Ming, buying the space once again. Like, look at the positioning. How do you ever try and threaten Xiaohu or Gala in this fight as JDG? And I want to say, like, I think it's nice that we're seeing Cryin coming back to form on now his own kind of unique brand of mid lane champions. Because we're saying, hey, look, you know, there's a lot of Viegos, Akalis, all these cool assassins and bruisers that can do things. It's like, no, we know what Cryin likes. He wants his LeBlanc, he wants his Orianna, and these things like the Galio and the Twisted Fate, where he can influence way, influence the side lanes, and be more of a facilitator champion. And it fit in beautifully here, and you can see the results.
And honestly, it just feels great as an RNG fan to come into this and know that there was a lot of question marks around Cryin. There was a lot of speculation about, yeah, I know, it was like a lot of people questioning whether or not this team could even make it to top 4 in the playoffs and, you know, make it to Worlds with Cryin in the mid lane. He has just come in and said, look, had a bad start to the split, came back, worked on his champion pool, worked on the strategy that they want to go for, and they just doubled down on knowing that Xiaohu is the win con. Xiaohu is how they're coming into it. And right now, no one's had an answer for it.
And honestly, like, I wasn't really kind of expecting, but the more I've kind of gone through this bit, like, Xiaohu is looking like top 2 top laner that we have at the moment. Like, it doesn't really matter what champion he has. Like, there's some arguments to still say Nuguri, but Nuguri does have his off days. It just feels like Xiaohu's always on. Like, we look at him on the Mundo, doesn't really matter. He still wins lane, still destroys people. Look at him on things like the Jace, the Gwen, the Viego. He is always, even when RNG were in their slump, you could never doubt that Xiaohu was looking good. So honestly, Xiaohu, we talked about him as being an old mid laner that's now moving to the top side and needed to learn from some things. It feels like he's learned from the best and kind of surpassed a lot of them as well now.
And honestly, it goes into the conversation of,
is this the most successful role swap in the history of League of Legends? We'll have to wait and see. Of course, still plenty of League of Legends to play, but this is
JJ did win Worlds with it, so maybe we're
whatever. Well, hey, if Xiaohu can get 2 championships, a MSI and a World Championship, I think that's the most successful lane swap in the world. So, but that's not until November. A lot of time between now and then. A lot of League of Legends to happen. This time around, we're going to see both sides on the exact same side of the rift. RNG back on blue, JDG back on red. At Zoe, Nocturne, Diana, Akali, Xin Zhao, and if this is a Viego, then we've seen this before.
Yeah, it's going to be the exact same picks, and we'll see then if we get this Lee Sin priority coming through for RNG once again, or if they want to go for something a little bit different. But it does feel like Kanavi, like we said it before, best Lee Sin in the LPL right now, if not the world. The guy's insane on it, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that taken away, because you do get that flexibility, right? You can play it towards Xiaohu top lane, you can play it towards Wei in the jungle, and still be totally fine.
I mean, if it's not broke, don't fix it. You got yourself the Lee Sin. The bans are the exact same. The salty run back is still on the cards for this particular one as JDG now see what they want to prioritize. They themselves may look for the Jace, but I don't know if I feel this one right now. If you're taking picks away from RNG, it just leaves them open for such massive counter picks.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see now what the game plan will be against the Jace. Like, we've seen that in matchups against the Jace, you can go to, like, match range with range. You can take things like the Kennen if you really want to. Or if Xiaohu wants to go towards something a little different. I mean, he could even take things like the Lee Sin into this top lane and try and have that pressure away and set up a bunch of these kills. But we'll have to see what the plan is. Either way, though, we're still probably going to see things like the Varus come through here for RNG. I think taking something guaranteed in the sport world wouldn't be the worst idea either, and keep that flexibility open for Xiaohu and for Wei with this Lee Sin pick.
Again, Gala in spring found the Kai'Sa. Very, very good on it. Very comfortable on it. And it does feel like right now RNG have found that same pick for them coming into Summer Split. It is the Varus. They put Gala onto that. They know they can leave bot lane on an island. And this time around, RNG are the ones who get the Twisted Fate.
JDG, I want to see a jungle here. I want to see the jungle. Okay, actually, I'm not as mad at that one. I was kind of going, hey, look, Kanavi, you can now get banned out. A lot of these top tier junglers already taken off the board, but I actually do like going towards the Ziggs. This is what we talked about in draft number 1, was like when you see a Varus, things that do very well that Loken plays. Ziggs and that Jhin. They end up leaving it towards that second rotation, not opting in towards either of those picks. And now instead we're getting to see this Ziggs. So now you're putting this pressure on towards RNG that you have to deal with this Ziggs before it becomes too big of an issue. Also, just the range that you have on JDG means you need to find opportunities to close that distance and get on top of them.
Well, they're going to focus on those support bans now. Nautilus banned away. LeBlanc here for RNG. So they're saying that Zoom is getting that Jace into the top side. They are pretty confident in that, or at least they're confident enough to limit the choices. I wouldn't mind seeing a Silas ban here from RNG. It is something Yagao has been able to pick up and is so far at the moment being just such a monster. Gwen going to be the final ban here from JDG. Did slip through the picks and bans right up until now, and we'll see a little bit of priority as we come into the final stage.
And now you're kind of looking like, okay, where are we going to prioritize the Shaco jungle banned away? So yeah, look, a little bit of respect given, but I think as well, you just know there's not a huge amount of junglers left available. I mean, if you look at what Kanavi's played, I mean, Rumble, Nidalee maybe, and then you're right down into like the Graves pocket pick that he brought out, and an Udyr game in there as well. There's not a huge amount left available, but it is going to be that Nidalee. So we are going pretty heavily here as JDG in towards that poke-oriented style, right? You're trying to play at long range. Now, when you look towards things like this Twisted Fate, can do a reasonably good job of making sure you can close that gap and get on towards this this relatively squishy backline of JDG.
So you know what RNG want to pick as their last two. They still need a support and potentially a top laner or a jungler, depending on what way they want to go for it. I do like the Braum hover here, and they will lock it in. I like this a lot. It does mitigate a lot of what the side of JDG wants to do. Can absorb a lot of the spears and accelerated shock blast that may come out. And now you're waiting to see what this last pick is going to be. So a couple of picks on the board and available for the side of RNG, depending on what way they want to take it.
I'm going to be a bit funky. I wouldn't mind a Malphite. Actually, Camille kind of does the same job. Malphite does well against the at least the top lane for Jace, and also gives you that guaranteed engage tool. But I think that Camille can do well here as well. That lockdown again And the big issue that I've seen right now for RNG is like, cool, Braum is good for counter follow-up, right? Same, Twist of Fate can set you up, but you need a little bit more to guarantee those engage tools. Well, the Camille can now set that up relatively well, but they are bringing in the rope-a-dope here from JDG. It is going to be that Jason in the mid lane that you were talking about, Penguin, and we're going to get Zoom going back towards the Renekton. So, super strong matchup in that top lane for the Renekton. Really strong matchup for Yagao in that mid lane, and you've got wave clear for days for Loken in the bot. This is the game where Kanavi's now open to play that invade Nidalee style. Try and play off that priority that you have in lane, steal away a bunch of these camps, and set way behind, set RNG behind, and get you to that game number 3.
And this is where we start to see if they can deal with the game plan from RNG. It has been put into sideway, put into that top lane, get that first turret. We've seen it time and time again. It's all about if JDG can mitigate it. They couldn't do it in game 1. They come into game 2 now with a fresh new style, a much more priority in the lanes.
Yeah, and this is where we're going to see, I think, JDG being a lot more comfortable. You don't really have as much here from RNG. We're like, cool, we can actually play like crazy aggressive. We can start to get some cool movements going with Crying. Now you can still have Wave put a good amount of pressure towards that top and bottom half of the map, bottom side, sorry, of the map if you want, but certainly it feels like you've got a little bit of an easier time here as JDG, and especially as you start to progress on into this game, you've got like really nice curves that are coming through. You look towards like Nidalee Jace, you kind of spike off those 2 items, phenomenal. They're going to carry your mid game. You then look towards that late game where you got this Ziggs who's coming online, especially paired with Leona, Solar Flare into a Mega Inferno Bomb. Very sorry for you, Mr. Varus. You're dead. You don't have a chance at surviving that combo. So you definitely have a lot of tools here on this JDG side to try and play your game. But if RNG start to get ahead, if Crying does get these windows where he starts to roam, Xiaohu's up and running, Gala's ahead, then it becomes very difficult for JDG to try and deal with that heavy engage tools of Xiaohu and Crying constantly jumping on top of you.
We'll have to wait and see. It is still 1-0 advantage for RNG coming into this game. JDG looking to bounce back and send us to a 3rd game, but RNG, they'll be eyeing up another 2-0. It would be their 6th 2-0 in a row if they are able to get this one locked and loaded. JDG have a bit to say about that as the Gyos ring true, and Ming takes a little bit of rest. He just took a bouncy bomb to the face. As you can see, the mana bar lower for Loken and the health bar lower for Ming. And I want to
I love
talk
the way
about
the boat just back. It's just like, my health bar is slightly low. I've lost 60 mana as a Loken. All right, I'm back to base. Can't deal with this.
That's the funny thing is, I think actually regen, you actually get it back before. Like, if it's only like 1 attack or 1 spell, you literally get it back. So there's no real point in resetting. But nevertheless, we do actually see the Ignite teleport for Xiao in this top side. He did go with the Grasp the Undying as well. So very much looking to survive in this lane. And like you said, shut down Zoom.
Yeah, this is not an easy matchup for the Camille. Like, pretty much until you get towards that 3rd item, the Renekton has full control, and especially if he starts to get ahead, it becomes even more obnoxious. You can't really approach the wave, because the second you do, even to try and use your W, he just ends up double slice and dice in on top of you and like halves your health bar. It is really, really hard to Xiaohu here. So I think we will see Wei try to play up towards this top side, keep this matchup a little bit more even, or maybe even get Xiaohu ahead and try and just accelerate the point where Xiaohu is relevant and able to play this matchup better through a side lane.
We talked a lot about the poke, you know, the pure damage burst that can come out from JDG. As we can see, Loken, the exhaust goes down. He has to flash away. Exhaust for a flash, you take any day of the week. RNG doing very well. Come back to that in a minute, but I wanted to talk about what are RNG's win conditions. Where do they see themselves coming in and flourishing in this game if it's a dead even state?
I think the best way, at least in these early stages, is to have a bit of pressure. Oh, hang on.
Oh, flash forward with the Winter's Bite. The cleanse is going to be good. Loken will be taken down. The Ignite, though, ticking, and the auto attack is good. It's going to be a trade of AD carries in the bot side. Both supports still surviving, but it is still a very good sign for RNG's bot side.
The fact that Loken doesn't get the kill does hurt JDG, but he's not going to lose any minions, right? Oh, actually, he's just going to walk back to lane, but has that teleport still up and available if he wants to try and get down towards bottom side. Wei now, top lane.
Yeah, did not take his blue. They're going to jump straight in onto Zoom, who's got himself a flash. If he wants to try and get away, he will, but the auto attack is good! And the Ignite that Xiaohu took is better. They're going to be able to get that top side rolling, and now the ball is all of a sudden looking very, very much in favor of RNG.
Oh, Kanavi, gonna see if he can land this spear onto Wei underneath the turret. Wei I love this. So aware that Kanavi is probably in the area if he started bot side, so gonna play it safe. He will lose top scuttle, but gets the victory for Xiaohu. And this is what I wanted to see from Wei. You were just asking, hey, what's the early game plan for RNG here? Play it smart with Wei. Get your laners ahead, try and impact mid lane as well so you can double down on these plays top, but Wei does a really smart pathing, ditches the bottom side, so he actually bypasses the regular timing to get to top lane and catches Zoom by surprise.
On that way, going to find Kanavi here. Is going to be a spear landed. Kanavi needs to be a little bit careful. Not as tanky as you might assume. Xiaohu, though, with the hookshot wall shot, will get himself out. And Kanavi does get a little bit of vision down, but they don't get any camps.
Yeah, it wasn't quite able to finish off the Grump, and even though you had Gagao who had priority mid and was able to move across, not quite able to get as much as they'd like. But Crying now, he's in trouble.
Crying in a little bit of trouble. He's going to be forced to flash away, you imagine. No, Lumao does not commit because Ming was there. The counter engage you get with a Braum being able to be level 3. Those concussive blows is just so powerful in the early side, and you cannot tower dive it.
Especially with Lumao still only level 2, right? He doesn't have access to his own W, so not exactly the tankiest, and always the opportunity for that CC to come down thick and fast and make sure you never get out from underneath that turret. So instead, it's actually kind of a net win for RNG, right? Wei got his full camps, could have been set further behind. We'll lose that on bot side, but TP now for Crying.
They are doubling down on this top side. We will see Xiaohu, though, being taken down first as he goes underneath the tower. Will get himself the kill. The trade back is there, so you're still okay with that for JDG, but you're losing so much on the minion side. Now we look on bot lane. They're going to try and do their own move here. Spear does not land. Ming is here, and he's just playing keep away right now. Flash forward. There's the Xenoblade down onto the Braum. Puts up the Unbreakable. Still has to stand behind me, but he's not going to be able to get it off in time. They will pick up a kill in response, and this early game is just tit for tat.
And I liked what RNG were trying to do, right? Use that timing where Yagao had to reset, and Crying had that little bit of an advantage when it came towards mana and that buy, but they end up trading 1-for-1 in top, and then you get the kill for JDG in that bottom half of the map as well. So answering a lot of these early plays from RNG and giving kills towards Loken, who will be the one that wants to try and scale up and have that better late game.
Didn't quite get the kills, but definitely getting the money and the plates from that tower as they come into this, first 5 minutes of the game. We have 6 minutes, so a kill a minute very much on the cards right now, as we can now see Ming maybe feeling a little bit more confident. There's no real mana here for Loken, so it's very difficult for them to do anything in response. But Wei now realizes that the Kanavi jungler has reset, not on the dragon, so he's going to be able to pick up that early objective for himself.
You can see the difference in XP though, right? With Wei actually going towards this dragon, he's going to invest a lot of time. It's going to make him fall further and further behind. So Wei definitely not going to be able to keep up with this Nidalee. So we need to see him continue this impact towards the lanes. I want to see it towards mid. You're about to hit 6 here as Crying, and he really needs to get a reset off so that he can have at least some impact when he actually gets that Destiny Gate up and available. But right now, Yagao moving out of this mid lane, playing with Kanavi, and it's JDG trying to force these plays up towards Xiaohu on the top lane.
Now, Xiaohu playing very respectfully right now, knows that his jungler and mid laner are not there, and JDG trying to give Xiaohu a little bit of his own medicine right now, showing exactly what it's like as Crying does have the Destiny Gate and is sitting off to the side. We'll see Xiaohu just push himself in. Dominus has been popped. He's going for the wave right now, just put down the tactical sweep, but he's just been killed. I feel like that was really greedy there from Xiaohu. There was no need to do that.
I want to see his experience bar because he was just level 5. I think he was hoping to kill a couple of those minions, hit level 6, and then get the follow-up lockdown and survive that little bit longer, push everyone away with that Hextech ultimatum. But unfortunately for him, does end up falling, not able to get that kill, and RNG end up wasting that Destiny into that play as well. So now JDG, they're the ones that are definitely controlling the pace of this game, and this is what I wanted from JDG. The way that RNG win this is getting ahead, controlling the map, and playing through side lanes with Crying and Xiaohu. When they're going into this behind, it becomes a lot more difficult for them to find that tempo and use the pick potential they have with Xiaohu and Crying. So JDG can set up for sieges, set up at objectives, and start to poke RNG down.
Well, level 6 just hit there by Xiaohu, so now has access to that Hextech ultimatum that you referred to, as we see a reset for Wei, goes back in and gets himself back, but he's 10 CS down, so about 2.5 camps behind this Nidalee. Hasn't been doing too badly, all things considered. Has been around the map, has been impacting the lanes, and that's exactly what we wanted to see him do. But for Xiaohu, this is a much different feel now. You can see JDG playing toe-to-toe, dancing to the tune, saying, right, if you're going to focus topside, we're going to focus topside, and they have got the tools available to them to actually make this one work.
But right now, RNG look like they're trying to use the tools they have to make a pick. You've got Xiaohu kind of hovering in that Rift Herald pit, trying to see if he can find anyone who's moving into contest Ming on Vision. And if they can pick someone off, which they can do incredibly quickly, they can find an opportunity to take this Rift Herald. But if JDG are able to set up and get these poke and kind of be the first on the objective, it'll be easier for them to force back RNG.
And you look on the minimap there, Loken is roaming up, and Kanavi walks straight into a bush. Kanavi, what are you doing? You just know they're there. You cannot just walk blindly. And Lumao loses his life as well, and RNG just get gifted 2 kills and a Rift Herald.
And we just said it. You go for this play, you need to make sure you're not giving that pick potential across to RNG, because the CC and the burst is way too high. 2 members of JDG walked through, and I'd love to say that this is like an isolated incident from JDG, but this happens so damn often. They have insanely high solo deaths when you look towards like Kanavi, Yagao, and Lumao specifically, and it's because of things like this where they just don't respect their opponents and end up getting caught out.
Just a massive blunder there from Kanavi. We'll have a look at the replay here, and you can see that they know that Ming and Cryin are around. They know that they're putting down Vision. They just don't have it on that exact point. But you've got to make... They even see him on the word. You've got to make the assumption.
Yeah, you know that they're in the bush. Like, there's no reason to push up that far either. Like, even you can see Yekao could have just checked with the accelerated shock blast. They could have just paused for a second, but JDG tend to fall into these places where they get these leads and then they end up trying to bite off more than they can chew. They try to do too much at once, and that's the situation there where they just don't have the patience to wait for Yagao, check the bush, and they get caught out.
That's a nice kill or 2 going over to the side of RNG. They also picked up the Rift Herald off the back of it as well. They have gotten all the neutral objectives so far, and Wei going back up to his favorite place in the world. It is, of course, topside into Xiaohu, and with this massive wave stacking, they may look for a dive. No Hextech ultimatum just yet, though, so it might be a little risky.
They still have the kick available, so might just be trying to boot Zoom completely away from that. But Zoom does have his own flash.
Oh, Zoom do have it. They're going to pop the Dominus. There's going to be the flash there. They do not land the Sonic Wave. Does he go down? No, he does not. The Ignite will not be enough to take him out. He will just survive as he pops down this pot. RNG, though, they know that Yagao is roaming up. They do not want to overcommit to this, so they use the Destiny. They also use Wave's Flash, but they don't get any purchase.
A bit messy from RNG. You can see just individual missteps mean that they're not quite coordinated, and Zoom manages to get away. Like, missed Sonic Wave coming through from Wei could have been the disaster for the Renekton, but with Cavalry arriving for JDG, they managed to get away. Zoom also does manage to collect that wave as well, so doesn't even miss out on too much, and now can reset himself. So we get to see the replay here. Nerdy have to make this play work. Good damage on towards Xiaohu, but as you can see, we get the lock-in coming through for Xiaohu with the Dragon Kick, so Zoom stays put, and then as well, that missed Sonic Wave coming through from RNG, so a lot of miscommunication and messiness from RNG in that play.
Oh, that is unfortunate. The Dragon's Rage kit immediately just cancelled out, and it just means that he just, as you say, stays put, doesn't actually move anywhere. He's dead to rights if that kick goes any distance backwards. It's straight up just a kill, and now Wayne giving up this Dragon on bot side, going to try and move up towards this top lane, and maybe make this Rift Herald play work again.
I mean, look, there was a reason RNG were called the 4 wards plus Xiaohu in spring, and you're kind of seeing it here. It's like, all right, well, the last trio didn't work. Let's try the new trio. Oh, Xiaohu, you want to come as, or Cryin, you want to come as well?
Yeah, they're going to try and go for it. Oh, the Glacial Fissure is just perfect. They're going to be able to juggle this aggro as well so nicely. They have to commit 2 ultimates to it, but they will not care for that in the end. They get the job done, they get the Renekton killed, and they get first tower.
And what do you do as Zoom? You've been doing a great job all the time long in this laning phase. You've been trading well, you've been beating out Xiaohu, and then I was like, okay, I survived the first 2, we're doing good. All right, got some help from JDG, this is great. And then they sent 3, and then they sent 4, and then you're like, for the love of God, just leave me alone. I want to play my game.
It's just adding more and more people to it. It's like, well done, 1v3, you came out, you didn't die. 1v4, I don't know what to tell you, man. You got no ultimate, you got no flash, you got nowhere to go, and with that push in the top side from the Rift Herald at the second time, it is going to put that tier 2 very low. So any kind of hard engage or hard commitment from JDG onto the bottom half of the map, that tower dies.
And well, you've now got like Xiaohu's already got that Triforce completed, not actually going for the Divine Sunder, so trying to play off more of the attack speed, and more than likely going to be realizing, hey, look, there's not a huge amount of bruisers for me to utilize the fact that I've got the 14% max health damage as a melee champion. I'm going to instead look to just burst them out with this Triforce. So for RNG, we'll have to see if Xiaohu now, how he wants to try and influence the map. You can see they've opted into this 1-3-1. Xiaohu going to be threatening this bot side and trying to keep that pressure over towards the dragon that's going to be spawning in just 3 minutes.
Yeah, still a ways away, but maybe a Rift Herald play before then. We'll see what way that both these teams want to play it. 4 people in the mid lane, but against Ming and Gala, there's Braum Varus combination, and you only have a Ziggs to really go in and put down the poke. Well, the Jace there as well. It's not really going to be much there as Xiaohu and Wei push up that wave. So they're just looking to try and push in and deny as many minions as possible, as they know they have pressure around the map.
Yeah, and look, you can see that JDG, they have really good vision control on this bottom side, right? They've even got one really far down the lane here on the bottom half of RNG to spot where they are coming from the lane. They have good control of the jungle. It just feels though like they're not fully being able to capitalize on it. They aren't looking for picks. They're not quite being able to poke at RNG and see if they can make these plays work.
It's a bit of a slow mid-game now as we come up to about 15 minutes just underneath it. It is a 6-4 kill lead in favor of RNG. 1 dragon apiece and a 400 or 500 gold lead in favor of RNG as well. So nothing too untoward. All 5 plates going down in bot and top for RNG and JDG respectfully. We now see this siege being put down. A lot of damage on the Gala. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb and the Dragon's Rage. So 2 ultimates traded, 1 each. And everyone just kind of backs away. And this is the poke siege that is just so good from JDG. The Jace, the Nidalee, the Ziggs. Very difficult for anyone from RNG to really step up and take control.
And it's hard for Xiaohu to try and play towards this as well, right? Like, as RNG, you'd love to try and make an engage on that, as you see everyone from JDG grouped up, but full vision control bot side for JDG means that Xiaohu can't really push that wave. In bot lane, he can't really move towards the jungle, towards mid, because he always runs the risk of getting caught out by someone like Lu Mao and Kanavi. So JDG doing a good job of trying to set themselves up for their own strengths. Now, it does mean RNG will take this top side of the map, will get this Rift Herald, and you will get the top lane pushed in as well, and may make it a bit harder for JDG to try and set themselves up properly for this dragon in a minute, where you can force priority with this Rift Herald.
Well, they'll take it there. Lu Mao had a feeling something was going on, and now has full confirmation of that, as RNG basically own the top half of the map. With that first tower going down, there is just so much. You can see slight pings there onto the tier 2 saying, look, we might be able to take this one. Minute until Dragon. There is no TP onto Crying. Has swapped out to the heal for now, but TP should be available for Xiaohu very shortly, and this could be another big brawl as both sides look to secure themselves an objective on the Cloud Soul.
I feel like for RNG, we're probably going to get them to cede control of this dragon and actually look to go for like a play where they overload a side of the map with the Rift Herald. Like, if you can already see Xiaohu moving up top side, Crying is going bot, and if Wei is on this top side, you can see they're not even looking for it. I'm pretty sure what they're going to try and do is instead make some sort of pick play onto whoever is left in this top side of the map for JDG and try and see if they can force something on towards this top inhibitor, or at least create that pressure elsewhere. Because if you're in a straight up 5v5 as RNG right now, you just don't have the damage to win that out.
I feel so bad for Crying. I think both games, the early blue buffs have just not been given to him. He had to take his own blue buff in the last game to be like, I deserve this. I am the mid laner here. This last game, it was Xiaohu getting it. This game, it's Gala. I think it's exactly what you talked about, though. They are going to try and secede this, but Wei does not know there's 2 people standing in this bush. Still doesn't know there's 2 people standing in that bush, and the trigger discipline right now from the side of JDG is very good. They're going to even commit the TP to this. Is Xiaohu in a little bit of trouble. There's the Dragon's Rage kick to try and disengage, but it's a good, nice lockdown onto Xiaohu. They get the dragon and they get everything.
But the pick is back on towards Kanavi, the one person that was left to actually finish off the dragon RNG respawn with. So it's 1 for 1, and although it nearly looked good from JDG, they end up getting that kill back in favor of RNG as well. So now, pressure on into this mid lane. We still have the Rift Herald as well. It wasn't committing the top side, so RNG plonk it down in the mid lane and look to take the mid lane turret.
And you got so much poke coming out here from the side of JDG, but you got to be able to try and burst this one down. Don't think they're going to be able to do it. That's going to be mid lane tier 1 taken out. Ming looking for something. The Chain of Corruption was committed, but not gained. And that's going to be a full retreat here now for RNG. They know they've not got really great engage right now without the Camille, and they have to respect the damage that can come out from JDG.
And I was so ready to praise JDG to no end for that play. I loved the way they read RNG there. We called it was like, look, RNG aren't going to contest. They're going to try and overload top side of the map. They're there to try and keep that in play. But the greedy pathing from Kanavi to try and get back in towards relevancy of like where he was positioned in the map means he ends up getting caught out. So you can see here, phenomenal. I love this from JDG. Having that Ziggs TP in as well, making sure to finish this off. But watch Kanavi on the mini-map. He's roaming up towards mid lane, which means he's just in range for the Destiny. Cryin then flashes in on top of him, whereas if you had actually gone through the other jungle route and walked the long way around, sure, your mid lane might end up being under a bit of pressure, but you'll be a hell of a lot safer and not give that one-for-one trade and lose your mid lane on top of this.
Now you do gain the dragons, so it is still a trade of objectives. A tower for a dragon and a kill for a kill, as RNG find themselves in about 1,000 gold lead coming up to the 20-minute mark. And Xiaohu definitely feeling a little bit more focused, I think, in this game from JDG. Definitely feeling like he is getting the brunt of their rage, but Wei is not deterred. Wei is still feeling like he can make something happen with this Xiaohu Camille combination, but I think that Kanavi and Lumao are very well aware of it.
Yeah, especially with the resets coming through from Cryin. There's no other pressure on the map, so JDG just commits several members towards his top side. Now, you need help here as Xiaohu. Like, there is the potential dive here for a Zoom.
There is a dive available. Zoom just pop the dominance. Is just going to use it to secure that top tier 1. So pings going down onto the bot side. You can see them there from the blue team saying, look, we need to take this turret. We need to make a response here. As RNG kind of getting a little bit stagnant right now. They're not really finding as many rotations as they were in game 1. They're feeling like they're kind of doubling down on that top side, but you're doubling down on something that is, at the moment, a losing matchup. You're 40 CS down, you're equal on kills, but the Renekton, like you mentioned, is still going to be stronger until you hit about 2.5 items.
And it feels like there's a few of these roadblocks in the way of RNG. Now, I might hold off as they are looking potentially to dive bot, but the problems that you're seeing from RNG is, yeah, side lane, not really in their favor right now. Xiaohu still needs to, remember, say, get to 3 items. It's probably 2.5 to take over against Zoom, but he's still a long way away from that. And as well, when you're trying to play these side lanes, Ziggs is great when you try to play this 1-3-1 style against them, because he stands off Mega Inferno Bomb to a side lane, he controls the entire map from this mid lane. So it becomes really difficult to try and create these pressures as RNG, and you can see it right now where Loken happily sitting in this mid lane, clearing out a wave every time Gala shoves it in, and then he's constantly just roaming back and forth between the two lanes as RNG try to put pressure onto it. Look, you can see it on the minimap now. A little bit of RNG members bot side. Okay, cool. I'll just play off towards the bottom side of the map here from this mid lane and make sure I can be there with the Mega Inferno Bomb.
He said a little bit, and I instantly went into Mambo number 5. Like straight away, my head just went like a little bit of man, and it's a great song. It's a fantastic song. You know how much I love that song from when we were in Shanghai. It was just I forced you to come dance.
So for anyone who doesn't know, Penguin is a much smaller person than me.
Yes.
I was surprised by how quickly I was dragged to the dance floor as soon as Mambo number 5 came on. I didn't have a choice.
There was no choice here. It was lose your arm or come dancing. That's what it was. As we can see now with it, 40 seconds of this dragon spawning. This would put JDG onto Soul Point. But RNG are just trying to see if they can find someone off to the side, see if they can get any kind of pressure. You have a Ravenous Hydra now for the Camille. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb on top of Gala, as they do end up putting out the Chain of Corruption onto Yigao, so he cannot exist. But it's a 1v1, and in the top side, Zoom takes that 1v1 and gets the kill. Cryin commits the Destiny as well, and oh no, Dagda, it's all falling apart.
It was too late. I didn't see where Cryin was, but it was a 2-level disadvantage for Xiaohu in that top lane, and he tries to go for the 1v1. Despite the ignite, he still falls, and now you've got members of JDG CG mid lane.
They've got this with them in Satchel Charge as well. Ming taking so much damage. He will go down to about 1/10 of his HP, but that just means that JDG guarantee themselves this 3rd Drake, and RNG just don't have any answers. Similar to JDG in game 1, it feels like JDG are the ones dictating the pace, dictating everything that RNG cannot and cannot do.
Yeah, and people will look at the gold lead and go, well, it's dead even, you know, it's not really like they're in the lead. It is because of the way their composition operates on both sides, but we're going to get a quick replay here. You can see Xiaohu goes to engage. I think he thought Cryin was going to be able to get here a lot faster. Like, had the ghost, you can see him barreling through that mid lane to try and get there, but just ends up going down too fast. Zoom gets the kill, and it's too late for Cryin to get in there. But that's the problem here for RNGs. We talked about their compositions, right? JDG are a composition that are phenomenal when ahead. It is really damn hard to try and break a siege from this team. And you can see it there. They all just plunk themselves into the mid lane, start taking pop shots at RNG, and they're sent running as that mid lane tower goes down. The only way you can try and fight that as RNG is by utilizing pressuring like your side lanes, trying to use this Destiny, look for picks, and break the stranglehold that JDG have on the map. But when you try and go for that and Xiaohu missteps, goes that bit too far and falls, that entire play shuts down, and JDG just get more pressure elsewhere.
There was a ward that spotted out Wei walking up towards this top side. Yagao has been pretty quiet in this game, but he hasn't really had much to do. As we now know, Kanabi walking in, spots a ward, and these accelerated shock blasts are starting to do a lot of damage. You can see now Xiaohu just trying to get back up into the levels. 2 levels, like you mentioned, behind, and really struggling into this matchup, not having a good time whatsoever, and just has to walk away from the Renekton every single time. He should not die as long as he doesn't engage, but if you use that hook shot, wall shot to engage, you're just dead.
Wei sitting up here with crying. I'm trying to see if they're... Yeah, they're, like, you can see Wei is trying desperately to work with these split pushes, set them up as Yagao.
Oh, he's going to go back in as Wei's trying to keep himself alive, but they're going to try and turn this one back around and go back in on top of him, and they make the pick work, but they're not able to get Wei out. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but now crying, where are you going to go, buddy? There's nowhere for you to be. There's nowhere for you to go. There's no support coming either. He's 1v4 right on top of him. 3 points from the back court is that Mega Inferno Bomb, and Zoom gets himself his 5th kill of the game.
And highlights beautifully what we were just explaining, that you just cannot try and play these side lanes as well when you're in a position where you're behind. It becomes so much easier for JDG to respond with multiple members, and there's no pressure on the map to try and play off the fact that JDG have sent 4 members to the top half of the map. Yes, Xiaohu finally pushes in this bot lane, but mid lane isn't under any threat. And honestly, you're about to trade a tier 1 on the bot side of the map for RNG for a tier 2 in the top lane with Zoom already pressuring up there.
Xiaohu is 3 levels behind right now, Dagda. He just doesn't, as long as the Renekton is not there, he doesn't care right now. He's just like, get away from me. I want nothing to do with you. They will not lose the tier 2 in bot side because Wei went to deal with it, but this is dire straits right now for the side of RNG. They just need time, but I don't know if JDG are going to give it to them.
And I think this goes back to the creativity that we saw from JDG in draft. But
oh, nicely done there, utilizing the ward, and that could be Baron. Everyone just reset.
They just reset. You're missing Ziggs. They don't even have the TPs to get here, Penguin. RNG, how do you do that? How do you find the miracle pick?
And in a world where JDG make all of the right decisions, make all of the right moves, it is RNG that come out with a nice little pick. You can see Ming putting up the Unbreakable to try and take this one down. They're going to try and go for the steal. They jump in straight in. Wei comes back in. They will get the Baron for RNG as Lumao goes golden to try and keep himself alive. And in this fight, the very big Crocodile gets himself into the middle of the team, and these stopwatches are just buying so much time for JDG. They will take down 2 more members of RNG, and the rest of RNG will try and run away. They have to try and keep these Baron buffs alive.
They're on the run, though. They need to get away from your Mega Inferno Bomb.
Oh, no, there's just too much poke, there's just too much damage, and they lose 4 for none. And this is just JDG saying, yes, you get the Baron, but you're not going to be able to use it.
They get the pick, and they don't burn the Baron fast enough. They just don't have the damage because they've been set behind, and now you can see the results where they just end up falling down. A great pick here from Ming and Gala. You don't even realize you're back on a ward there as Loken, but then look how slow they actually take this down. They don't really have the damage. Wade does a phenomenal job of keeping Kanavi out, but you've now committed so much to make this play happen. And RNG, I think the biggest mistake they made here was actually trying to fight. I think if you just run for the hills, Crying gets out, you can get over and just run out as Gala and, you know, give a sacrificial lamb. But unfortunately for them, they stick around too long. Yagao gets in a great spot with the flank here, and with Lumao on the side as well, they just don't have anywhere to run to.
Yeah, and the TP there used by Loken to get himself in range, to use that Mega Inferno Bomb to secure those kills for the side of JDG, and they're going to be able to use this pressure now they have on the map to be able to pick themselves up a dragon. Lumao is around, so didn't want to go fully onto Xiaohu, but it's the sole point. It is only a Cloud, but you're a Renekton, you're a Leona, you're a Ziggs. That extra little burst of movement speed is so big for you.
And it's, I mean, you kind of talk about it, but it's underrated as well on picks like Kanavi and Yagao, right? You end up transforming so many times in a fight that you end up getting this big burst of move speed, which is super, super nice as well. So I think you got a lot of options here as JDG off of this, plus having those big ultimates that you talk about makes such a massive difference. Now, you can see, at least from RNG, they're like, right, they are committed to Dragon. We need to start getting these towers, start to play elsewhere on the map. We actually have one Baron buff left, which is on Crying. Might get an inhibitor turret with this.
They might do, and that's a really good trade-up for RNG, being smart about the game right now. And you can see RNG just trying to stop everyone from getting the backs off, trying to lay them from trying to collapse on this top side. And you've cracked open the base. This is a good move here from the side of RNG, given all things.
And a really smart play as well, because you can see with Crying as well, even when he walks out, he pops the Destiny. RNG are going, hey, look, if we end up seeing a separated JDG because they're trying to respond to this play, we can try and make a play of our own. We can try and get these picks happen, but managed to escape away. RNG now getting control back in the map. Now, you would have to try and fully overcommit this top side of the map. Like, TP from Xiaohu, Crying, have Wei there, and maybe try and look for some sort of miracle play towards, like, the Dragon in 5 minutes. See if you can end the game through that. But it's a tall order for a backdoor, but there is now that small, brief window of opportunity for RNG where maybe they can make the magic happen.
For RNG, yes, you lose Cloud Soul, but the gold is very, very even. They're only 1,000 behind. They have finally gotten Xiaohu onto 3 items, and Yagao pushing forward a little bit. I don't think he's going to push much further than this little crumbled down turret, and this is going to give Xiaohu up to the minions now as he tries to get up to that level 16. Still 2 levels behind, but now levels are becoming less of a big deal because you're starting to hit caps. Zoom has literally 1 more level and he's at max levels. This gold lead isn't really anywhere else. Items are starting to come in. 3 items for Xiaohu, 3 items for this Twisted Fate, 3 items for Gala. If this game keeps going on, the advantages that JDG were able to garner just don't make as much of an impact.
I agree. The only problem is that Zoom, as long as I've been, max level, is also 1 item away from max items. He's a big old boy. So the problem was that we were saying, hey, look, if you're even Steven, about 3 items, Xiaohu starts to take over this matchup. Not so much right now, especially with that chain sword, picked up. It means you've got a little bit of safety, but Zoom
is going to get caught out here. They're going to try and commit 2 TPs to try and save him, though. He's taking a lot of damage. He flashes in. Staircase has been popped. They're just kiting this one out very, very nicely. They can't really take him out just yet, though. They will get both teleports, though, from the side of JDG. They will not be available in a minute to half time.
And this is now how RNG can play through that top lane. TP on Xiaohu, TP on Crying. They can look to try and make a pick on that top lane and plow through that top half of the map. So now RNG can try and play smartly with these teleports. But unfortunately for Zoom, just taking that step too far forward, not respecting the fact that he didn't have the support and RNG were in the area. And even though he managed to get picked, he doesn't go down. He just said this is a big old croc, and you can see it there. It takes a lot to deal with this Renekton right now.
He's even got an elixir in the back pocket now for this Baron fight. He knows he needs to be as strong as he possibly can be. And for RNG, yes, you gain 2 teleports, you even gain the flash out of Zoom, but you don't lose anything as themselves. As Wave going to be trying to clear out this wave. I don't think they can right now. Solarflare has been committed, though, and this is just Xiaohu and Crying just saying, right, mid lane, you got to deal with this. We're going bot.
Yeah, they're trying to rush it, and they're trying to see if they can 2v2 against the Renekton here. Zoom, though, just got to focus on the creeps, clear them out, and it means that JDG have managed to get that tower for nothing. Wei, though, in trouble.
In a little bit of trouble. Kanavi will not land the spear. They're still pushing, still prodding to see if they can get him. They are going to see Lumao flash forward, which burns the flash from Wei and the Glacial Fissure from the Bronze. So, big ultimates down here for RNG, and they're losing. Zoom might be in dead, but is Zoom dead, or is he going to be the one getting the kills? He gets 1. He's going to be able to maybe look for another. The flash has to be committed as the observers finally get themselves down to this bot side where all the action was happening. This crocodile's just too damn big.
Zoom is a menace in this game. We said you need to shut this guy down. This is why. Now JDG off the back of that turn towards Baron.
Oh, this is risky, though. There's a lot of poke that can come in. We're going to see if Wei can get in there to try and get the steal down. I don't think he's going to be able to get it down. No, he won't. It's going to be JDG picking up the Baron, and then the fight can really start. Crying has no flash, but a great 2-man Everfrost means that Yagao is locked up, but with a flash of his own, he's able to get on right on top. JDG in firm control of this game, and they might look just to run up mid and end this game.
I mean, JDG, the D stands for Dundee, because this crocodile is popping the hell off. The fact that Zoom has managed to 1v2 in that bottom lane, and now give JDG the Baron off that play. JDG can close out game number 2.
Got themselves a minion wave into this mid lane. Tier 3 inhibitor turret does fall. Inhibitor down. Now, do you look to fully commit to this one here? As we can see Zoom popping that dominance, having the extra ability haste. He goes back in. Dragon's Rage back out. And this is going to be all about wave clear here for the side of Gala. He needs to just kill these minions, and he has done it so far. And now these health bars are low. Flash forward, Chain of Corruption. Can they take him down? No way. He's the first to fall. This crocodile too damn big. He's just not dying now. He finally goes down. But you've lost 2 more members and only gained 1 for yourself.
They hold on to the base though. RNG just barely managing it, and you could see the low health bars in the backline. Loken nearly dead, Kanavi nearly dead, but it's not quite enough, and we're gonna get this replay here. I mean, I'm not sure what the communication here was. It feels like Brian just kind of late to the party, but even then, like, Zoom, he's massive. 2 levels up on either of these opponents. He's also got the healing reduction in this matchup as well, so the Ravenous Hydra just not doing as much. Divine Sunder not there to really deal with the health bar as well. And then this is where we see JDG, they get the Baron and they turn off on towards this fight as well and just finish off so many members of RNG.
Elder Dragon has spawned. I believe Wei is coming up or has respawned onto the map, so he is still there and will be running straight towards this objective. Now, JDG, you've done so much good work. You've been able to put yourself in such a good position, but now you cannot lose this objective. This is a game-ending buff for either of these teams. Neither is going to want to try and risk a 50-50.
And there's no space for RNG to make fancy map plays. This has to be a straight-up fight.
Crying with the Destiny Gate and the gold card, but he's deleted. No one can follow up on him on the CC, and now RNG are 4v5 as they come into this fight. There's the Hextech ultimatum onto Loken, but he's got a Zonya's, so he keeps himself alive. The dominance has been popped as Zoom is on this Elder Drake. You still have both junglers. It's getting very tense, Dagda.
Yeah, Xiaohu doesn't have the TP, so he's stuck at this fight with half HP. Crying, gone. And JDG, they say, screw this. We've got a base, your base in the way. We can just run through mid.
The one thing RNG will have, though, they will be able to get back and defend this, so the game will not end just yet. The TP comes in. I feel like that's a little bit of an overcommitment right now. They have super minions. They have the Baron up for another 6 seconds. They're trying to look for the end right here, right now, and they do have a Ziggs as well. Xiaohu taken down to about half HP. He can't really go in. There's the Dragon's Rage kick. Good enough to disengage. There's Loken, and Loken's dead. They can't take the fight anymore. They cannot take the towers, and JDG have to run back.
You've got no Destiny, no TP for Crying, though he has just spawned as RNG will kick JDG out of the base. This is Loken dead for 40 seconds, and Elder Dragon is up. The fumble may have just happened for JDG. They need to recover.
The ball is still in the air. They still have control over it if they can just make sure they do not get spotted. They're looking for a pick. They're looking for Wei, but they've given themselves a good poke onto Crying and Gala. But now RNG know it's a 5v4. Do they look to try and re-engage this fight? The Destiny Gate onto the backside. Crying died again. But can RNG take this fight after the end of it? Zoom jumps straight in onto Gala, but the Chain of Corruption stops him dead in his track. It's Zoom for the life of JDG to keep them in this game. Xiaohu falls. Zoom is supreme, and they will take the fight, they will take the ace, and they will take the game.
Zoom is dominant in this game. Kanavi gets a quadra kill, but it was gifted by Zoom. This guy is monstrous. He refuses to die, and JDG in the 4 versus 5 will come out with the win.
The crocodile got too big, and there was nothing that RNG could do. They will be forced into a game 3, their first third game series in 6 matches. Absolutely fantastic work from JDG, and they earned themselves a right to challenge for this win.
And so much of this was down to that early pressure going toward the top side with Kanavi and Yagao. Responding beautifully after seeing what had happened in game number 1, we get Kanavi consistently going towards that top lane, making sure that Zoom is safe, making sure this Renekton's not falling behind. And we saw it there, once this matchup is going head to head, it takes so long for Camille to be able to get a lead. Zoom is monstrous, and even in the 1v2 scenarios, he's winning out on side lanes. And when you get to that point, there's just no hope for this RNG composition. The entire comp is revolved around picks that you can make, overloading on a side lane and being able to play that style, and you just never got the opportunity to do it in this game.
It really was just a fantastic answer to everything that RNG did in game 1, in game 2 for JDG. It was we know what you're going to try and do. We know how you're going to try and do it, and we have an answer for it. And you even see Xiaohu doing literally the most damage of anyone on his team, but it doesn't matter because Zoom had just become so tanky, so unbelievably undealable. It didn't matter who you were putting on. That damage was purely onto the Renekton.
Yeah, and it was purely into Asterix Gauge Shield. It was purely into a guy who's like healing triple the amount that you could deal to him, it felt like. And this is where, again, like, I loved the draft from JDG, right? We're saying, hey, look, an answer for the Varus, the Ziggs, perfect, late game scaling. You'd already taken the Jace off the board, so now you got this incredibly potent poke composition, or at least this siege potential. And finally, just coming in and swapping last minute with the Renekton in the top lane, not allowing this Camille to actually get ahead, gave just so much to JDG. And I loved the way they played around the top lane, as we already pointed out. So I think a really smart job from JDG, both in draft, the way they operated in the game. There were a few still missteps where, you know, people getting caught out in positions that they shouldn't be, or backing on wards like we saw from Loken, but they were crucially able to get the ball across the line.
And the big thing as well, I know we meme a lot about the Cloud Soul, but having triple, you know, Cloud Drakes into a Cloud Soul meant that Zoom's ultimate, the dominance, was up every 40 seconds. It was literally, he used it, he popped out, they disengaged. As soon as the next fight came in, he had it back. So just having that constant rage bar building up and knowing that he could be a tank in the front line, that he was never going to be bursted down even after he used his dominance, was so key for JDG. And now RNG, they gotta figure this one out. The strategy that has worked, tried and tested the last 5-6 series, and even, you know, the last 10-11 games, has not worked in this one. JDG have found themselves an answer.
I think what we'll probably see coming into game number 3 is, like, if RNG have the option to go on towards red side, start to look towards seeing if they can get that counter pick for Xiaohu, and then they'll be better situated. It felt like a lot of the issues that we saw were just the Renekton suddenly being thrown into the mix when they weren't expecting it. So we'll have to see what our draft is going to be as we come into game number 3.
Yeah, we'll wait and see. We're going to throw it to a quick break, but when we return, the culmination of this, the finale, if you will, of this best of 3 shall be right around the corner. We'll see you guys very soon.
Death descends. The light is fading. Who will join us? Who will be our hope?
Demacia must not fall!
No. Worse.
You cannot stop the darkness he's unleashed. Until our queen is returned, all will be brought to ruin.
What is this? What's happening?
Steady. Then shoot her twice.
We pin her down and hit her with everything we got.
On it.
Wait!
Lucian! No. She's still in there.
She's a monster.
No, Viego's the real monster.
And there aren't enough arrows in the world to stop him.
We need to work together, or he will destroy everything.
What is this place?
This is where you make a choice. Stand with us in the light, or fall alone to the darkness.
She's reckless, Senna.
And we'll need more just like her to stop what's coming.
Are you two just going to stand there? Or are we going to find something to kill?
就校场对战 RNG 的话，就 RNG 最近感觉状态回来了吧，然后感觉他们每个人都打得很好，然后对战他们的话，我们得就好好准备一下。对战 Crying 的话是一个比较稳的一个中单选手吧，然后对战他的话就尽量选择多推线，然后去帮助队友吧。
And so you gotta do, be prepared, and you'll, set yourself up for success. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are coming into the final game of this best of 3. It is 1-1 between RNG and JDG. I'm still Penguin, he's still Dagda. And we gotta talk about the MVP from that last game, because I think it's a surprise of who it's gonna be.
Yeah, I mean, yes and no. I think there's going to be a lot here where I've actually completely whiffed on it, and now I was like trying to buy time until the graphic came up because I've like completely blanked on who it was. But either way, I think
I love that. I just can't remember. Who do you think it was?
Yeah. I was like, you said surprise. I was like, it is Zoom. I was like, no, he did say Zoom. And I was like, did I misremember? You threw me off. You threw me off, which was supposed to be sarcastic.
I was supposed to throw off the viewers.
But for Zoom, yes, 100%. This guy was a menace. Absolutely monstrous. We talked about, look, I think in draft set up well with that sudden counter pick coming through and the Jace being flexed towards the mid lane, and then having that pressure from the early stages with Kanavi and Yagao trying to stop all this attention from Wei, from Cryin in that mid lane as well, meant that he actually got to a place where he could continue playing the matchup and do incredibly well in that matchup as well. So we talked about, hey, you needed to set Zoom behind when you came into this game. This is exactly why.
Yeah, if you can keep him behind, he doesn't have this level of impact, but he was just 1v1ing, 1v2ing, 1v3ing. Hell, there was one point where he ended up dying, but he was 1v4ing. Like, he was just such a nuisance. And even here, you're talking about the 2-level difference. He's level 18 compared to both Cryin and Xiaohu being level 16. And they almost get him, but we talked about this a little bit in the break, is that you pick the Twisted Fate as a utility to facilitate your other lanes. You pick him to be a stun bot. He does not have great damage coming later into the game, and it was just on show every single time towards the later game team fights in that game.
Yeah, and honestly, like, we kind of talked about, Xiaohu bringing in this Triforce build and how it can, like, be really good against those people that are quite squishy, because you don't need to use the extra max health, right? They don't have enough max health to make it worth your while. But when we end up seeing Xiaohu consistently off against the Renekton, that becomes a different story. I think Divine Cinder could have done a lot of work there. And also just the fact you get so much healing from it. It makes it a lot easier to survive that matchup. It felt like you just didn't have enough in the tank as Xiaohu at any point in time to deal with this Renekton. But we'll have to see what the story is coming into game number 3. Myself and yourself, Penguin, were talking off stream about how we'd actually potentially like to see this Zoe ban dropped and have the Renekton put into that place, so you can go kind of flexing in towards this quick the Jace pick again if you wanted to, or go towards the Camille and not have to worry about that pick. But we're seeing the exact same draft again, right? Lee Sin first pick coming through from RNG. There's the Leona coming through for JDG, and we have seen the Jace locked in alongside this in the last game for JDG. Do they want to go towards that again?
We'll have to wait and see. Is RNG waiting along to see what exactly they want to go for. I think the graphic is messing up just a little bit. RNG did in fact do their 3 bans, and it's the exact 3 bans they have put out so far in this series on the blue side, and they did go towards that Lee Sin first pick. And now with the Leona locked in, what do JDG want to find themselves with? Where do they want to go from here? So we might see exactly what they go for. It might be a little longer till we figure it out. Yep, there is a problem with the graphic. I think the graphic just had a little bit of a moment, so we should be able to see exactly what goes on. It looks like the teams are still working their way through picks and bans. We'll wait to see exactly what way it works out, but I still like the Lee Sin priority. I still love the Leona priority from both sides. I think RNG and JDG have shown they are very, very good with it, and they're going for the exact same drafts right now. It's a run-it-back of game 2.
Yeah, and I mean, the big question here is Renekton, question mark, ban here from RNG, making sure you can actually go towards that Camille if you want to, because we talked about this pretty much at length already. When you've got so much range in this JDG composition, you need to find ways of getting in on top of it. Now, unfortunately, we weren't able to do so last time with the Camille, but with that Nidalee ban, at least taking away some of that range capability from Kanavi, and also just putting him in a pinch, right? We saw a lot of jungle bans already with the Xin Zhao, everything else, so you will have to see JDG going back towards some of these more pocket-orientated picks, and it is going to be that Graves that we've seen from Kanavi before.
Very important to notice, they instead of banning away the Renekton, they ban away the Nidalee, so they're recognizing the AP poke jungle was a lot of the issues they had to dealing with, to moving forward into the enemy pathway, to moving into a position where they could contest some of these objectives. And this time around, RNG, they're not looking for the 1v1, they're not looking to try and get the side waves going, they're just looking for a big old tank in that top side. Dr. Mundo here for his appointment.
Feels like this is just a case of, right, we couldn't try and play it through side lanes, let's just run it at them. Let's just try and have this Mundo where, cool, we've got the Twisted Fate to set up the engages, and then Mundo to absorb all the poke that's coming our direction so we can actually get that gap closer. Now, we're also looking at the set going to be coming in for Ming in that support role as well. So again, more follow-up, but I kind of like what JDG have, to be honest. Like, you still got an incredibly strong front line. You got a lot of damage that can come out. And for RNG, your main source of damage is going to be this poke Varus, which never really spells good news for me. So I'm kind of curious about the damage sources on RNG. Now, that being said, Mundo's a little bit silly. Mundo does do a lot of damage, and I've seen him solo out people like Ziggs in these fights. So that could be your kind of your other damage source here, but certainly if you don't have Xiaohu in a position where he's actually in a good spot, it feels like this is a relatively low damage source on RNG, unless maybe we get that lethal tempo and on-hit Varus, but I'd be surprised to see it.
Honestly, I think right now you're looking at the one thing I will put as a caveat to the Mundo build, Xiaohu was the one to build Divine Sunderer with the Sterex gauge, like more of a bruiser type of the Mundo style. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm not saying it's a guarantee that they're going to go for it, but we'll see what way it does end up working as both teams are locked and loaded. We didn't even get time to really talk about it, but the Ornn locked in for Zoom. So again, he's saying, cool, you don't want the 1v1, I don't want the 1v1. I'm going to pick a tank team fighter just like you, but I have a little bit more hard engage.
And that's the thing, is that it's about having that to deny the engage from this RNG side. Because yes, Mundo can tank up all the CC because he's got that go where he pleases, he can tank up all the damage, but the backline that's teetering in behind him ain't going to be so lucky. And that's where you can see this, like Horn ripping through the backline. Mundo's got to pause while he collects his thoughts with everyone else, and then they can start to chug forward again. So it's about slowing it down, buying space for that backline, and especially if you've got an Ornn in the front line who is able to bounce off these walls, start to put up like his Q just in the middle of RNG as they try to advance, it actually becomes pretty hard for RNG to get into the right spot to close onto this JDG side.
Something that is very stupid of me, but it always just annoys me, is when I see the Mercedes car and that logo just roll up. He doesn't move. The tires don't move. It's not like it's driving in. It's just literally like PowerPoint presentation.
Don't burn the magic.
Yeah, I know, but it gets to me, man. It's just such a stupid thing that just triggers me so much. But nevertheless, we are coming into the final game of this best of 3 RNG versus JDG. Winner could have some big implications coming into the latter half of the split. There is only a handful of games left per team, and every win counts, to quote some of the best in LEC.
And especially for RNG, like trying to continue their 5-win streak here is going to be wonderful for them. We talked about trying to get to that 11 wins as the max they can get, but that would shoot them right the way up in that playoff bracket. And for JDG, they're kind of sitting in a similar story, right? 2-loss streak coming in for them now. They're not in the best of spots sitting, well, they're in an alright spot at 7th, but 7-5, a loss here would put them in 7-6. And when that battle for the playoffs from 10th all the way up until 3rd place is crucial when you need to get these wins. Like, it is so close in those spots.
If you're wondering where is the EDG versus WE game, the return of Clear Love, we will be bringing it to you as soon as this game finishes. Of course, it is in Xi'an. We are in Shanghai as of right now, so gotta wait until we finish up this series and we can jump all over the world and get ourselves back in time for that. So do not worry, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be bringing you full coverage of that once we are able to catch up. On RNG now, this is a little bit of a different pathing from Wei. Obviously, we do normally see him start in the bot side, path up towards top, and maybe get something going, but recognizing that the Mundo is just not really going to be able to help him or facilitate him in that endeavor, so he has to try and change things up.
Yeah, also just, where his priority is, as he said, is going to be that bot side. Gala going to be able to shove in. You can see they've already got the push in the wave. Ming as well.
Ooh. Using the flash, gaining the flash of Loken, and that's a win-win because you still have the Hex flash now on the set.
And now can try to put pressure on it. They need to try and collapse this 3rd wave, though, to get the bounce back if they want to try and threaten with wave. But you can see already, Kanavi's just like, hey, I've cleared bot side. I'm just going to come for a quick gank in the bot.
Oh, but they're going to go for a quick gank in the mid before it can all happen. And that's going to be first blood for Wei. Can they answer it back in this bot side? We can see Gala trying to get away from the end of the line, but it is going to be his end of the line as he is just kind of kiting between these minions, making sure the auto attacks don't go down. He just couldn't do it enough. 2 kills for Kanavi. And that's a great response here for JDG.
And 2 early ganks that neither team expected. Like, we're sub 3 minutes. Wei goes to the level 2 gank mid, catches out Yagao, but Kanavi double trouble for RNG in the bot lane. Manages to finish off both members, now gets pushed into that bot side. Saves a lot of time for Loken and just makes him a hell of a lot safer, especially when that flash is down. But we're going to get the replay here. Like, Ming had already tried to trade really aggressively far forward, but not able to get the true damage onto Lumao means he can't finish him. Gala's playing dance around these minions, knowing that Kanavi can't auto-attack him, but not able to escape away, and Kanavi picks up the double.
Double trouble in the bot lane there for RNG. They lose both their lives and they lose the ignite from Ming. So still kept the summoners onto Gala, so it's still very safe in his own right should they get caught out again. But now with that pressure that was on the bot side, we can see Wei recognizing you only did your bottom half of your camps. We know you're going to go for a reset, so I'm going to take away some camps.
Yeah, we should be able to get this red buff, but we'll have to escape away after that. You can see Kanavi is just here. Actually going to go towards his Krugs first, so Wei will escape away out, but I would be surprised if he tries to stick around for more.
Oh, well, now he knows. The two of them now recognizing that the both junglers on this top side. There is a ward as well. Just going to see if he can catch out Wei. Wei might use this as an opportunity to steal away some more camps because he knows exactly where the mid laner is. He knows exactly where the top laner is, and the jungler shouldn't be able to contest.
Yeah, has spied as well to steal away the chickens, so manages to get a good amount of them, maybe be able to finish them off. So nice job here from Wei, but you do have to be careful, right? Because if Yagao shoves in this mid wave, you can have the full contest on this bot side of the jungle for Wei, especially with JDG's bot lane having control here as well.
You can see now that's exactly what they're trying to do. They're just trying to get it to crash up. Just equal out. Good accelerated stock blast as Cryan does have a gold card locked and loaded, but Kanavi, I think he'll recognize that it's not really feasible for him to go for the invade, especially considering you can see Cryan pathing towards that river.
Yeah, it does hop over though, so still might be looking for the Krugs here, or at least something to get himself back. Hasn't been spotted.
Oh, he has not been spotted just yet, but he does know that Scryer's orb has been popped, so he's going to be able to steal away some Krugs. And this is some Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid stuff right now. Both sides not willing to fully engage on each other, but they want to try and get as much as they possibly can. Now with Gala and Ming roaming up, they now recognize that Kanavi is here. I don't think they want to take that fight, though, with the High Noon Quiver picked up for Kanavi. He's still very, very powerful.
I still think, though, this is a win for RNG. I'm pretty sure that's the level 1 Krugs for Wei, so you're only kind of cycling them, and Wei's going to be pretty happy with that. And look at the difference in the CS score there. I mean, you are camp up as a Lee Sin against Graves. That's a miracle.
Oh, it is a miracle, but it looks like you're going to need a miracle on this bot side. JDG, Lumao trying to see if he can get himself out of this one, but it's Loken. The Destiny Gate has been used, and he has got nowhere to go, no hope of escaping, and they're going to be able to gift that kill over to Gala. Exactly what you want to be seeing with that first Destiny Gate.
And this is where RNG are actually playing obviously a very different style from what we traditionally see. Not playing towards the top, but still making these plays happen with Cryan. And Cryan will still get back towards the mid lane, not even going to lose out anything. And it feels like JDG, although we saw them doing a great job of putting pressure onto RNG, shutting down these early map plays, it ain't happening this time around.
Not today, Satan. RNG making the moves around, making sure they're getting the priority and putting the Ziggs behind. You know, you're able to get this Varus ahead, able to put him into a position where the kill pressure is very, very real. Then the Ziggs just doesn't have the wave clear. The flash engage with the Chains of Corruption, the follow-up with the set. There's just so much you have to be so careful of. And now Kanavi gonna see if he can try and steal away this blue buff, but needs to be a bit careful. Ming and Cryan are in the vicinity.
Yeah, Yagao now just moved across with Lumao, so this is where Kanavi can try and go aggressive. Ornn has moved first, but the camp is already gone.
Already taken away. Cryan will not get that one. It was secured by Wei, who's still yet to hit level 6. And now Kanavi here with Zoom, just seeing if he can get some sort of pressure onto the corporate mundo, but he's too smart. He's too shrewd for any kind of shenanigans with the jungler today.
Yeah, you can see there now, Wei just hitting that level 6, so keeping pace majoritively with Kanavi, but still wants to see if he can make a play happen in this top side.
Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. He hasn't been spotted just yet. Now Kanavi still doesn't know he's there. Lumao is here, but Yagao is in a lot of trouble. He's going to try and get himself away, but I don't think he can. That was just so good from Wei. Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid. This game has been fantastic.
I mean, finding just the perfect line to get in behind his opponents. And, I mean, pretty much everywhere else was covered, right? You assume you're safe. Kanavi's just standing over at those raptors. There's no way anyone can come from that angle, especially when you've got Lumao standing in the bush. But they managed to make the pick. And again, this is Wei coming out on top, and Kanavi, although he's getting that level, or well, not even really getting the CS advantage, and he's not really getting the kill advantage, there's not a huge amount that this Graves has been able to do.
Yeah, you are looking to try and heavy farm with the Graves. Is very, very good at it. And he will start up the Rift Herald. Lumao is in the vicinity, as is Ming. So Wei just trying to play a little bit more aggressively. Gold card is available. Destiny not quite there just yet, but look at that burst damage. Wei, tick, 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 boom, he goes down. And that's enough for Lumao to secure that kill. It may mean that the Rift Herald does end up being reset, but JDG should be able to take it back.
Gala's running here. They are trying to sprint up towards this contestant. Lumao's low. Xiaohu getting some good poke off.
No, they're turning back up towards this top side. The Rift Herald resets. There's Lumao taking a briefcase to the face. They are going to get the CC out of Xiaohu as he does absorb that one. But JDG, they get a kill, but they don't get the objective, and that's because of, like you said, they did have Gala rotating back up and was able to cover for the side of RNG.
And now they've got control of this mid lane. They've got Lee Sin who's just respawned. RNG get control of this Rift Herald. So again, we're kind of seeing, look, yes, Kanavi got that double kill on the bot side, but the three kills have gone over with Wei being involved in all of them. Objectives going their way. The farming jungle hasn't really got ahead for Graves, and this is why we've seen Graves fall out of favor. The camps just don't spawn fast enough for you to just run around the map, invade everywhere, and take them all. It's a much slower paced jungle that can find these equal moments when you just play towards the lanes.
And Dagda, I'm gonna pick your brain. Xiaohu going with the Iron Spike Whip. He's got himself moving towards that Divine Sunderer. I'm curious to see, what do you see as the big benefits of this versus a tank build?
It will be, I'm assuming it's the Stride Breaker, like Divine Sunder doesn't
sorry,
have
excuse me, yes, you're right, sorry, a Stride Breaker.
So, the big thing here for the Stride Breaker is, look, you still managed to get this insane slow off. You got a 40% slow. I know it is the nerf version, still stupidly strong. You can very quickly close that gap as Mundo as well, like with your cleavers and with everything else. And the attack speed steroid that you get off your E is incredibly strong. Like, you can 1v1 anyone essentially on JDG side, apart from maybe the zoom if you can get on top of them. So it gives you the opportunity then to still build incredibly tanky, but have this more kind of bruiser-esque style and allowing you to stick to your target really well and not give them the opportunity to escape.
Xiaohu as well with the Iron Spike Whip just took 3 tower plates, was left on the turret for 30 seconds and took 3 tower plates by himself. It's Mundo doing enough on his own. You don't need to pile in all the resources that we've seen RNG do so often. That means it's about 1,000 gold lead for RNG at the 10-minute mark, just underneath the 11-minute mark. Wei still has the Rift Herald available to him, and I wouldn't mind seeing them maybe go for something on bot side, get a kill, turn that into a dragon, or excuse me, not a dragon, and turn that into a tower, and just try and accelerate this Varus a little bit more.
I mean, it's definitely the best spot here. We talked about, hey, look, apart from Xiao, who is obviously going for this Strikebreaker build, I think we'll have Gala as your main port of action here. He needs to be a big carry for this squad, so getting whatever resources you can into this guy are going to be pretty crucial for RNG. Could also be looking to maybe try and, like, use that to crack open mid lane and then try and get Cryin out onto the map. Like, if you can create this long lane, it makes it a little bit easier for Gala to actually sit in mid, have Cryin play towards him then instead, and try and create these plays.
And this is good here from Ming, recognizing that if he can get the vision down, they should be able to guess the Kanavi is on the top side. They did have Lumao and Yagao in that mid lane, but with Rift Herald now on top side, this tower's dead. There's nothing they can do. They just take the guaranteed tower right here, right now. Kanavi gonna jump in on top of Wei, but I just don't think there's any way you can defend this right now, and that's just going to be a very good early tower take here from RNG.
Yeah, I mean, the more things change, the more they stay the same, right? Xiaohu's still going to get his top lane tower for himself, but I think the big difference here is, like, okay, we're going to be seeing mostly a 1-4 kind of style from RNG as Xiaohu just trading heavily with Zoom, with Cryin playing off towards these side lanes. So I don't actually mind any of these side lane turrets down, as long as it opens up for Xiaohu to still play aggressive towards the mid lane or towards Dragon.
Or towards Dragon. Cryin does not have a lot of mana, but they can jump straight in. That's a fantastic face breaker there from Ming on this set. They will get the Mega Inferno Bomb down. Gala in a little bit of trouble, but you just can't really get on top of him. TP is being committed. That will be the zoom on this Ornn, trying to get in onto the pit. He's looking for Cryin and jumps him straight in onto Kanavi, but Kanavi now finds a golden statue as they finally take down Gala. It is a trade up for RNG, but they still lose their AD carry.
A lot of kills going over their way, and Xiaohu's still in the top lane. He didn't TP down, so might get another tower for himself here. That AD buff that we talked about off of our steroid off of his E, the stride breaker as well. Like, he hurts these towers quite a lot.
Just took half the HP of the tower. This is a split push Mundo right now. I wonder if this is going to become the norm in this particular build, because he just feels like he's got so much more proactivity.
Yeah, I mean, you can do so much, and even your wave clear is pretty obnoxious just because you can get that AoE cooldown off every 12 seconds. But you see here, Yagao, yes, you don't need Crine to have mana because they just instantly flash onto him, get the kill. Great ultimate from Ming. Yoinks Illum out into the pit. So he's stuck, he's done for. And unfortunately, I actually thought we were going to get the headbutt from Zoom straight out to Gala, and Gala's panicking. You can see the fear in that man's eyes as he's running back and forth the pit, but instead they end up trying to commit for Crine. They don't get Crine, but they will get Gala in the end.
I mean, great Dragon's Rage kick to come out from Wei, just separating Kanavi away from his mid laner, keeping him safe and alive, and that's 100% kill participation for Crine on this Twist of Fate. Now has the Zhonya's completed, so went for that, foregoing the Everfrost, and I actually really like this adaptation, mainly because it just sets, there's no real magic damage that you're really looking to go against. It's all AD from the Ornn, from the Graves, from the Jace. Yes, the Ziggs will be able to poke you down, but magic resistance or even tank, health won't really do much against that, so like the adaptation, like that he's just kind of going for it, and it was something that he was missing in last game.
The only thing I will say is, I 100% agree with all that. I just want to see him topside. Like, you've got a dragon that's about to spawn in 30 seconds. Xiaohu will reset, but I would have preferred to see Crine actually pressure on the top side, because you can see JDG have already rotated their teleport user up to the top side, so they know they can still contest dragon. Whereas for RNG, I mean, they could just be looking to give this up and have Xiaohu continue to put pressure onto that top lane turret, but with Yagao there, it becomes really difficult to do that.
We'll see. 13 seconds till that objective spawns. JDG just clearing out the vision, as are RNG. Both sides trying to get priority in bot and in mid. But you can see in the top side there, Xiaohu just 1v1ing. He's 1v1ing him. He's straight up 1v1ing him. Oh, didn't quite able to land the briefcase on him. But that's going to be top tier 2. That's effectively 2 kills of gold going over to this Mundo.
And you can see there, I mean, he even has the Demolish to try and finish it off, so there's just so much damage that's coming through. I can't believe he's able to dive him. He's got a stride breaker.
It's just so difficult to burn through this health bar. It is going to be the JDG Dragon taken, so it is a trade, and then for the 3rd game in a row, we get ourselves a Cloud Soul. Dagda not really living up for the RNG. Feels like we got ourselves a set soul today, but RNG just playing so well of not losing much while still gaining a lot.
I can't believe Xiaohu there.
Strikebreaker, man.
And look, Yagao as well. Look, he's 0-3. He's not exactly the best of spots, so nice job by Xiaohu to realize. So yes, Dragon goes JDG's way, but turret pressure top in RNG's favor. Now you get this next Rift Herald, and this is definitely going mid lane. Like, the second you get that mid lane turret down, Xiaohu becomes even more obnoxious to deal with, where he's able to put himself bot side. He can put pressure on towards that bot lane turret. You can go and group with them. And I thought we'd see a 1-4 coming through from RNG, where they'd be like, okay, well, hell, we've got this Twisted Fate. Let's just try and look for picks where Yagao's got to go deal with this Twisted Fate in the side lane. But I wouldn't be surprised now with just how Xiaohu is ahead, that they just stick him and continuously in a side lane and still look for picks with Crine, but just take Zoom out of the equation. He's the only one that can really tank up that CC.
Look at his items. He's gone for a Ravenous Hydra. Like, he's going, or the Tiamat, excuse me. Yeah, Titanic Hydra. He's got himself a full split, but no one can deal with him. I'm looking down the line. No one can actually 1v1 him with these items. Not even the Ornn.
Oh, Xiaohu, I love it. I love the fact we get Mundo and still Xiaohu's like, well, I'm a split pusher. I like, what do you expect?
But I still need the resources.
I need to play side lanes. Yes, yeah. I am the carry. I have a damage percent that I have to live up to, damn it.
It's just no matter what he plays, no matter where in the team you think he should slot in given the champion, he is just going to prove you wrong. And you've got the Ornn coming up against this, but it's just going to be soaking up the waves, and now Xiaohu could find himself just pushing up, getting deep vision, maybe looking for a teleport flank, and you have to respect it. You can't ignore him. Normally we say when it comes to the Mundo late game, you just ignore him and move away. You can't ignore him.
No. And look, I think the funniest thing about this is that, like, sometimes you see, like, the Mundo come through and you're like, oh yeah, well, you know, this is where you take a backseat of Xiaohu, you don't get the resources. You still get the resources here, and when you look at, like, Xiaohu as a top laner, he has the 3rd highest damage percent for a top laner on any team. Like, this guy has 27% of his team's damage, and even when he has things like Mundo, he's still going for it.
Oh, Kanavi just gets himself over the wall. Did not lose his flash, but because of all the vision that you're able to garner with the Destiny Gate, does mean that Xiaohu takes himself another turret. And this split push Mundo is just goes where he pleases. Is impossible to deal with now for JDG. I don't think that even if it would get to 6 items, anyone can deal with him 1v1.
Now, for the fans who are watching, I feel like this is more of a response to the Zoom Ornn pick. Like, Ornn isn't going to be able to get through Mundo, and you still get this super strong split push that can literally ignore the Ornn underneath the tower because you're just not going to deal damage to him. So I think this is not a build that I would say, you know, go try and solo queue, go wild with it. It definitely, if you end up against in this tank v tank matchup, this is something you can go towards. But if you end up in a situation where you need to be the primary tank for your team, or you're not actually in a position where you've got the opportunity to just stay in split push all game long, I wouldn't follow up on this. But I love this idea from Xiaohu, where he's like, I know I'm not under pressure. I'm not going to lose a 1v1 at any time against Zoom. I can take towers easily, just ignore Zoom the entire time, and then we can still play 1-3-1.
Just such a smart build path here. You know, welcome to the LPL. Take a look around. Any champion and any build can be found, and it's just so good here. And gets himself the Titanic Hydra, has the Stridebreaker, and now can still build tanky. Can still build towards a Thornmail. Can still build to actually no, never mind. He's got a dagger. I don't know what he's building. Who knows? Who knows? I'm just gonna stop asking. I'm just gonna wait and see.
Definitely a Phantom Dancer. Extra movement speed. You can chase down those members fast. I mean, this is just nuts. Like, I love this. This is great. But again, like, you kind of hit on it there. Like, I love seeing the LPL because we do have so much creativity. And we even got 2 of the guys that are doing in this game, right? Xiaohu is one of them. Lumao as well was a guy who just created a Bard meta last year because he's like, this pick is stupid. It's really, really good, and I'm really good at it. So I'm just going to play Bard. We saw him the last day where he's playing this, like, he was against an Ezreal playing Set support, so he went for Predator Set. Like, he's got a couple, like, a ton of these things where you're constantly thinking about, hey, what is actually the best for this situation? Not just like, oh, well, this is what the book says to do, and I'm going to go by the book.
And that's exactly it. It's the innovation. It's the evolution, if you will. It's not just saying, I have this, therefore I should do that. But as I say, they're going to commit the TP, flash forward. They get themselves the lockdown onto Loken, and he has to flash himself away. But here comes the damage. Mundo has joined the party. He's forcing everybody away by himself. And that's a fantastic showstopper to stop everything from Zoom. This team fight is done. Dusted. JDG, no hope. RNG, looking good.
And they are just going to finish off JDG. Zoom will get away from the fight, but he's looking, what happened? Mundo tore us apart. Crying set us up for failure because he was just consistently landing the CC onto key targets. And Ming as well, taking Zoom completely out of the engagement, lets RNG have a field day. Now we get the Baron for RNG. Now we get to see Mundo do even more than he pleases. And RNG are firmly in control, but you're going to see it here, right? Good amount of poke landing from Loken. Destiny in from Crying. Might actually play the Damwon skin, I just realized as well. But manages to get in on towards Crying as well. Look at the setup. Like, Loken has nowhere to go. And then Xiaohu TP's in, finishes off Loken, turns towards Yagao as Crying gets another crucial gold card on towards that pick. Wei finishes him off, and you're like, well, where's the damage? Oh, it's Kanavi? Cool, he's the next to fall. They are literally working their way just expertly through every single carry that is on JDG's side. Now Zoom.
Oh, he's in so much trouble. He has no mana, he has a flash, and he's still very tanky, but the rest of JDG are off in the wings. I don't know if you want to fully commit to this one. Zoom, though, taking a lot of punishment and will eventually fall. The only man to survive that last engagement does end up being taken down. What's been happening? TS in the mid lane, he's just flip pushing. He's got the Baron buff.
So they do decide to go and collapse on towards Xiaohu. Go for this 1-4. Okay, Lumao.
Lumao gets caught in by the Chain of Corruption. They're going to land the Piercing Arrow as well. He tries to use a Solar Flare, but there's the briefcase right into the back of the head. Get the hell out of my office. You are no longer employed by my company as RNG. They're just tearing them apart, Dagden. There's nothing that JDG can do. There's too many threats.
I did not expect to be saying split push Mundo OP when it came into today's games. He's going for a wit's end. I was looking to wait and see what this is going to be. He's going for attack speed Mundo with Titanic Hydra. It's now a thing. May your solo queue be welcome, and I'm very, very sorry for all of you.
I'm not. I love the LPL. I'm loving this innovation to get the tier 3 and the inhibitor in the bot side. Here we go. We're going to try and see if they can get them engaged. But again, Wei just disengaging Zoom. He hasn't been able to get his ult off in the last 2 fights. And now the fight can really begin. Set will be traded 1-for-1. Wei in a little bit of trouble, but has got himself the Sonic Wave to get himself out. The tier 3 in mid is still alive, but you still have Baron for a minute. You can still go for this.
I mean, they will be able to just turn and just control everything. You've already got all the wards that are down. They're going to be able to continue to keep this pressure up. You've got that bot turret down. Mid is not left standing for long. And again, you can just go towards this 1-4 if you want to. Xiaohu play front line. You're going to have Crime push in that top lane, and you just fall back towards that dragon when it spawns in 3 minutes time. I mean, there's just nothing you can do here as JDG.
It's just a great Wit's End has been finished now for this Mundo. Xiaohu in full split push mode, and I'm lost for words. It's a 9,000 gold lead, or about 8.5. It's 3 dragons in favor of JDG, but it's a Cloud Soul. Nothing to be laughing about or smiling about, really. And I don't think you get another dragon pit. I don't think you're able to get near this pit anymore. And speaking of getting anywhere near this, Kanavi wants to get the hell away from all of what is happening here. He will fall to Wei. 5-1-5 on this Lee Sin. RNG are just playing with their food.
I mean, it's just ridiculous. And I mean, we had to ask at the start of the game where this damage was going to come from. Well,
Mundo.
We got a very resounding answer. The answer is always Mundo. Gala.
Gala is dead. There's the burst coming out as they combo in everything. Ming falls as well. So RNG, they don't respect the CC lockdown, and they lose too. JDG just reminding them they're still a playoff team.
And they are still a team that, you know, as this game starts to go on, will have a hell of a lot of damage. Specifically, Loken as well has that Morello already completed, so we'll be kind of trying to deny a lot of this healing that Xiaohu is relying on with this build. Like, this is pretty much a drain tank build in just a different form. As Gala there, you can see, actually gets blown up very quickly. And even look, Xiaohu kind of taking wayward damage where Gala was the actual person that they wanted. He still gets dropped below half health. So you do have to be very careful with this RNG squad. You're quite brittle if you JDG end up finding you in the right spots.
Now, a great little satchel charge from Loken. Great play to kind of put Gala into the wall. Yagao is sitting around this top side, but does decide against going all in onto Cryan, as Wei did get the reset off in a minute, just over a minute until that dragon spawns. RNG do have to fight around this, but I think they're fine to fight around it as long as the first one's on the objective. If JDG can still get the poke down with the Jace, with the Ziggs, which is still very, very powerful, they will have a chance in this fight.
It is a tall order, though, because you can see with the way that the map is spread right now, RNG just have full control. Cryan going to put pressure on towards that top side. You got super creeps that Zoom isn't really prepared for to deal with on that bottom lane. He's being fully pushed in. RNG have full control of this bot side jungle as well. So trying to pressure in on towards a potential pick from Wei, Ming, I mean, even into the hands of Xiaohu, doesn't really seem appetizing to JDG right now.
Not at the moment, and Xiaohu's still very safe. Has a massive health bar despite going full bruiser, so no real resistances. Has himself a little bit of magic resistance, a little bit of armor, but like you said, the wayward damage off to the side from the AoE you get with Loken and of course with Yagao does equal a lot of health bar depletion if you get caught by it, as we now see the Orin finally level 15, going to be upgrading some of those items. Got the Eclipse, the Leandries, the Frostfire Gauntlet all upgraded. But I think JDG are fine to just soak in the waves. They're gaining passive gold from this. It's now, you know, slowly becoming an 8,000 gold lead. It's going to be only the first dragon for RNG, so we're not really in a position to see them getting that soul just yet. So JDG, you just got to make sure they don't lose the Baron in a minute's time, or even 30 seconds time.
They also do have to be careful just with the pressure that is on the map. As we said, like Xiaohu now, cool. He's pushing in bot side. Zoom can't deal with Xiaohu. Xiaohu's a level up. He's got too many items. He will be able to just 1v1 Zoom. So you have to send 2 members to deal with Xiaohu, which means you're now opening up for Cryan, who will be in that top half of the map for this potential push coming through from the other 3 members of RNG. So it's definitely JDG, although they can try and play off towards Baron, it's so easy for RNG to push in and fall back towards that objective.
We'll wait and see. It is a phage being picked up by Xiaohu, so again, still committing to the bit. Probably a black cleaver, if I'm being honest, to try and shred through some of that armor of Zoom. As we now see Lu Mao. Takes an hour to the back of the head, but he should be fine. As long as it's not to the knee, but the TP's coming in. I think they're just going for the flank. Yes, it is. Xiaohu now on the back side of this, and JDG, they're getting pinched right now. Xiaohu's still waiting to see who he can catch on to. He will jump into Yagao. will have his health bar down to about half HP, force the flash away, but this is fine for RNG. All they wanted to do was get them away from the Baron, so get to take the top.
Yeah, Crying does manage to get that top tower. Doesn't get caught up by Zoom's Call of the Forge God. So RNG do make the play. But again, you can see Xiaohu, very, very squishy. Actually gets dropped to about a quarter HP just off of Yagao and a couple of wayward shots coming through from JDG. And now looking for the pick.
They're now looking for the pick. They've got two people in this brush. Ming is pushing forward. The Destiny Gate onto Lumao, who's by himself, nowhere to go. Solar Flare lands, but there is going to be the showstopper to start us all off. Great face breaker into Haymaker, and that's going to be JDG trying to fight this one. Wei almost taken down, but it is only Lumao who falls. That's a 1-for-0 trade for RNG.
And RNG now, they can actually turn over towards this Baron if they want to. They're going to go for the quick reset, but you still have a long death timer still on Lumao. RNG though, trying to start pushing out towards this top side of the map, trying to get control again. Here's the TPs as they look towards the Baron.
A lot of people were seen to be resetting there, so JDG know they have a little bit of time before they have to rush into this. They know it's only being started just now. Loken not really great on the mana bar, but has a TP to get back into this fight. Crying though, sitting on a ward, needs to be so careful. They lock down Zoom, and Xiaohu cannot be the one to tank up this Baron. You can see it is doing significant damage as Wei jumps in, finds himself Zoom in that brush. Ming is there, no way he can really get on top of him. He has the flash available. Do they want to try and commit everything onto this Ornn? But no. Gets himself out. Good satchel charge there from Loken, but he needs to reset pretty damn soon. He's low on mana.
Still a lot of back and forth, and it will be RNG backing off of that Baron. Flash is burnt for Zoom on JDG, but again, they do deny that Baron. The waves will get an opportunity to be pushed out by the carries in JDG, and they buy time. Because honestly, here for JDG, you're just trying to hope that Loken kind of can carry these fights. It's getting to the stage where you can see Xiaohu, this mid-game focused build where he kind of plays off his AD, is starting to fall off. He's taking too much damage from JDG. You're starting to see that, hey, yeah, Crying can make these picks, but we're starting to get away. Zoom is in a position where he can try and contest, but Xiaohu now, off on the side.
Xiaohu is around the back of this blue pit. They look to try and maybe go collapse onto JDG. Here we go. Showstopper straight away. Face breaker does not get onto Loken though, as they do kill off Ming straight away. Crying using the Destiny Gate, and Wei is the damage. The chain of corruption just corrupts everyone around on JDG. They lose 1, but they gain 5. 5 for 1. RNG get the ace, and they're going to end the game and continue their 6-game winning streak.
There's nowhere to hide for JDG. They get surrounded on all sides, and RNG pounce. And as you say, Penguin, 6-game win streak on the table.
This is just RNG climbing up the ladder. They win 2-1, taking down JDG, a fellow playoff contender. And this is RNG looking so good.
And that will put them at 7-5. That puts them right the way up. They're at +6 when it comes to games as well, so they actually slot in. +7, yeah, so they actually slot in right the way up. They're now sitting in 5th place.
From literally what looked like 10, I think they started off when they started their win streak at like 1-5, so they would have been literally about 16th, 15th. All the way up now to maybe 6th, 5th. We'll wait, of course, until the results of the day, but RNG are back, Dagdown. For JDG, this little bit of a slump, this dip down is gone from 2 losses to 3 losses. They're now into the medley. They're no longer 7-5, could have been 8-5 today. They're now 7-6 with only 3 games left to play. It's looking dire right now. They can't afford to lose anymore.
Hey, and you know, where's the people who are saying, you know, maybe RNG doesn't make playoffs. Maybe they don't. Like, you can see just with how close the LPL has been this split. 1 win gets you rocketing up from 10th place. So now RNG going to be taking a big sigh of relief, knowing they've made quite a dent in that walk towards the upper echelons of our playoff bracket. But amazing game. That was so much fun to watch. Like, getting this cool Mundo build coming through from Xiaohu, a really good answer towards Zoom trying to bring out the Ornn to counteract what Mundo traditionally does. You can see the damage there. He did nearly as much as the poke Varus. That's actually insane.
It is, and it was exactly what they needed. I think with the composition that they drafted, you came up with a fantastic question. Where does the damage come from? And Xiaohu said, well, I can do it, but only to a certain minute. Like, once we get past 30 minutes and this game's still going on for 5 or 6 more, that's when JDG are able to kind of gain back the control, gain back everything. They knew they were on a timer. They knew they had to end the game before that happened, and they did.
And I know we spent a lot of time focusing on Xiaohu because obviously the funky build we saw and what he was doing. But I have to give props to Cryan. A lot of this kind of setup that was coming through was Cryan getting out of that mid lane, you know, righting the wrongs that Gal and Ming had on that bottom side where Kanavi got the 2 kills. Then playing towards Xiaohu in the top lane, setting him up for plays and dies. And as well, in these team fights, we said Xiaohu cannot be the engage tool. It has to come down to Cryan, and consistently he was finding these good flanks, these good setups to allow RNG to get into position where they can carry these fights.
And RNG, with that win, catapult themselves right up. I believe it's 7th if my game score and loss score is correct. They are putting themselves very much in the picture. JDG go down to 10th. They are now on the cusp of not making it into playoffs. If they lose any more games, it is dire straits. And something that we just got to mention as well, with the win for RNG, Rogue Warriors are out of playoff contention. They can no longer make up the game score. They could still make up the series score, but they are still in a deficit when it comes to that. So a salute to you, my friends. You had a nice little hype train with Jake Hysterics Ozzy Penko as the conductor, but we'll have to wait and see as we just kind of come back off of this. And I'm just so surprised, and I'm going to ask my director very directly to remind me exactly where we're going from this particular moment, because I was just so engrossed with all the different table stuff because I've completely forgotten what he said to me.
Yeah, so
we're waiting for MVP. Yeah. Got it.
Waiting for the MVP. I mean, look, we're going to be very quickly trying to get in towards obviously the EDG and WE series, but just to round this out, I think this was kind of a really cool style to see from RNG. Obviously, I think great play from JDG when it came towards the draft, and obviously Zoom on this Renekton, but we kind of got to see once again that if like Zoom is put behind in a game, it doesn't really work out for them. And if you end up in a situation where you're able to kind of counteract a lot of what JDG want to do, specifically with their composition, right? We saw that when they are on dive, they look a lot better. But when they're on these kind of games where they're looking to try and play poke, it starts to get a bit messy. And I think we saw that a little bit in this one, where they are getting caught out at times, where they're not quite able to deny Cryan access to the backline. They haven't got the vision control down. They didn't spot a Xiaohu on that flank. Like, there's little things like this where when JDG tried to play these long-range compositions, it starts to fall apart. The safety net just isn't there. So I think RNG did a good job of identifying that and then playing to deny those threats.
Yeah, we got our MVP. Thank you so much to my director for keeping us on the straight and narrow. It is Ming who is our MVP, and honestly, thoroughly deserved. His setups were just immaculate.
Yeah, I mean, you called it a couple of times in those team fights. The face breakers were impeccable, consistently flashing in to get 3-4 members at a time. And then as well, the re-engage with the showstoppers. We talked about one was completely taking Mundo out of one of those team fights, or sorry, taking Zoom on this Orin out of one of those team fights. And also then in that last one as well, being the primary engage tool and allowing the rest of the team to come in and follow up. So phenomenal job from Ming. And honestly, I think a pretty good game overall and a good series from Ming overall, apart from 1 or 2 missteps.
Honestly, it feels like he's fantastic, and we're gonna send it over to Wendy, who's sitting by with Gala for the winner's interview.
Hello everyone, welcome to interview, and now I'm standing by with Scala from RNG. So congratulations on today's win, and now RNG has 6 consecutive wins. So tell us more, what's the key for you guys to be able to maintain such a good form today? 那首先恭喜你们今天很漂亮，斩获了比赛的胜利。那现在 RNG 也是来到了6连胜嘛？那你觉得你们今天能有这么好的一个状态的关键或者原因是什么呢？
我就觉得我们最近就是版本强势的英雄也都就知道选那些英雄就是好打好赢嘛，然后也状态就越来越好。
I think for now we were able to have a better understanding towards this meta and also which champions can be a very good pick in the ban pick phase. And also I think currently we have a very good momentum as a whole team, so that's a reason for us to be able to have a very good result recently. And definitely you guys have performed so good in today's game. And let's talk a bit more about the in-game contents. So we feels like for RNG, the top lane is always a battlefield, and maybe they just leave you alone in the bot lane to scale up by yourself. And I think maybe you have been used to this, but I'm very curious about the team's communication at that time during the laning phase. 那其实我们也感觉 RNG 经常对 RNG 来讲，上路永远都是战场嘛，就是大乱斗，然后就留你一个人在下路默默的发育。你可能已经可能比较习惯这种打法了，但一般这种情况下，在对线期，你可能会和队伍来进行怎么样的一个沟通嘛？
就是当时他们有时候就经常就是去上路换经济嘛，然后就是推上塔，然后那时候只要我下路做好 boost， 然后尽量能多吃一点兵，就应该就相对来说会团队就是会赚一点。
So normally for RNG, they just help the top lanes and maybe they help the top lane to push the tower to get more gold leads from the top. And at that time, I just do the things that I need to do in the bot lane. I try to do more farmings or put more attention on the visions. So that's my job for the laning phase. But definitely you perform so good in all the team fights as well, especially in game 3. There are a couple of team fights I want to talk a bit more like in game 3, just before you guys were able to get the first Baron, you guys have seek a very good opportunity to just win the team fight against JDG. So tell us more about that scene, what the shot call around there. 那其实，在第3局你们也为我们展现出了很多波很漂亮的团战。那特别是第一个，我想谈一谈的是，就是在你们拿到第1条大龙之前，你们其实在河道找到了一波很好的机会，然后呢去击杀了京东的众人，然后拿下了第1条大龙。所以当时队内的一个指挥是怎么样的呢？
当时因为对面的 AD 是没有带净化嘛，然后我们是卡牌，然后这种控制就是很稳定的英雄，然后就是看情况就是当时在那个河道就找机会嘛，然后就看起来就打几团了。
At that time, we have already noticed that Loken, he didn't have the cleanse, and also because we got the Twisted Fate, he can have a very good CC skills at that time. So we were able to seek a very good opportunity to just make the hard engagement on the opponent's marksman, and after that, we were able to win the team fight easily. And also, I want to talk a bit more about the last team fight for Game 3, because although at that time you guys have a very huge goal lead, but the opponent's team, because they have a very scaling composition, so they can be quite strong in the late game team fights as well. So could we know more about the last team fights? How did you guys manage to just clean up the whole battlefield and end up the game immediately? 那其实还想问一下，就你们第3局的最后一波团战，因为虽然当时你们有个很大的经济领先，但因为对面是一个发育的一个阵容，并且后期打团也很强，但是当时你们是直接一波了对面，然后直接非常干净利落的拿下了比赛，所以当时是一个什么情况呢？
因为当时对面就是两边都在抢中路的线权嘛，然后当时就是看那波线权，然后我们上单的位置很好，然后就那个地方就看情况，就是中单可以开几团，然后就。
So at that time, because both teams were trying to get some leads in the mid lane, especially in controlling the waves, and at that time, our top lane Xiao, he was able to find a very good position to make the hard engagement, and then after that, we were able to use the Twisted Fate, our mid player, to make the hard engagement on that, and luckily, we were able to win that team fight cleanly. And definitely, thank you for the sharing, and congratulations again. 那再次的恭喜你们 ，and see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Wendy, and great interview as always. Good insight into exactly how they recognized the game. They recognized that they knew they could pull, push, and get JDG into an unadvantageous position and just pull the trigger.
Yeah, and they did it beautifully as well. I mean, this was so much fun to watch, and you can kind of see like the creativity that's coming through from RNG when they get these kind of kooky picks with the Mundo, but also, you know, their creativity and how they want to address a lot of these plays. Even in game number 1, we saw a lot of as well. So I think it definitely feels like we're getting RNG back in form and now fighting for their top spot again. It feels like they've settled into their style in the current meta.
It really, really does, and JDG, we're starting to get a little worried about you, buddy. Like you're down into the thick of it now. You're into 7 and 6 territory. You've got LGD chasing you. You've got OMG chasing you. You've got to try and get ahead of Suning, BLG. You know, this is where you're starting to run out of games. And I look at the rest of their schedule for the next little while. Like they play OMG, FBX, they play RW. Like these are games that, apart from maybe the RW one, that they could possibly lose. They might finish the 8 and 8. It might not be enough.
Even the RW one. Look, RW are out, but you never really know what RW. So we've got, you know, like, it is a bit of a worrying time for JDG, especially when we were talking about these guys as bringing in the new era of the LPL last year. Well, it was a very kind of brief stint.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. We're going to throw it to a quick break, and when we return, it's 777 time. Clear Love returns for EDG. You will not want to miss it.
다음 경기가 이제 WA를 상대로 그 선수랑 만나게 됐는데 가장 중요하게 생각할 점은 역시 라인전 구도고 우리가 얼마나 영향을 끼칠 수 있는지에 따라서 달라질 것 같습니다. 메이커랑 이제 두 번째 시즌인데 아무래도 올해 이제 시간이 더 지났으니까 더 서로의 약간 게임 안에서의 원하는 것이라고 할까요? 서로의 마음을 좀 잘 이해를 하게 된 것 같아요.
Welcome, one and all, back to the LPL. We're coming into our final series of the day. I'm still Penguin, he's still Dagda, and we're going to try and get you the lower third of our picks and bans as quick as possible. Of course, we are moving from Shanghai to Xi'an to the WE Arena as EDG face off against WE. And let's have a quick look at this one. What is Clearlove going to be playing today? He's playing the Sejuani.
Of course he is. Of course he's playing Sejuani. But
I said it. He'd play a tank.
Yeah, and look, I think it kind of sets up well, right? Because you've got some really strong engage, or at least dive-orientated composition from EDG. So Sejuani fits into that really well. You've got double melee solo laners, so certainly a lot of pressure in towards skirmishes in the top side of the map for EDG, which is where WE traditionally like to play. We look across at WE though, Jason the top lane coming through for Breathe. I mean, you were saying, Penguin, you want to see Breathe and Akari. Well, looks like we've got it for ourselves. Silas in that mid lane as well for Shang. So actually quite a lot of pressure. Like in a 3v3 skirmish, that's going to be a very close call in those top side fights. And also with the Ashe and Braum lane, the double Freya or bot lane, going to make it actually pretty tough for the Kai'Sa to manage in that bottom lane.
Yeah, very short range AD carry, and even with the Leona, you want to be trying to dive in on top of people. There is a lot of dive here from the side of EDG. You imagine they just look for picking onto one person, then going in with the Gwen, the Nocturne, and of course the Kai'Sa on the back end. But good disengage as well when you look at it. The Braum, the Xin Zhao ultimate, a lot of ways of mitigating a lot of what EDG want to do. So be curious to see how they prioritize this game. And we were literally just talking just before we came into this one that EDG tend to prioritize the bot side, WE tend to prioritize the top, but that is when we don't have Clearlove in the team, so we want to see how that dynamic changes, if at all.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the stats coming through for EDG, like anything to do with Dragon, they're just first, right? Whether they take it first, how many dragons they have, whatever the hell you want, it's dragons are EDG's child. Like that's it. The big thing that it comes from as well is that, honestly, I think Mako and Viper, best bot lane that we have in the LPL right now. They've been dominating that bottom side of the map, and I think that's what lends itself a lot to it. But as we said, like, JJ was kind of the orchestrator of a lot of this. Like, he would be the one that would go for these very early first bloods and then look to transition that in towards early dragons. And a lot of that would be pressure towards mid, facilitating bot with that then pressure. However, we now have Clearlove in. So very different story, where now we're starting to see, hey, this guy isn't as proactive when it comes towards these ganks, at least from what we've seen back in, like, when he's playing like 2017 to 2019. He would look more at being like a smarter jungler, look to counter gank. Like, he wasn't exactly the aggressive one. So now I'm curious to see how does that dynamic change with Clearlove back in the roster.
Clearlove is in. We got a little bit of information. We did a little bit of digging before coming to this one. Clearlove really wanted to play some professional League of Legends this year. He has played 4,000 plus games of solo queue, or even just ranked. It might be a mix between solo queue and full X this year alone, the most of anyone on of EDG. So he's been grinding for this opportunity.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't know who Clearlove is, I'd be kind of surprised this is the LPL, but just in case, Clearlove was the first ever registered player in the LPL. He's number 001. He was a big jungler back in the day for EDG, kind of when they were at their prime. He never missed a playoff while he was on the roster, right the way up until 2019 when he stepped aside to become the coach of EDG. And he was always renowned for like his Rek'Sai, where he had like an insane win rate over his career on it. Really strong on that pick. And like being a very smart jungler, not mechanically amazing, but always kind of knew how to be in the right place at the right time. So we'll have to see if we're going to get a similar vibe here for Clearlove.
Yeah, we also omit the 2017 World Championship from his record. It doesn't count. We omit that from the record as a good hawk shot to spot him out.
INTZ does not exist as a team alongside HTK. That's just the way it goes.
That is very true. As we can see, Scout using the spell sheet to great effect to stop Shanks and Beishan from linking up, but you can see the kind of contention now in this top side as Clearlove goes in. They are going to flash for flash on the junglers. They may get the stun down. They do. First blood going over to EDG, and a nice combination there between Clearlove and Scout. Very old teammates. They still got the fire.
And we were just saying, you know, like, point quote explanation is what college essays like. Here's my point. Clearlove likes to go for counter ganks. He's not going to kind of set up for them. Explanation. Please look at your screens. You can see that Clearlove decides to go for the counter gank and turns it around beautifully. And we said as well, like, he's actually similar in a way to JJ, that a lot of that pressure is, well, was when he used to play through mid and then turning that pressure into the bottom lane. I mean, that synergy from Scout still looks like it's there, and they can still turn that into classic EDG of putting that pressure into the bottom lane after getting Scout ahead.
Speaking of classic EDG, this is a classic matchup. Two of our oldest organizations, WE versus EDG, and it's not really looking great for a WE when we look at a historical standpoint. You look at the series total, it's 17-7 in favor of EDG throughout the LPL. They met 3 times in playoffs, with EDG having won all 3 of those bouts. So WE, they tend to have just a moment or two where they're just not really there, and this is exactly what we were going to see in the replay of, like, just that counter gank you talked about, knowing that Beishang is there, knowing that Scout could spell shield, and then Clearlove could just react.
And great ward coverage from EDG as well, right? They spot him on the bottom side ward, but they have a ward just placed up here on the top side as well. So they had the full mid lane covered at all points in times and did a really good job of shutting down that play. And especially for Beishang. Beishang is a jungler that likes to try and get these early leads and then use that to go and invade the opposition side, work through Shanks, through Missing, and start looking for picks in the opposition's jungle. But when he's already set behind, that becomes a lot more difficult to do, and it feels like WE take a little bit longer to ramp up, and that's the case.
Oh, Scout walks over, but he's getting pinched onto. He has no flash just now, but without the Ritter's Bite landing, you are going to find it a little bit difficult. Clearlove actually ends up going toe-to-toe with Shanks to try and mitigate some of that pressure. But now with Mako here, the 3 OGs, if you will, of Mako, Clearlove, and Scout coming into this mid lane, just trying to clear up as much vision and be a thorn in the side of Beishang.
Might need a little bit more than that, though, as Winterbite lands.
Winterbite does land. You may be a thorn in our side, but we are a pesticide trying to kill off all the plants. Clearlove just goes a little bit too far to the sun. That is his first death on his first game, and now you can see the re-engage coming in. EDG, though, we don't really have anywhere to go. They even have Breed TP in to try and make this one work. They don't land the Winter's Bite. That means the Viper doesn't have to use any summoner spells, but the TP committed. They're just going to go straight onto the Dragon.
And EDG just take that step too far. I mean, you could have got vision just at the entrance into River and been happy with that, but instead they try to push in, try to use the pressure that Scout had in mid, but he wasn't really in a position to follow up. You get the kills then over towards WE, and now Clearlove is set even further behind, especially on this Sejuani. You don't clear as fast as Beishang, so the fact you're setting yourself behind and Beishang's getting to clear faster means that this Xin Zhao is going to get full control of this matchup now.
Again, the early Drake as well for WE, and they took away the baby. They took away the child from EDG from right under their noses, and this is just Clearlove, like, contesting for Raptors that you just don't need to contest for.
I mean, you weren't even going to be able to take them if you even could get them. You can see, look, there's already too many members here from WE, and Braum so good in these early skirmishes, but he's not, like, you're not able to deal with all this pressure from WE, especially as Breed starts to TP down as well. The Braum just tears them asunder with CCs across the board, and especially when you've got just so many members to follow up on. EDG fall. Now we're back to round 2.
Clearlove! That is not the position you want to be going into. Does, of course, have the passive, so able to keep himself out of harm's way, but I don't know if it's first game nerves or whatnot. This is a little shaky from the veteran in the jungle.
Yeah, I have a feeling that basically thought Beishang's path team was going to be, hey, I've taken those Raptors, let's go Krugs back in towards top side. So thought that Beishang would be on the top side, but Beishang never actually cleared his Krugs. So Clearlove pops over and finds the entirety of WE apart from Breathe in that bottom lane. And unfortunately for EDG, we were saying, hey, look, they like to play this pressure mid in towards bot side, but WE have been kind of parking themselves in that bot lane to stop that from happening.
Well, Breathe is down into the river right now. Scout looking for maybe a paranoia opportunity, but Breathe not handing it to him just yet. And we didn't get really to talk about the Gwen into Jace matchup. We saw it earlier today, and of course it is a pretty favored matchup into Jace, but if he can't get ahead, you will get some opportunities as the Gwen to come back into it.
Yeah, at the later portion of the game, you can do a lot where the Hollowed Mist is able to keep you at least away from the damage from Breathe long enough that you can get these big trades off, especially when you get access towards that level 6 and you got the ultimate Mako. Needs to be careful, but I think the big thing that you're kind of seeing with the struggle for EDG is like, okay, breathe, top lane pressure. Bot lane pressure for Elka missing as well, which means it's a much more difficult for Clearlive to try and operate and punish through this mid lane matchup. And now, ooh, Shanks does manage to get the lock up onto Scout, but no real follow-up.
Yeah, I think he was just using it because he had to use it. His ultimate was timing out, so just threw it in, got a pick. That's 100% ultimate usage there. You know, not really going to be gaining much else off of that. But with the Rift Herald being started, this is WE's territory, and EDG said, well, you took our dragon, we want to try and take your Rift Herald, but everyone's roaming up. This could be a big skirmish if either side overcommits.
You need to be very careful. The big thing for EDG would be trying to use Scout to engage here and follow up on Clearlove's ults as Andre caught out.
There is the hallowed mist to try and keep away some of this damage. They're going to be the paranoia, but Gwen is dead. They trade the jungler for the top lane, and you're happy with that trade right now if you're on the side of EDG. But there's the enchanted crystal arrow. Goes straight down on top of Scout. Clearlove hasn't got the health bar to survive. They trade 4 for 2, and WE get all the advantages.
And they're fighting away from where the members of EDG are. They're trying to play up towards this top side, and Viper's trying to play catch up the entire time. So they end up losing out on that fight. Now Flandre TP's back in. But this is not the coordinated EDG that we're used to seeing, and unfortunately a lot of that is kind of coming from Clearlove pushing the boat that bit too far.
Yeah, it just feels like he's going for stuff that he just shouldn't need to go for. You can see Clearlove here just trying to help out Flandre, but just over kind of half committing, not committing, then he full commits, and then it's just a little too late.
And they commit when Viper's not a part of this fight, right? Viper has been incredible for EDG, but he's no longer been a part of any of these skirmishes, just with the battlefield being chosen by EDG away from their AD carry. WE get to collapse first, and they manage to get these kills. Now, Rift Herald started up again. WE in the area, but Elk is bot lane.
Elk is bot lane, but he does not have his ult available to him now. Viper's out for Mako, has to flash over the wall, and this just looks uncoordinated. This is a word I have never used to describe EDG in the last split and a half. This is weird to look at as a fan of this team, because this is just not how I perceive them.
Now, I think a lot of people were saying, hey, look, we wanted to see Clearlove back and doing Clearlove things, but unfortunately, it feels like nobody's really on the same page as EDG here, where you try to go in too aggressive, not really reading where WE are trying to play. And now you've got 20 seconds until this next dragon. You've got 1,000 gold lead already for WE and every ultimate up and available. So a team fight here for WE is going to be insanely strong. You need, as EDG, to try and buy time, let Flandre farm up, and then look to try and use this 1-2 combo with the mid jungle of CC in towards Scout, being able to follow up on that super well with the paranoia.
For Team WE, if it's a botched engage from EDG, if they don't get the burst down and kill someone off, the chase down with a Braum Ashe is actually insane. You combo that with the Xin Zhao, then you just can't get away from people. You can even see it here. Glacial Fish are going to be used now onto Viper and Mako. They will get the lockdown here onto Mako, and just it's so easy. They just keep pushing him down. He's dead. The double solar flare, it just means nothing right now, and this is just WE just perfectly using their ultimates and just straight up power.
I mean, Mako's dead. Beishan gets the second dragon uncontested. Now Clearlove trying to move in towards this top side, but I don't know. Like, this wave is a pretty far way off, and it's not like Breathe is letting him push into it.
Exactly. Now Viper needs to back himself away. There's the paranoia committed to the top side. They're going to try and force this one out. There is still no top wave, but they do not need it. Enough of a lockdown and enough damage with the Nocturne Sejuani combination means they do pick up the kill.
So they do get something back, but bot lane tower will go in favor of WE. They can get a second charge here and actually look for the tier 2 if they want to. I mean, you still have all 5 plates sitting on the top side, so yeah, WE, they're like, cool, we'll just go for the charge number 2.
Yeah, you haven't reset. We know we're going to be able to get this one here, and that is just, again, very slow, sluggish, and yes, Clearlove is a fantastic historical member of the LPL, but when you have a team that's so set on a particular style, with so drilled with you know, a particular setup for things and how they work around the map, changing that could just be disastrous.
And as well, like, I can kind of understand that EDG want to maybe give Clearlove a shot, because look, they're already guaranteed playoffs, right? They got EDG have been running amok in the LPL, so at this stage it's kind of cool. Maybe we mix it up, we get Clearlove in, see how it goes, but this isn't looking as clean. This isn't looking as coordinated, and I think a lot of these early invades already have set EDG behind, but usually when we see EDG behind, they'll right the ship, right? They'll go back to the game plan of, hey, we're going to play around this mid and bot, we're going to start to get these dragons off that pressure. But this constant invading to get overly deep vision has now set that mid and bot even further than behind, and WE now are in really strong spot to start looking for their own sort of picks. Look towards these team fights where you've got Elk who can set them up from long range and fire down all this burst damage with the rest of WE.
For WE, you're happy as Larry. You're able to pick up your first items. You've got the Immortal Shield Bowl now onto Elk. You've got the Gore Drinker. You're almost towards the Eclipse here for the Jace. You're sitting pretty. You have no issues whatsoever. You put Shanks on that bot side. No real kill pressure onto him. And now EDG, they have to commit resources to this top side. But Mako's backing away. Flandre, there's nothing he can do. He can't stay here.
Yeah, you can see even Mako just, as you said, walking around the side, not able to do anything. Now another Terror goes the way of WE. And as well for EDG, like this feels like it's very much kind of a pick style composition, right? Where you're going to see if you can get clear to pick someone off with the Glacial, the ultimate. I forgot the Glacial Prison. And then you can get the Scout Paranoia to come in as well to very quickly finish off that person. But unfortunately, WE, they're just grouping up as this massive death ball running around the map and not giving you the opportunity to find these picks. And now they're shoving in towards mid as well. And where is EDG? There's no one here to actually try and defend. Flandre is still trying to push out top lane. Scout is off in the side lane. And it's getting really difficult for EDG to keep up the pace.
Very, very difficult. A lot of Freljordians in this game as well as I look into it. You know, a lot of Freljord, a lot of Glacial ultimates as well. Glacial Tomb, Glacial Fissure, Glacial Prison.
That's where it got me. I was like, it's not Glacial Fissure, that's problem. It's not, it's which one is it? It's not Witch's Fight. It's not
which one is it?
Witch's Prison? No.
Tomb and Prison could pretty much be the exact same thing for both sides. But of course, we'll see if EDG can get themselves out of this hole. They are only about 3 and a bit gold down, so 3 and a bit thousand gold down, I should say, as first items are being completed. And they have got some good backline access. The problem is, though, if they're not coordinated, if they're not sitting on top of, you know, the same carry, the same target, it can go a little bit sideways for them. So they need to be coordinated. They need to pick someone and just go for them.
And I feel like a lot of this is going to come down towards... Oh, Viper, very quick lens. But I think a lot of this is going to come down towards Dragons, where you can either look for picks as WEs. You can see, like, find these choke points that suit your composition super well to take pop shots, as we're seeing on your screen. Might actually be... Or, as EDG, see if before WE really gets set up for these objectives, you can try and pick someone off. We said already you've got like really strong CC for single targets. When you look at that composition, a lot of damage that can come through very quickly. It's just a matter of trying to find the right pick for it.
And WE just putting down this pressure. They now have the cleanse off of Viper, so if they do get the Enchanted Crystal Hour, which they will have in about a minute's time or so, they should be able to maybe look for that pick again and using this vision priority and mid lane priority to just push out top, get themselves the reset. Shanks goes back, picks up a couple of pings for it. Even Evil has enough in the back pocket to get himself a stopwatch, and it becomes very difficult now for EDG to fight this as Mako. Oh, Mako, you're in no man's land right now. He's just going to have to try and run away, and this fight could be done before it even starts. Mako does land the Solar Flare, but the Everfrost means that you are going nowhere. Leona is a tanky person, but only so tanky when 4 members are bearing down on you, and you have no engage now. You have no real tank to go in on top of this. You have to give this one up. This is sole point for WE.
They will trade Rift Herald, but definitely not worth it, especially for the Infernal Soul as well. Now, WE just running amok in this game. Nearly a 4,000 gold lead. They've gotten that both sideline turrets down. It's only a matter of time until they get this mid one. Maybe try and contest EDG, it looks like, on this.
They're going to go for it. They're going to try and jump in. The smite is good, but Clearlove, will he have sacrificed his life for the good of the Rift Herald? It looks like he will. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow goes right between the posts and doesn't land anybody else, but I feel so wrong.
Mako, come on.
He has to flash. This is disastrous from EDG. It's not even just one person. I can't even just put this all onto Clearlove. Everyone's just misstepping.
This is FDG right now. I don't want the E anymore. Like, this is a fail all around. I mean, now mid lane turret's got to go down. They have to push this in, but I don't know what's going. Like, this is not the EDG that we really want to see come into today.
It's just such a far and away departure from what we know, what we've seen, what we have, you know, had for so long. And
WE are loving it. WE have no pressure on them. There's no one putting any pressure anywhere to make them question, should they go for a play? Should they, you know, maybe not go for this deep vision? They're just, as you say, running amok and not really questioning everything because EDG are just not giving them any questions.
And now the problem becomes as well is that WE have full control of the map. Mako might actually be in trouble. No, going to walk away. But as you start to look towards Dragon number 4 here for WE, they have pressure topside. You can already see Breathe pushing that in. Shanks is going to be fine to push in bot. They have full control over your mid lane as well. They get deep vision. It becomes really difficult for EDG to try and contest, especially when you look at trying to enter River. Like, you try and come through one of these tight corridors, Bromels, Enchanted Crystal Arrows, Shock Blasts, even Xin Zhao just standing in front of them with the Crescent Guard going, yeah, you're not getting in here tonight. Like, it is so hard for EDG to do anything.
It's just, again, I'm so unbelievably speechless that this is the EDG that is 10-2 in the standings. This is the EDG that lost to RNG, but we didn't really think much of it. We thought, okay, look, you're losing to RNG, they're on the up and up, and if there's a team that you're going to lose to, you know, no problem losing to the current young champions, you know, the reigning champions, if you will, and it's just, I don't know, it's just such a strange situation. And now Missing finds Mako. Mako, no flashes, he burnt it last time. There is the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, goes between the posts, they find themselves a support. They're going to force the Arctic Assault out of the Sejuani, so she has to back away, and I don't know. What happened? Who is this team? Because they're not EDG. They're not our #1 team.
I mean, we all kind of know what happened. Nobody just wants to say it, all right?
No,
so we're going to move that conversation.
The idea of Clear Love was nicer in my head.
Yeah. So now WE going to start pushing in this top side. We said, look, 2 minutes until that Dragon. Hell, here we go. Side lane push. Breathe going to be pushing on towards tower. Makes it very difficult for Flandre to try and dissuade this, especially when you look at more members of WE starting to collapse here. So EDG lose more of their structures, lose more access to the map. And it's now WE just walking away. Missing maybe get caught here. Has his flash, though, to get over the wall.
It does have his flash, but don't think he'll need it, to be perfectly honest, as the rest of WE were around. And they have the Rift Herald here for EDG, so they will be able to drop that one into the mid lane, possibly pick up this tier 1. You can see already L try to put down the damage, and oh no. Oh no, are they going to be able to stop it? No, they will not. They did not hit the eye. Thank God Clear Love was able to get that one little positive going for him. And but again, it's an incredibly small win when you're 4,500 gold down, and this is just poor backing. Like, it's so lazy.
Yeah. I mean, Mako gets cut out. I mean, again, it feels like EDG just are not keeping track of where WE are on the map. And now, again, the positional errors come through because they're going for these lazy backs because they think they're safe. But in reality, they're really, really not. Now, WE start to push out once more. Dragon in 50 seconds. Look at how far ahead WE are. 5,000 gold for themselves. And all the extra stats they get up from Dragon. And the fact the composition that they have does really well at this point in time. So there's not really any spot here where I see EDG being able to contest them. Like 2 items across the board here for WE, whereas you're still waiting for another half item on most of EDG.
Not only that, but you're missing a flash on Clear Love. You only just got the flash there for Mako, so that's at least a positive, but nobody's missing summoners now onto Team WE. You have Zhonya's for Shanks. You have a stopwatch for the Ashe. The priority is in bot and mid,
Good news. The good news for EDG is 2 level lead for Flandre and also a level lead for Scout. So the 2 solo laners have been doing work in those side lanes. Nashor's 2 just finished for Flandre as well. Maybe the solo laners can look to carry this.
I mean, maybe, but this objective is going down so quickly. There's the paranoia. They're trying to jump down onto the backside of this one. The Jace is being the target, but I don't know if that's going to be the Dragon fight. It's a fight on 2 fronts, but you can see the damage from the Shanks. You get 1, but you lose 2. And with this Braum, Ashe, Shanks combination, it's just so much CC, and now you've given up Infernal Soul to WE.
And the EDG experiment not quite working out the way that they planned. Oh, Viper just got spotted. Oh, Shanks didn't quite see him.
I think he did, yeah. No, he did. He's just trying to give him a false sense of security. Should be able to stop him. There's the flash. Will it be enough to get him out? It will not. The Everfrost is there. Scout does get the Paranoid Nightmare down to get the fear off, but he's in a lot of hurt. They're actually waiting for a couple of seconds. I think they're TPing. They're going to TP in. They're going to TP in straight away and try and kill off the Nocturne. But they
they don't need to. So, like, all right, cool. Like, he escapes. great. I mean, you're just on the Baron anyway. So, yeah, overall, WE, like, what? They just run away with this game. It's been absolutely WE control from start to finish. Beishang has got this early lead in the jungle because these over-aggressive invades with Clear Love, and now they're just slapping EDG across the map. This could have been okay if we only got the one commit from Scout on towards the Jace. I don't think you needed the commit from Viper here as well. But when you look in the pit, like, you're just getting massacred. Everyone on EDG falls in an instant, and there's just nothing left in the tank then for EDG.
Exactly what you said, though, is that with Viper committing alongside Scout to try and kill off the Jace Breathe on the top half of that map or that play, where's the damage? You put the exhaust on the Flandre, you CC him up. What is it? Who's going to kill them? Leona? Like, no, it's just not going to be a thing. So, the allocation of damage in the team fight was just very, very separate. And again, it's just not what I anticipate, not what I think of when I think of EDG. And unless they can find a miracle fight, I honestly think they lose off of this Baron push. I don't think they can defend against this. They're just too far behind.
Yeah, there's nothing that they can do. You can even see you're being threatened on that bottom side with Shanks as well. Scout has gone into the backline to try and make the play.
They're going in. This is the final ditch effort here for EDG. They're looking to try and kill off the Ashe, and they will get it. Flandre doing work, but here comes Silas. Here comes Shanks doing so much damage, and they will trade back 2 for 1 in favor of EDG, but with another nice little move on top of the Leona, they get it back 2 for 2. They still have Baron, and now EDG have no way of clearing these waves.
And EDG just lined up so perfectly in that fight. Shanks comes in, steals away the Gwen ult, and between the chain lashes and that Gwen ult, he's tearing EDG apart. There was nowhere for them to hide, and I wasn't sure if we'd see WE try and commit for the end, but it looks like they're going to be happy with that mid and hit and more.
And more indeed. They're going to look to try and take the kill that they just got off of Scout. Now move on to the tier 2 on that bot side. So more and more gold. It's an 8,000 gold lead. Almost 9,000 now with that dragon or that gold from the tower going towards them as well. It's going, I'm going to call it right now. Clear Love, I'm sorry, you're very historically loved and everyone loves you. You're not welcome on this team right now because this is atrocious from EDG.
Yeah, never meet your heroes, you know.
No, you'll just be disappointed.
But, I mean, look, this hasn't worked out, and I think, unfortunately, as we said, like, missteps from Clear Love, not able to get these early wins going their way, over-aggression coming through from Mako, and Mako as well, not having the best of games. He's got caught out several times as well, and this team fight, as we said, Shanks comes in, tears them apart, and now they're picking up Flandre.
They have Flandre. The Ghost has been used in response to the exhaust. He will be able to get himself out, but that is, again, another tool used, and WE, they have the run of the map. They could wait 2.5 minutes if they like. They could just barrel up the mid lane, bot lane, whatever they want to do. And yes, well done, Viper. You'll get this turret, but you're going to lose your base.
I mean, they're just desperate to get anything, any sort of standing gold to help them out. You can see, look, only just now completed that second item for Viper. Still sitting on that serrated Dirk, so he's a ways off. There's no one here on WE, or on EDG that can actually test Scout. Just trying to shove out that mid lane so they can't try and fully commit towards this tower. But WE might try and go for it regardless, especially if they can pick off Scout.
See what they want to go for, and Viper just taking so much poke. Scout looking for an avenue back into this. 2 inhibitors have fallen, and you can see Super Minions now in this mid lane barreling up, and WE just taking their time with it. They don't need to overforce anything right now. They have all the advantages in the world.
And they have all the range. Like, they're just so good at poking here with the Ashe, with this Jace as well, and that's Terra slipping away from EDG.
Yeah, there's just too many threats. Viper gets chunked out again. They steal a Solar Flare, forcing his flash out of him. The Paranoia comes in on the backside of this one, but the Everfrost lands onto everybody. Yes, they get Flandre coming in on the backside. Maybe he can turn this one around. Flandre doing his so much right there, but it's going to be on Elk. It's going to be on Shanks. It's 2v3. Shanks makes it a 2v2, but look at Elk. He's just kiting. They can't get on top of him, and it was a decent effort from EDG, but there is nothing they can do. The future is now, old man, as WE completely decimate EDG in this first game.
That was destruction. We got the one nice counter gank coming through from Clear Love to start this off, and from that point, WE just put their foot down. Like, none of this. They tried to invade into that bottom side jungle. Beishang shuts them down. They start to get the dragons, and every objective just slipped out of control for EDG. They got a Rift Herald that they barely even managed to get the charge off on.
It was not the glorious return that people were expecting from Clearlove. You can maybe put it down to nerves, hasn't been on stage for a while, maybe even, I don't know, like lacking in a couple of different things like that, but I just feel like right now, EDG, that's not what they need. They need that proactive jungler. They need the JJ, you know, coming back into the squad and just getting that cohesive unit again. Like, they lost the early Dragons. It just didn't look like EDG.
You know, I mean, everything was gone awry, right? We get the even down to partly the draft as well was kind of confusing for me. Like, I couldn't clog where the Ashe was taken, but like Viper and Mako were saying have been amazing in that bottom lane. They've been standing up to everyone. I mean, wiping the floor with Gal and Ming in their last series.
Viper was a mute.
But yeah, but the lane didn't let him do anything. Like, Elk and Missing destroy that bottom side. You try to engage, you get a Braum shield, and Elk just kills Viper before Viper even gets in range. You can't even run away because she just chases you down as the Ashe. And even when you look elsewhere in the map, like Beishang dictating the pace of that jungle matchup, Breathe as well being left in an island against Flandre means he's in a great spot. And the only matchup where you had some semblance of control was Scout versus Shanks. We quickly went into Shanks' favor when he started to get these early kills because of the over-aggression from Mako and Clearlove consistently into the jungle.
And I think on Shanks as well, if you want to be a good mid laner in the LPL, you gotta play Sylas. It's just becoming, it's alongside Rise for me of just, you want to be a good mid laner here, you gotta play these two picks. That's just your bread and butter, and then everything else can be your pocket pick. You know, it's an incredible game for you. We're gonna look quick at the MVP, and just as I'm talking about the mid lane, it is Shanks the MVP on this Sylas, able to bring it back in that last little team fight. It looked like maybe Flandre could have gotten something going with the Gwen, with the needlework, but just not enough.
Yeah, just managing to come back up, finishes off everyone, and he was huge. I mean, every single fight we were just like, wait for Shanks. Look, don't call your chickens before they hatch. Wait for Shanks to show up. Consistently finding these big plays, taking EDG pretty much by the horns and controlling this game the entire time alongside Beishang. So a great performance from Shanks.
It really, really was, and it's great to see this guy coming into his own. Like we talked about at the start of the split, Mole came in and a lot of people were very excited for Mole. I think Mole is still a fantastic mid laner, but it just wasn't what WE needed. It wasn't what fit in the puzzle of the WE picture, and Shanks has filled that role. Shanks has really come into his own and is standing up to some pretty decent talent.
Yeah, and I think the big reason that we are seeing Shanks more and more is because he works better with Beishang. Like, he's more willing to facilitate what Beishang wants to do, play towards these side lanes, and it's a working formula that WE have. And unfortunately for EDG, their working formula is kind of gone out the window now, so we'll have to see what the game plan is for them when we get into game number 2.
Yeah, we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll see what EDG have left in the tank, or if WE will be rolling to a 2-0 win. Do not go anywhere.
Not in lane. So with this priority, they can try and create skirmishes, they can try and create dives, and I think they're going to do that.
Oh my goodness, this is the party you're looking for. LNG's early proactivity coming alive here. Ale already got one. LP looking to go down. No, he doesn't, and he gets the kill. That's huge. You get a double at least for the top laner. Ale's getting reset. They might look for a third as they're all still down here.
RNG are continuing to play towards that bottom side for Xiaohu. That's how they're splitting it up. Forgetting about the top lane for the time being. Good hook, though.
Great hook, as they're going to go in with the quickness and the grand entrance. It's a lot of damage onto Mako, and it's...
Has to flash away. Okay, now Knight has been spotted. He's on a control walk. Burnbee's just going to move on over. Remember, sole point here for FPX as they get onto Knight. True shot barrage, but Knight jukes back through the jungle. He's buying space, he's buying time for the rest of the top esports. Nuguri, though, on the front line. He's going 1v3 the rest of the squad. Now to jump in as well. Yu Yanja low on HP. Jangle still going strong, but no damage coming out. Carter falls. It's 2 for FPX as they manage to get themselves the Mountain Soul as well. Jing Tian goes down. Tian jumps on top of Jackie Love, and Knight has nothing in the canister. It's FPX to take the fight. Nuguri gets the birthday quadra kill.
Just looking at items with double Leandries, almost identical items pretty much for Angel and Huanfeng on the Ziggs and Malzahar combination. On the other side, actually Everfrost for Yagao, we're seeing this a lot more from players in the LPL. They're using it as more of a utility setup to try and catch out a prime target. And speaking of catching out a prime target, it's Zoom who gets hit by the Sonic Wave, but they will get himself the refresh. And oh!
6 you are, doesn't matter. All right, enough projected. Now Huanfeng, he's moving forward now, I think. There he is, he's behind it, but Angel, he's gonna... Angel is just around. He's the guard dog. He needs to... Oh, he spots it.
Oh, he's going for the source and he flashes immediately. Angel matches as well, looking forward, trying to end the game. But there's still an Elder buff there. But into the pit, Betty's joined too. Sooning are outnumbered. The Nexus getting hit down. The heroic entrance. Betty needs to hit it.
这个赛季我觉得我和峰峰下路的话，就比上赛季就沟通更仔细了一点吧。进入后半段的赛程，我觉得队伍状态就感觉还行吧，就还需要改进的地方挺多的。
Lots of room to improve, but definitely on the right path. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. I am Penguin, he is Dagda, and we are going to be showing you the lower third of our pick ban going into Game 2. Important to note, Clear Love is out. They have taken him off the roster, and it's not JJ either who's coming in.
Yeah, it's Junja who's going to be coming back into the roster here, and I think it's going to be interesting to see. He's been out for a while, but certainly a very aggressive jungler and likes to get involved in those lanes, so we'll have to see how that one's going to work out as we get the pick and ban on our screen. So EDG, again, going for a very heavy dive composition. The Camille Galio combo with the Viego coming into the jungle as well, going to set up super nicely for a lot of these plays. And when you look over at WE's side, something that kind of leaves themselves a little bit vulnerable to that. Certainly when you look towards something like LeBlanc, really struggles against the Galio, also really struggles against the Camille, and as well, things like the Ezreal that can get locked down by this Camille and set up for the Galio means that he doesn't have as much safety with the Arcane Shift. So certainly EDG have, I think, the compositional tools to go against WE, but we'll have to see, because if WE get ahead off this Olaf pick, set themselves up for a really strong mid game alongside that mid lane with this LeBlanc, it feels like you're in a really good spot here as WE to take the 2-0 against EDG.
The Sentinel's light shall bask in the darkness of the encroaching mist as we jump onto the Rift for the second time. WE taking a 1-0 lead in this series, but EDG making a change in the jungle, swinging in Junja. And again, more and more pressure being put onto EDG, and this is where we can talk about the composition a little bit more, but I'm talking more about the pressure you get. When you're making roster swaps this late into the season, this is where things can look a little rocky.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not entirely sure what the story is with it all. Like, I'm not going to pretend that I do. I mean, especially since JJ still hasn't come back in. No idea what's going on with JJ. Might be something going on behind the scenes, or he might have some other issue going on. But look, we're with Junja, and I think, at least coming into 2020, there was a lot of conversation about, like, which do we prefer, JJ or Junja? it kind of depends on what side of the fence you were on. I like Junja because I thought he offered a lot of these like quick ganks, very aggressive towards the lanes. I was really smart in how he set up those ganks. But JJ was definitely more of the objective-focused jungler, and that has been something that has obviously been the EDG style for quite a while. So I'm curious to see now that we're getting JJ back into the roster, what does he bring? Has he brought in a bit more of that objective control since he's been watching this EDG style for a while? Or have they got something else in their back pocket?
Wait and see. And looking at the two compositions and looking at them right now, we obviously talked about the big dive team fight that is EDG. For WE, though, it is more about that a little bit of poke damage and just assassinating someone as quick as possible before you take a full engage.
It's definitely... Oh, hang on.
Now we're good. Going to be very difficult for Mako to get on top of the Alistair, especially level 1.
Hey, we saw it in game number 1 of today. I'm just keeping my bases covered. But look, I think you are correct. Like for WE, definitely want to try and like take a quick assassination with Shanks, have access towards the back line, particularly on towards Viper. Shanks will be trying to have access there. The team fighting is going to pretty much revolve around, hey, we're going to try and go for some sort of 1-4 where we want our bottom half of the, well, bottom 3/4 of the map to be like fighting towards dragons, trying to create this pressure, making sure that we are hitting that mid-game spike, and then allowing Breathe to be our late-game insurance. The only issue for Breathe is that in this Camille matchup, Camille actually has a better late-game scaling. There comes a point in time where you can just burst out Breathe as Flandre, so now you kind of need to lean more as WE into this kind of 25 to 30 minute window where your composition should be able to burst out people like Viper, but you haven't got Junja and Flandre fully online yet.
And we see Junja and Beishong both on opposite sides of the map. They've both done their full clears. They're going to be able to take the scuttles and get themselves out. But important to note there that Junja has been spotted. He will get the sweeper down as well to make sure that he knows. So the information has been garnered there. He's just going to pop out the Scryer's Bloom, maybe drop a ward on his way out. He'll be fine.
So I think for EDG, you got two options about how you want to play this early game, right? You can either try and use the fact that Viper has full control bot lane alongside Mako to look towards early dragons, see if you can try and take them away from WE, or you just kind of play it safe, wait till 6, and then go for the almost guaranteed terror dive on Breed top lane with Scout and Flandre being able to set up those double ultimates. So I'm curious to see what style we get. And as we said, like Junja, at least historically, hasn't been the most objective-focused jungler. So I imagine instead they are going to wait for this level 6 and try and go for this big dive on the Terror and Breed top side.
I'll wait to see exactly how it all pans out right now. Of course, the Ezreal Varus matchup, pretty passive if we're being totally honest, especially when you've got something like a Leona and Alistair, unless you have jungle intervention, and even has the minion dematerializer rune for missing, so he knows they're not going to be able to get as big of a push. And right now, WA just happy enough accepting the lanes as they are. They have an advantage in top, they have an advantage in mid, and they're happy just to soak up the XP and gold in all the other lanes.
I mean, as Beishong, you're kind of like, okay, how do I try and like push forward here? Because I'm not getting access to bot lane. There's no point in me being there as an Olaf. We never kill Viper and Mako unless they massively overextend to make a mistake. So instead, Beishong can actually try to use the fact that he's got the push in mid from Shanks. Also, with Breathe having this first reset, he'll now start to take over this matchup, and you can look to go and invade on this top side of the map if you would like to. Although Olaf likes taking dragons early, I just don't see it with the way that this bot lane priority is working for EDG right now.
Yeah, the Olaf is being pinged out on the top side, so they have a fairly decent idea that's exactly where he is. And now Junja maybe looking for something in this bot side. Flash forward, the Xenobate follows. Does have the cleanse. They will get Elk out, but what about missing? Can he defend himself? The minions died, so yes, he can.
I mean, it's a fun ride for Mako.
Yeah.
It just kind of sucks that it never amounted to anything. So EDG, you get the flash burnt by Mako and also Elk, but I mean, this was kind of the expected route, I'll say. It's really, really difficult to actually dive against an Alistair because he's so good at being able to, you know, knock you up under the turret, get the damage dealers out away from that terror dive, and as well against an Ezreal who's just a pain to try and lock down. So surprised EDG tried to commit for it, honestly, but at least it does force Elk off the terror, and he will lose a good amount of CS and experience to that turret.
We'll lose a little bit, and of course you'd see pretty standard setup for Viper on this Varus is
The Korean sniper knows exactly how to use this champion, has come up with some fantastic plays this split. We now see the full engage here onto Beishong, who is forced to flash away as the hero's entrance just come in. And now they maybe look to try and re-engage this one. This is a bit dodgy now for WE. They don't really know exactly where they want to go with this.
Very spread out, and it's actually going to be Mako with the engage.
Yeah, Mako, as you see Beishong ticking down. He's got the Ignite on top of him. The TP got to be committed, and that's first blood over to EDG. But a good 3-man knock-up here, and Junja has to flash himself away. But a Mystic shot to the face takes him down. Now the Needlework can do its work. Breathe has joined the fight. It's 4v3, and EDG are in full retreat. It's going to be WE taking so much more off of this. Flandre flashes away, thinking he could maybe go back in for a cheeky kill onto Missing. But in the end, it's 2 for 1. Still advantage WE.
Flandre was super late on that TP. Breathe had already walked the whole way down despite the fact he had no teleport, and it meant that you got this big burst damage coming off from this Gwen before EDG were in position to respond. And now WE looked a little bit dicey, looked a little bit careful as they approached, but they do find themselves with the fight win, the gold lead, and a lot of that going on to crucial members like Elk and like Breathe.
I'd love to see the kind of the replay once we're able to get it up. But like EDG really hard forced that one now, and they're going to be in a little bit of a hole as they come up towards this dragon kind of skirmish. But they just wanted to kill off Beishong, and they committed everything.
Yeah, so much invested before you even get to this point, right? Scout had already used the ult. Scout missing that Justice Punch as well means that like you don't get that quick burst. Great knock up as you called from Missing. But watch, Breathe already going to be here, already dealing so much damage. And then by the time Flandre shows up, he kind of gets 1 to 2 autos off, a bit of CC, but is already running for the hills because everyone else in EDG is taking so much damage.
Yeah, well, Rift Herald is going to be taken here by EDG as they had priority up in that top side. It will be on vision, so the side of WE will know that it was going down and making plans to how they want to respond. But with Beishong in that top side, they don't really have an answer. They can't rush down the Drake. It's not really in a position to push in any of the lanes. So good moves here from EDG and looking far more coordinated in this game than they were in game 1.
Exactly. At least it is looking slightly cleaner, but still WE coming out with those leads. I want to see now how do WE try and, you know, grow these though. Because you're starting to look, okay, Breathe, he'll have his TP back up in a little bit of time. No dragons have been taken just yet, and Shanks does have some control in mid, so maybe with the way that these lanes are set up, we get Beishong turning towards that dragon, or pick on Mako.
They could go for Mako, no flash on the Leona, but still pretty damn tanky. He's still level 5, so waiting for that solar flare, and maybe we can see Beishong and Missing just roam around. Maybe there's a little bit of a death squad in the jungle support duo, but they back away and they just have pressure now in bot and mid, so that equals the dragon.
But look, I want to see this duo go into a little cocoon and become a trio. I want to see Shanks coming down to this bottom side of the map as well, because Viper right now, he's got no heal, he's got no flash. He is incredibly vulnerable underneath his tower. And then you add into the mix that you've got that level 6, the unbreakable will for Alistair. You can set up these dives so insanely easily on the bottom side. It's why you look at the map right now and Junja's like, I gotta sit here. Like, I cannot leave right now because Viper's in so much trouble. I need to let him escort this wave in, which is giving time now to Beishong and go, right, I'm just going to start to clear out and actually maybe make my way down towards this bottom side and look for a gank.
Yeah, maybe look for something as they are just clearing out that wave as quick as possible. The Viego has reset, but so is the Olaf. So Beishong not going to find anything just yet. And the heal should be up pretty damn soon, as will the flash for Viper. So that window very slowly closing away from WE, but they're still not unhappy with how things are gone. They've got themselves an 800 gold lead. They have a dragon. They still have yet to see where this Rift Herald is going to be plopped. And it does look like with Junja in this top side, he might look to try and maybe snowball Flandre if he can.
I mean, Snowball, yes, but Bring Back seems to be the better one here, because right now he is, 600 go behind in this matchup. The Gwen is much stronger as of right now because of the way this matchup works, so they need to get some go back into Flandre's favor, or you've got this gaping hole in the top side of the map that WE can continue to look and play around, especially in like the next 5 minutes when we're looking towards the Rift Herald's second spawn and how much pressure Beishong can put up here.
And I actually really love this from Breed as well, going with the steel-plated caps because he knows he's going to be in a much better position to defend against the armor than the magic resistance. As we go straight in onto the fight, the TP comes in, Hexagon Ultimate, they're going to commit the Galio Ultimate as well. It lands onto 3 people. It's a trade of top laners, but also the jungler. The Justice Punch is blocked as Scouts force the flash over the wall. Again, WE trading up in the fight.
Nice timing there from WE. Shanks was out of mana in the mid lane, but just got the wave reset, managed to get back to base, get a full purchase in, so he's a buy ahead of Scout, and then get to the play at the right time as well. So you're playing through your strength you got in your top laner, plus the advantageous spot that Shanks had just found himself in. So wonderful job here from WE.
Oh, they're going for Scout. He gets a little bit of minion block. They jump in underneath the turret. Can they take him down? It's very tanky from the Galio. He's still missing, tanking up that turret. And Shanks, luckily enough for him, wasn't. So he gets himself out, and they're able to trade back another kill.
Unbreakable Will, that's how you play it. Like, these Alistairs can tank turrets for days. And now you can see the result. Shanks now still going to hold on to this mid lane. Junja will push in, but you can see Missing still just hovering here to make sure Shanks can collect this wave nice and easy. Again though, WE running away with this early game, and uncharacteristics from EDG starting to creep up again. No dragons. No real objective control here for EDG either. Yes, they got that Rift Herald, but it hasn't really amassed to very much.
No, it will only get the golds of 2 plates onto Julianja, but it is definitely a much more positive start for WE. I think that we were obviously harking on the negatives for EDG, but we gotta put props for Jude. They're being proactive. They're knowing and reading EDG like a book and saying, look, we know exactly where you're gonna try and contest us. We can be there and turn it back in our favor.
And Mako doesn't realize he's standing on a ward, trying to see if he can get up towards Breathe. Actually, the cavalry is here for Breathe.
It's more than just
as
Mako.
He goes, all right, you know what? I don't mind trying to bait for one person. Before I'm not taking this risk. He just backs off. Again, though, you're trading this on the bot side for WE. And yes, 100%, I want to say credit where credit is due for WE. I also do want to give credit towards JJ, even though he's not here, because you can see how much of this EDG team revolves around him in the early stages, right? We talked about him having an insanely high first blood rate. Well, that first blood rate that is first in the league for EDG hasn't happened in this series so far. We're looking towards the incredible objective control, where they're first in dragons. That's not there for EDG this game. And even when you're looking towards things like the Rift Herald, they were second when it came to the amount of Rift Heralds that they've managed to secure for themselves. That's not there either. Like, so much of this early game was coming from JJ, and I think that's why a lot of people are like, hey look, JJ's not the flashy member of EDG, but certainly he's a very crucial part of this roster, and you're kind of seeing it here.
Yeah, definitely feeling the pressure, if you will, as Junja just kind of puts himself back into the top side, seeing if he can catch out Breathe, as this Gwen is slowly making her way towards that Rift Maker, and it is going to be a very difficult time for Flandre if that item is completed before he can get any kind of pressure in this top side. We now see with the Dragon spawning in 20 seconds, EDG just giving it up really, but WE not setting up for it just yet either. It looks like they want to try and contest both sides.
Yeah, WE usually don't go towards the second Rift Herald. They're much more interested in the first. They want to try and trade that for dragons, and might get that here, but here we go.
Oh, Solar Flare has to be used there, and the flash, so Mako using all of his utility. There's one big cooldowns this early on in the game, and you'll take that, you trade the dragon, so EDG will get themselves their second Rift Herald, but WE, they're stacking this objective again.
And you can see that Mako, look, not having the support that he usually does in, like, wandering around the map with JJ actually having Junja on this top side. Mako just caught out on his own. So he's just kind of wandering around. In several situations, Mako has been caught out, and it's giving these small advantages to WE, burning summoner spells that could be crucial for upcoming fights. Now, with Dragon down, he will have his summoner spells back up by the time that arrives, but may need it sooner if WE are going to invade on this jungle.
Yeah, they are trying to steal away from this red buff. Smite there for base Shang makes that one pretty damn easy. And now with the pressure in the bot side, they can continue to push in. Maybe look to go for a dive should EDG overstep.
And this is what we want to see from WE. They have a really good composition for spiking in this early stages with the one item completed with the Divine Sunder there for Elk. They're just trying to abuse that fact. Shanks consistently pushing in mid, rotating down bot, using the fact he has his own mythic completed when you're still waiting on that completion for Scout. WE are just finding these really nice windows where they have the power advantage and EDG are still trying to get out of the trough.
Yeah, it's about 3,000 gold lead coming in. It's a little bit under it as we crest past the 15-minute mark, and Rift Herald still yet to be put down here for EDG. They may try and keep it for the Dragon, but that's a very long time away, so we'll see where they want to put that priority. And You've got first items here for most people on, on WE. You've got yourself the Luden's Tempest, the Gore Drinker, and of course the Riftmaker. Divine Sunder are finished up for Elk. You're sitting pretty. You're pretty happy with where everything is going right now. And for EDG, you're just really waiting for a big mistake to capitalize on for WE to bring back this early game.
And they do have the tools to do that, right? You've got the opportunity to go for these picks with Flandre and Scout that we pointed out. It's just so difficult when you see the way WE are moving around the map, right? Missing is always flanked by Beishang. He's never moving off by himself. Same when you look towards Shanks, who's consistently kind of pushing and then moving before EDG can respond.
Well, Riftile going to go into mid lane again, so second charge of Shelly into the mid side. It will get the turret very, very low. I don't know if it will take it out just yet. It will not. It will survive on nothing. And it's, again, small little things like that that just make the difference. Having that turret down versus not having it down is another objective that you now have to worry about.
Ooh, hang on, Junja.
Junja might be in a little bit of trouble. They do get out the TP here from LeBlanc because they're trying to separate this fight. This is very separated as the Galio goes down. Once you go in, you cannot get back out. Shanks goes over the wall but does not get any more purchase without Mako. No flash from the earlier play with the scuffle with the Alistar, and 2 more kills go over to WE. If there was a Baron, they'd take it, but it's not even early. It's too early for that.
But they should be able to get 2 towers off of this. You can see that tower in the top lane very low. Beishang going to move up and finish that, as the rest of WE will look to take this mid lane structure. WE are taking over this series against EDG, and such a crucial win for WE as well. Taking down the top team in the LPL is now a very real prospect for this squad.
It really, really is. And WE, the last split, they started brightly, fizzled out a little bit towards the end, and didn't really have much of an impact in playoffs. This time around, it does feel like they are moving from strength to strength, getting themselves into a position of contesting for top 6, top 5, top 4 maybe. And as well for EDG, this puts, if they lose this series, it puts them down to 10-3. They are equal with FBX, and not only that, but then they lose the control of their destiny to try and get that top spot. They lose control of that #1 seed and get brought right back down into the playoff battle.
Yeah, and especially when they face off against FPX on that last day of the split, that could be all to play for. Now, Flandre.
Flandre getting jumped onto here, has to use the Hextech Ultimatum to keep himself alive, but again, more tools being used just before this dragon fight in just over a minute's time. And we'll have a look at the replay here, and this is just Beishang knowing the limits of his champion and knowing when he can and cannot go in.
I mean, it wasn't even limits to champion. It was just like, yeah, we need more people in the area, right? Look at the minimap. Cool, let's go for it. And this is where they get the place. They get the pick on towards Scout at the start. Elk churning out damage at this stage, especially, we talked about that Divine Sunder. So many high health bars on this EDG side. He's getting so much value from that build. And then as well, they just very quickly finish off Mako, flashless from that last encounter. So now EDG, Dragon up in 30 seconds, Scout's topside, and EDG may not be out of the woods.
Oh no, Junja might be in a lot of trouble, has not got his flash, but does have the Heartbreaker that is not available for this dragon fight in 22 seconds. I feel like WE are just going to get themselves on the soul point for free.
And it's the same story as last game. I felt like this is exactly what happened. EDG were getting picked off by WE, not really able to do too much about it, and then these dragons start to stack and become too much of an issue for EDG. And now, I mean, look at the map. You've already fully given this up as EDG. They're fully committed to that top side. I mean, as we get the heat map for... How's your Chinese, Penguin?
Not worse than yours. I'll put it that way. But yes, I think yeah.
It's not gonna. But either way, look, as we get our map back, Terra will be trading topside for EDG. WE get the dragon. They can now trade this for the bottom side tier 1 as well. So you end up just going tip for tat in towers. Dragon goes your way. You've even got full pressure in mid lane. I mean, it's all WE right now. A 3,000 gold lead that only feels like it's a moment in time before it becomes an even bigger one.
And this is fantastic from WE. It's the exact kind of form you want to be hitting just before playoffs. Like we said, we are 2 weeks away, and as soon as regular split is finished, that's a week later, we're in the playoffs. It's, you know, it starts so quickly because we have so many matches.
And it's such a big win as well, because when you look at their upcoming schedule, they had like EDG today, Rogue Warriors, okay, IG, RNG, top esports still to play. And when they are sitting in that 6th place spot at the moment, really trying to fight their way up, the fact that you've got this win against EDG is going to give you so much more, well, honestly, just a sigh of relief that, hey, there's one less game that we have to worry about, and one that we've managed to get in the back with a 2-0 win as well. Like, with how close the LPL is right now, game difference is going to make it all.
Yeah, really, really will. And still have a little bit to do. It is not 100% a done deal for WE. They are still hunting to try and make this one out. And EDG, they've got some pretty good players. You know, we got some pretty decent guys. I don't know if you heard of him. Viper's all right. Like, he's an up-and-coming AD carry. He's doing okay.
First rookie in the LPL.
Yeah, rookie and all that stuff. But Scout is okay. But, like, this is the point. Like, this is why I suppose we're putting such scathing criticism onto EDG, because we have such high hopes for this team. We have such high expectations of what they can do, because the players have shown that their ceiling is just so damn high.
Yeah, we're looking at this team at an international level. It's not just an LPL level, but right now, WE kind of showing, hey, look, they can be up there as well. This is really clean from WE. Find these early advantages, learning how to build through them. Shanks as well now off in the side lane working well, but EDG, the shot calling starting to come online, trying to see if they can trade back and forth, but too many members of WE in the vicinity. But EDG do manage to get some control. Like, vision in that jungle is going to be crucial for the Dragon that's coming up in just 2.5 minutes time.
2.5 minutes. Shanks just putting this tower down to about 2/3 of its HP, maybe a little bit just above half. And now we look at a quick look at the items. Still waiting for that Morello Namokon to come in for Scout. Still kind of only has the Oblivion Orb and the Everfrost. Not really his business to be dealing the damage, so not the worst thing in the world, but 2 items now onto Breed. Nearly 2 items. You're going to have that Sterix gauge for Beishong very, very shortly as well. You have 2 items onto your Ezreal. This is where this game slowly feels very, very difficult to build. And EDG, I like the idea from it. There's no objective. You're not going to lose anything from chasing this hard, but they don't get any purchase from it.
But look at the vision that WE have right now. I actually really like it. It's like, cool, we got wards in bottom side of EDG's jungle. We also have one in the top side of EDG's jungle. One in our own jungle as well. It's like, how many different flank positions can EDG come from? All right, cool, let's just cover them. Let's just have ourselves completely set up for this Dragon and make sure that we're going to be fine. So now again, the name of the game is going to be pushing in these side lanes. Shanks already in that top side. You just saw Breed doing the same. Finishing off your last few items and making sure that you're in the right spot to fight. Even stopwatches as well picked up for Elk. He's well aware that basically this is the fight that makes or breaks this game in favor of WE.
Now, that ward is still there for EDG. That could be an incredible flanking tool for the Camille. They need to see WE try and maybe sweep out this vision, make sure there is absolutely no way in hell you're going to be caught out guard by any kind of TP flank. So waiting to see them going to commit to that, but a minute till Dragon, there's still a little bit of time of prep.
Yeah, might see Breathe walk through that jungle actually cleared out. We'll have to check his movements as he comes across, but WE full control here with 50 seconds left. They already have all the items that they picked up. They don't need to back again, so they can just keep full control of this bot side jungle for EDG and make it so hard for them to contest this objective. They're trying to push mid priority right now in the hopes they can, and that's kind of all they got for EDG.
A bit of poke down. Flandre is on top of a pink ward, just taking that one away, and good aggressive vision control here. Elk in a little bit of trouble. Actually, Arcane shifts away from the chains of corruption. That's a big AoE 2, no longer available now for EDG in 20 seconds till this Dragon spawns.
I thought that was it. I thought Elk was caught, but
let's see what. Yeah, all right. It's going to be poking and prodding, and this is where EDG need to try and find a solution. Hextech Ultimatum on top of the LeBlanc as they get the ultimate as well from the Galio as they try and jump in on top of this fight. But look at Breathe. Look at Elk. They are free firing on this backside. WE are just decimating everybody. Triple kill, quadra kill for Elk, and they can take the Dragon and the Baron. Everything is theirs.
It won't be the Penguin Penta TM today, but still Elk manages to get the quadra kill. As they turn over towards the Baron, they can get the Dragon if they want, but they're going to pick up both. Beishong is finishing off the Soul as the Baron is taken. And with that, we said this was the straw to break the camel's back. This was the fight to blow open this game. And this is where WE take over in this series.
Let's have a look at this fight, because it does look like Flandre just feels like he's left with no other choice than other to engage. He has to go in with the Hextech ultimatum, otherwise he's just going to die without having to use anything. And EDG they're just not in a position to fight that one there. And the damage from Viper, you've already lost yourself the oh no, never mind, I'm going to stop myself. There is going to be no replay. The replay is going to be of this, because Flandre is now in a lot of trouble. No ultimate, no flash, but TP going to be used here by the Galio to try and re-engage it. There is Breed going into Zhonya's. That's his stopwatch that he had from the last fight. He goes a little bit too close to the sun and gets taken down. Good response here from EDG, but they had to commit a loss.
WE moving a lot of members down here, may want to try and keep this skirmish up, but EDG, like, they're fully here. This is not the fight for WE. You just got Baron.
You just got Baron. Shanks just popped back with the distortion, but they're trying to go forward with Missing. Missing cannot get in onto the fight, and that's going to be the solo player committed. Missing does not die, though, and now look at the raging Viking just moving forward, pushing in, and you've just got Shanks and Elk poking, prodding, knowing they have the damage. The Elder, the Infernal Drake on their pocket. The Soul just doing so much. And WE, they are 4v5 and they're still destroying EDG.
And they can't even fight forward. WE are just tearing them down. Elk ripping people apart at 6-0 right now. And you just had to give up this entire lane. You're not going to be able to hold on to this tower.
You cannot defend this right now. Viper trying his very best, but what are you going to do about this? There's just a Baroned up double cannons right on the knocking on your door, and Shanks, he's just putting down poke. He's not even looking for the assassination that we talked about. He's just looking to bring the health bars down, and that's the base cracked.
I know, still playing here, just seeing how much damage he can get off. It's whack-a-mole at this stage. Just take your shot, see if you can hit it. If not, it's not going to make anything. That is very true. But either way, WE, they're looking good. Oof. Yeah, I suppose they're seeing if they can shank someone, I suppose. Is that the way I'm supposed to do it?
There it is. I knew you had something in there. I was like, come on, you can do better than that. You're the brains and the wit of this operation. But now with all the outer towers down, the bot lane cracked open, you still have 40 seconds of Baron buff, and WE don't look like they're stopping. WE don't look like they're ready to give up anything. They're not willing to give any inch of power or pressure back over. As I say that, we will see the Hextech ultimatum and the hero's entrance used. They're going to use the Galio taunt as well. They will take down Shanks and Missing. So there's 2 quick kills going in favor of EDG, but
we've seen this before.
We have seen this before. EDG kind of looking to more. They know they're at an advantageous position. There's a lot of standing gold that's in the pockets of WE that hasn't been spent, but with the Baron buff still available, they should be able to get themselves out.
So unfortunate for Shanks, just gets caught out. And again, that was kind of the combo that we were talking about for Flandre and Scout. I thought we were going to get that combo when, remember that one replay that we thought we were going to get? Right the way back at that dragon fight. Well, I thought that was we were going to get that combo on towards Elk when he was standing a bit too far forward, but they are just targeting Shanks. They're like, look, as long as we can take the LeBlanc out of this fight, Viper can actually play up, he can play aggressive, and we have a secondary damage source in this game. But with this, we're hitting that 30-minute mark, and we said for WE, they wanted to kind of be sitting, well, pretty at this stage, but their window was kind of that 25 to 30-minute mark. They're still extending that window with how far they are ahead, but we're starting to see these big crucial items come in for the 2 carries at the top of the map for EDG, Flandre and Junja. Divine Sunder is completed on both. You're working towards that GA for Flandre. You're going to have a stopwatch as well coming through for Junja with those 2 other items they've completed. Like, these are actually pretty big moments in time for the EDG's top laner. So if you end up in a situation where WE are trying to over-aggress, they get caught out, you can get that answer back coming through from Flandre and Junja.
My problem is right now is that for WE, they have so many ways of just keeping everyone away from them while also forcing them out of their base. The Elder Drake will be spawning in a minute 40. 10 seconds after that, you'll get the Baron. So there is big objectives on the board here, and they're just pushing forward without Baron buff because they have too many threats to deal with. They cannot defend this.
Yeah, Flandre off in the side lane. He's not even here as these inhibitors are going down.
Yeah, he was off on the sideline trying to get some kind of pressure in the top lane, but 2 inhibitors will fall. Just over a minute 15 seconds for this Elder Drake to spawn, and WE, they can go back, they can reset Missing, get him back in plenty of times with a plethora of wards as well, and this is looking dire for EDG. They need a miracle.
And it's going to be hard. Breathe. bot side, push in. Rest of WE, shove in mid. Super creeps in those lanes. You have no hope of being able to try and contest this as long as WE keep up the pressure. And you can see there, Shanks, he's taking pop shots at everyone who walks in from 2.5 screens away. Like, he's able to get so far involved in this. And unfortunately now it feels like EDG, their time in this series is closing, but it feels like it could be a new chapter opening for WE.
Wait and see. The book is not finished yet as EDG. They are sneaking themselves around to see if they can get something on this bottom side. And WE don't like the look of that whatsoever. They will eat the Chain of Corruption, won't even use the Ragnarok there from Beishong, so he knows that he doesn't need to get himself the CC immunity. He can keep that for the ensuing team fight. 8 seconds till this Elder Drake spawns, and I will say it will take a little bit of time for WE to kill it off, but do they have anything to go off of here? As you can see, Junja needs to be so careful, needs to just get himself out, but Shanks is roaming around. They may just look to try and kill him off. That stops any kind of steal from happening in this fight. They have to commit the Galio ultimate and the stopwatch to keep him alive. The Everfrost does get a nice slow, but Shanks has gone golden. Now we see a fight on the end of this. On the other side, it's going to be the Camille going down to Breed. So now it's the 4v5, but look at these incredibly low health bars. But here come the actual threats, the actual damage. It's going to be Elk and Breed trying to make this one work. The Heartbreaker is not enough to keep you alive, and WE will continue to push forward. They will continue to poke. They will continue to prod, and Elk putting the damage down. It's Shanks on the back end, shanking Viper in the back of the neck, and they're going to be able to get themselves the 2-0 over EDG.
And what a performance from WE, clean from the get-go, taking over these objectives, finding their advantages, and punishing Edward Gaming.
Fantastic win for Team WE, and this puts the entire playoff bracket into chaos. There is no other word for it. This brings EDG back down to 10-3. They are now equal with FBX, who they have still yet to play. It catapults WE up to 8-4. Today had such massive implications on the playoff standings, and we don't even know the final bit of it yet.
And I'm pretty sure, yes, WE have the head-to-head against LNG. So WE, they match LNG 8-4. They're both going to be +6 on games because of the 2-0 here today, which means that because of the head-to-head that they have against LNG, WE go up to 4th place. They are going to slowly but surely knock LNG down even further in our standings. And what a way to do it as well, taking down our top team in the LPL right now.
Just such a great way of keeping it all together, and you gotta be pretty damn happy if you're WE, but for EDG, this is troubling. This is not a form you want to be hitting the final 2 weeks with. You only have 3 series left, and then you're into playoffs. If you look at some of the games they have to play left in the series, they've got V5 next week. Okay, pretty much going to take that one. It's not going to be a big deal, but then you got LNG and FBX, so big series in the final week, and not really ones you want to be going in with a 2-loss streak with.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously it felt like we kind of got a bit of a mixed bag of EDG today, so we'll have to see what the story is when they do come in towards those games. So I think I mostly want to just focus on like what WE were doing right in this series, because I think there was a couple of like standout performers in this series. I think Shanks had a phenomenal series, especially against Scout. Like usually we get a lot of attention towards Scout in the mid lane, and he looks really good when he's able to get that attention. But you can see here today, Shanks, Silas looked great. You look towards his ability to have impacts on this LeBlanc as well against this Galio. He was a big threat that EDG just couldn't really find ways to deal with. Breathe as well, as per usual, having a phenomenal performance in the top lane. We kind of just come to expect it of the WE top laner at this stage. He's just insane in that top side now that he's actually got a team that can kind of give him that freedom to show what he's capable of.
And it does feel like WE have found their mojo. They have, as Munchables would call it, they have found their winning formula. They have gotten themselves to a point where they are now in the conversation of playoffs. It's like, okay, well, they're taking games off people, they're taking series off of people, and it's just really well played. And I think we got to talk about our MVP, the man of the Rift in that game too. It's got to be Elk. He wasn't the start of every fight, but he certainly finished it off.
he was churning out so much damage. Like, it was absolutely insane. Every single time these fights were happening, it was just like, cool, it's Ezreal completely untouched in the back line, firing away every sort of mystic shot in existence, and just managing to pick off members the whole time. You can see there, like, 7-0-6, he was just tearing EDG apart.
For WE, this is just a fantastic win for them and the momentum for them moving on. And we talk about, you know, obviously all of the different matchups they got to come up against. For WE, they've got Rogue Warriors next week. It's always a bit of a question mark. IG, again, another question mark, but they're coming into it in fine form.
Yeah, I mean, phenomenal form. I'm very excited to see what this WE can do as we start to push on, because again, like, you're looking at our top half of the bracket, like EDG, FPX now sitting there at the top 2. You've got Rare Atom and LNG, they're still fighting for their spots, but like WE, Top Esports, RNG, all now sitting below them, looking like they're really starting to push up that table. Like, there's still a lot to play for as we get to our final few weeks.
Still a lot to play for, but let's have a look at how today's games played out. We had 3 series, 2 2-0s and 1 2-1 in the middle as a nice little 2-0 sandwich there. You get the filling there of the RNG versus JDG, but it was RA who dispatched Ultra Prime, knocking them out of playoff contentions. They are no longer able to make it into the top 10, but then RNG continuing their 6-game win streak, beating JDG 2-1, and of course WE just beating EDG 2-0.
Yeah, and as you can see, slowly but surely climbing up the ranks, WE find themselves in that 4th place after that win. With RNG as well, we used to be looking at them on the right-hand side of our screen, but no more, no longer.
Look at the game difference between 1st and 10th. There is 3 games between 1st place and 10th place in our LPL playoff standings right now. We were talking about it during the week with Lyric, and he was talking about it on the last hit with Munchables, but when everyone seems to be picking up wins don't feel that much, but losses feel damn hard right now. And if you're losing games, it just drags you down. JDG started off this weekend in 6th. They're now 10th.
And this is the thing. You've only got a handful of games left. And every single game is going to count, because you need to be not only getting into playoffs, working as high up that bracket as you can, because our playoffs, they're hefty. There's a lot of games in that, and you do not want to be at the start of that. There's so many games that you have to work through if you are at the bottom end of the playoffs.
Yeah, and we look at tomorrow's matches. Of course, it is our final day of week 7, our last super week of the split, so it's our last time we'll have 3 games. Starting off with another playoff bout, LGD versus LNG. If LGD can get a win off that, it goes into chaos. I don't even know what to think anymore. But then later on, we got ourselves V5 versus OMG, and then Top Esports versus IG to balance it all out. So, I mean, Dagda, there's just so many games left to play, but it feels like there's still 2 weeks of games, but so little time.
Yeah, and that's it. It's just, there doesn't feel like there's enough time, especially, I mean, honestly, for teams like IG. I mean, playing tomorrow, they have to beat Top Esports if they want to try and hold out for an ability to start pushing up the table. They're in 13th at the moment, 4 and 7. Like, every win is going to count for these guys.
Honestly, I do believe if they lose that series against Top Esports, they can only get 6 wins, which then doesn't, you know, or 8 wins, and therefore it doesn't really put them in a great position. So we'll have to wait and see. We'll see how it all ends up panning out. Thank you so much for everyone for joining us. Thank you, Dagda, for bringing us through all of the absolute chaos that is the LPL. And thank you again, of course, to our director, our producers, our audio guys, our graphics guys, everyone behind the scenes. Without them, none of this would be possible. We will be back tomorrow at the same time and same place, and we'll see you then.